Chapter 101, Inside the Light Gate. The news of Harry Potter being petrified and 3 members of the Night Watch being killed quickly caused great panic among the people in the hall as Mike and others returned. Especially those pure-blood wizards. They originally thought that the basilisk would not attack them, but Harry's death gave them a wake-up call. You should know that although Harry Potter grew up in the Muggle world, he is a pure-blood wizard. The Potter family was once a big family. Although Potter is the only descendant left now, the blood of the Potter family is undoubtedly noble. Although someone also proposed that Harry's mother was a Muggle-blooded wizard, so Harry's bloodline was not pure. At first, everyone was willing to believe this explanation, but soon, almost all pure-blood wizards, including the person who proposed this explanation, fell silent. Which of these so-called pure-blood wizards present here didn't have an ancestor who married a Muggle-blooded wizard? The families that truly advocated absolute pure blood had long been submerged in the torrent of history, just like the Gaunt family. Dumbledore did not bury the 3 night watchmen who died, but instead notified their parents overnight. By the time their parents arrived, it was already dawn. After accompanying the grief-stricken parents to take away the bodies of their children, Mike returned to the hall, found a sleeping bag and fell into a deep sleep. In the quiet environment deliberately created by the Muggle blood students around him, Mike slept until late at night. When Mike woke up, he found food and water next to his pillow. Knowing that these were left for him by the Muggle blood students, he felt warmed in his heart and began to eat. He had not eaten anything since last night and was now starving. After finishing all the food in front of him, Mike felt like he was alive again. He took out his wand, cast the disillusionment charm and silence charm on himself, and then quietly slipped out of the hall. The power of the basilisk put a lot of pressure on him. He was in urgent need of improving his strength, so he decided to enter the Light Gate tonight to conduct the first trial. After sneaking all the way to the Ravenclaw common room smoothly, Mike looked at the common room in front of him, which was no different from before, and sighed deeply. After what happened last night, I guess Hogwarts will be closed soon. By then, I will no longer be able to touch the crown in the room of requirement, and I am destined to become a beautiful girl. Thinking of this, Mike became more determined to get rid of the basilisk. At worst, he would risk exposing the secret of his rebirth by telling Dumbledore the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Anyway, it would not be difficult to give himself the talent of prophecy by then. Shaking his head to clear the distracting thoughts that suddenly emerged in his mind, Mike thought for a moment and then entered a brain-locked state. He opened the light gate again. This time, due to the brain occlusion technique, Mike did not feel the bewitching power as last time, nor did he see the woman with blue eyes. Taking a deep breath, Mike gritted his teeth and rushed into the light gate. Buzz! There was a sharp tinnitus in his ears, and Mike felt as if he had lost all his senses, with only a blue light in front of his eyes. I don't know how long this state lasted. The tinnitus in my ears turned into a sound similar to a human scream. The blue light in front of my eyes gradually dimmed, and the senses of my body gradually returned to Mike's body. The sound became clearer and clearer, until finally Mike heard what it was. It was a human scream. At this time, Mike's vision had fully recovered. All he could see was pitch black. The only source of light was a crack in front of him. Mike slowly stretched his body and found that there was no pain on his body, but he seemed to be in an extremely small space and his limbs could not stretch out at all. His body seemed to have become much smaller, and his arms were a whole circle thinner than before. Suddenly, Mike seemed to have thought of something terrible, his expression changed drastically, and he reached out to grab at his vital parts. It was not until he touched something that Mike breathed a sigh of relief. It was great that the capital was still there. After confirming the environment he was in, Mike turned his attention back to the female screams that continued to come from his ears. Mike looked out carefully through the gap in front of him. As soon as he took the first look, his pupils contracted violently. He finally found the source of the scream. I saw a wooden room outside. In the corner of the room, an oil lamp filled with unknown oil was emitting a dim light. The decoration of this room was very simple and quaint. Although the ground was very flat, it was obvious that it was just ordinary mud. And on this muddy ground, a woman was struggling hard, and from time to time she would let out a shrill scream. Lying on her body were 3 humanoid creatures that looked very much like the goblins in Gringotts. These goblins were not wearing any clothes, and their big eyes were flashing with ferocious light. The woman's body had been torn into rags long ago. One goblin was crawling on top of her and doing inhuman things to her, while the others were biting her desperately. Mike saw with his own eyes that one of the goblins was even biting the woman's face. As it suddenly raised its head, it bit out an eyeball with a light blue pupil along with blood vessels and nerves, and then it rolled up its tongue and disappeared. Looking at the tragedy in front of him, Mike felt that the woman was inexplicably familiar. At the same time, for some reason, a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. Mike wanted to rush out to save the woman who was suffering, but found that he had lost control of his body. The light from the oil lamp cast the shadows of the goblin and the woman on the wall, and those shadows kept dancing on the wall under the gentle shaking of the flame, like a dance from hell. The screams of the woman and the evil laughter of the goblins combined into a nightmare dance. Adding the two together, it's a hellish scene. Move! 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 Mike kept roaring in his heart. His fingers had already scratched a deep claw mark on the wooden wall next to him, but it was all in vain. At this moment, his body seemed not to belong to him, and he didn't listen to Mike's orders at all. He couldn't even look away. I don't know how long it took, but the first rays of morning light pierced through the silent night sky, illuminating the land. At the same time, it also shone into the room in front of Mike through the open door. This ray of dawn was like a switch, and Mike felt that he had finally regained control of his body. However, Mike was not in a hurry to leave at this moment, because the goblins in the room had already left. Now there was only a broken corpse lying on the bumpy mud ground destroyed by the goblins. Chapter 102. Mike's stomach protested audibly. Mike stretched out his bloody hand and rubbed his stomach weakly, then he slowly came to his senses. Although Mike was a ruthless character who killed people without blinking an eye in his previous life, the scene that happened in front of him last night gave Mike a huge shock, which made Mike feel dazed now. Mike gently pushed the wooden board in front of him and found that the wooden door in front of him, which he had been unable to open last night, was actually pushed open by him. He struggled to get out, and only then did Mike realize that the place where he had stayed last night was actually a small secret room. The lighting in this wooden house is very good, and the sunlight outside shines through the windows and doors, making the house bright. In the past, Mike might have basked in the sun and drank tea, but at this moment, Mike just stared stupidly at the broken body lying in the room. Although the corpse's face had been damaged beyond recognition, Mike still felt a sense of familiarity from her. This was so strange that Mike swore he had never seen this woman before. The situation was the same last night. Logically speaking, I should not be the kind of good person who would rush to save strangers in distress. I had helped my fellow muggle-blooded compatriots before only to improve the treatment of muggle-blooded wizards and enhance my own prestige, but last night I had the urge to rush out to help. If it were just that, it would be fine. After all, what those creatures that looked like Gringotts goblins did was really disgusting, but I lost control of my body at that time. Mike pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason. Finally, after his stomach protested again, he finally decided to fill his stomach first. All the food in the cabin had been taken away by those goblins last night, so Mike did not continue searching in the cabin, but walked out of the room. As soon as Mike walked out of the room, he was stunned by the scene outside. There were corpses everywhere, corpses of adults, corpses of children, corpses of livestock, and corpses that were so burnt that you couldn't tell what they were. This should be a village. The wooden house Mike was in before was already considered luxurious. The other houses in the village were built with mud and thatch. However, at this time, the thatch on these houses had all turned to ashes, and the walls made of mud had been burned white and cracked. Many houses had even collapsed, leaving only thick wooden beams that were still burning. The smell of blood, burnt smell, and all kinds of unpleasant smells all came, and a feeling of nausea rushed up Mike's throat in an instant. Mike resisted the urge to vomit. He knew that his stomach was empty now, and he would only vomit out gastric juice, and the acidic gastric juice would corrode his intestines and throat in the process of vomiting out. When the urge to vomit gradually disappeared, Mike raised his head and continued to observe the surrounding environment while panting. What surprised him was that there was clearly a fire in the village, but the wooden house he was in before did not show any signs of being burned. Ah! Help! Just when Mike was puzzled, a woman's scream came from not far away. Mike rushed towards the direction of the scream without saying a word. It was great to find out that there were still living people here. He could finally figure out where this place was. This body's physical strength was even worse than Mike's previous 12-year-old body, and it was already out of breath after running just a few dozen meters. Fortunately, the place where the cry for help came from was not far away, and Mike saw the person who was asking for help after a quick run. A girl, about 12 or 13 years old, with brown hair, was confronting a fairy. The goblin seemed to be not yet an adult and was smaller than the goblins Mike had seen last night, but its eyes were exactly the same as those goblins, filled with a desire to eat people alive. The girl was holding a magic wand in her hand and pointing it at the fairy tremblingly, muttering a spell that Mike had never heard of before, trying to cast magic, but perhaps because she was too nervous, she didn't cast a single spell. Suddenly, she seemed to notice Mike approaching, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but then this glimmer turned into tension and panic. "Run away, Rowena! I'll stop it!" the girl shouted at Mike. Her distraction gave the fairy a chance, and it pushed with its little hand. An invisible force suddenly hit the girl, and she flew backwards as if she was hit by a sledgehammer, and the magic wand in her hand also flew out of her hand. The goblin didn't seem to have a high IQ. Even though the girl clearly hinted that Mike was behind it, it didn't even bother to look back. Instead, it pounced on the girl with a hideous grin and started tearing her clothes off. At this time Mike arrived. While running, Mike bent down to pick up the magic wand dropped by the girl on the ground, and then separated the girl and the fairy to the left and right. As Mike's spell was fully released, the girl and the goblin were separated by a huge force. The goblin seemed to finally realize the danger, and screamed and fled in panic, holding a piece of the girl's body in his hand. As he watched the goblin Mike gradually go away, his eyes were cold. He had no good feelings towards these monsters at all. Avada Kedavra! Mike swung his wand and a green beam of light shot out, hitting the goblin accurately. Rowena! Everything Mike did was seen by the girl not far away. Seeing the fairy being killed by Mike, the girl was extremely excited. She wanted to go forward and hug Mike, regardless of the fact that her tattered clothes could not cover her body at all. "Back off!" Mike turned around and pointed his wand at the girl, shouting at the same time. The girl showed disbelief in her eyes when she saw this, but she still took a few steps back as Mike said. At this time, Mike realized that the girl was actually a head taller than him. The girl was not pretty, but she gave people a sense of familiarity. The more Mike looked at her, the more familiar she looked. Mike thought he must have been sick recently, because everyone looked familiar to him. "I ask, you answer. Do you understand?" Mike asked. "Understand? What's your name?" "Helga Hufflepuff." Mike was shocked. The person in front of him turned out to be the founder of Hufflepuff. No wonder he looked so familiar. "You know, the portraits of the founders of the 4 major colleges are all in the library. Mike has seen them countless times when he was looking up information." Suddenly, Mike recalled what Helga had called him before, and asked in a trembling voice, "Then, who am I?" Helga was obviously surprised by Mike's question. She said in a strange tone, "You are Rowena." "Full name?" Mike waved his wand and cast a disarming spell which turned into a red light and hit the ground in front of Helga. The ground in the village was all ordinary mud, and after being hit by Mike's disarming spell, a pit with a diameter of 10 centimeters was formed. Mike's sudden attack startled Helga. She screamed and squatted on the ground crying. After crying for a while, she seemed to remember that she had not answered Mike's question yet. She sniffed her nose and said, "Rowena Ravenclaw." Chapter 103. Archdruid Helga. After hearing Helga's answer, Mike hurriedly reached out and touched his vital parts again, holding his capital for a while, and only breathed a sigh of relief until he confirmed that this was not an illusion. "You've got the wrong person. I'm a man, not Rowena," Mike said in a slower tone. "No, you are," Helga said firmly. "I'm really a man. Did you know that? Come and see for yourself if you don't believe me." Mike was about to collapse, and he untied his belt to show Helga his assets. But when he was halfway through, he found that Helga was not shy at all, but stretched her head with curiosity to see more carefully, so he quickly tied his belt again. Seeing that there was no money to look at, Helga said with some disappointment, "Of course I can see that you are a man. Although I don't know why you suddenly became like this, I just know that you are Rowena. The smell on you has not changed. Let's not talk about that for now. What are those monsters? Rowena, have you lost your memory? Those are goblins. Those goblins are different from the goblins living in the Northern Fairy Empire. They are more like wild beasts. They do not produce anything and often attack villages. The most terrifying thing is that they eat people and do shameful things to girls," Helga said. After she said this, Mike finally understood what was happening. These goblins, called goblins, are probably an extinct branch of goblins, and this place unfortunately became their target of plunder last night. At present, he should be in the trial illusion created by Ravenclaw according to his memory. This also explains why he feels strangely familiar with the dead woman. She is probably Ravenclaw's mother. The fact that I lost control of my body last night should be a protection mechanism. After all, I didn't have a wand on me last night, and there were a large number of goblins outside. If I rushed out, I would basically be dead. The difficulty of this was obviously beyond the limit. Thinking of this, Mike felt awkward again. The person he was playing now should be Ms. Ravenclaw, but playing a woman was really a bit unacceptable. Mike breathed a sigh of relief after reaching out again to confirm that the capital was still there. Fortunately, the capital was still there, otherwise he would have been depressed to death. Helga, who was standing by, was also a little surprised to see Mike touching her vital parts again, and said, "So, do I have to call you Rowena brother now?" Her calling me Rowena hurt Mike's heart again. Mike said angrily, "Don't call me Rowena. I'm not. My name is Mike. Brother Mike. Don't call me brother." The atmosphere at the scene became much more relaxed after the quarrel between the two, and Mike put down the wand that was pointing at Helga. According to the information Mike had looked up, Ms. Ravenclaw and Ms. Hufflepuff should be good friends who grew up together. The two of them went on adventures all the way and finally became big figures in the town and built the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. So the Helga in front of him should also be trustworthy. That's right. We can't stay here any longer. There are still so many corpses that have not been moved away. Those goblins will be back soon. Helga said, and suddenly grabbed Mike's hand and ran. Mike was startled by her sudden movement, and the wand in his hand was already pointed at Helga's head, almost casting a killing curse. "Where are we going?" Mike asked. "Let's go to Raven Town. There is a wizard's guild there. Not only can we eat and drink our fill there, but we can also ask the wizards there to kill those goblins," Helga said breathlessly. "Raven Town? Wizards gathering? What are these things?" Helga's words confused Mike, but after thinking about it, Mike decided to listen to Helga for the time being. After all, he now has a magic wand in his hand, and he can take Helga's life at any time, and his own safety is also guaranteed to a certain extent. Mike is still very confident in his own strength. "Let me go, I can run by myself," Mike said as he broke free from Helga's hand. Helga didn't say anything in response to Mike's actions. At this moment, she was already panting heavily and couldn't speak at all. She just kept rushing forward with her head covered. The two ran all the way out of the village and came to a forest. Only then did Helga stop, holding onto a tree and breathing heavily. Compared to her, Mike's condition was much better. Although this body had poor physical strength, Mike used the levitation spell to assist himself in running when he was halfway through the run. He did not use the wind speed spell because the wind speed spell itself would consume physical strength, and his small body could not run for long before it would have to stop. He did not use the levitation spell on Helga in order to save magic power. "You are so awesome, Luo. Mike." Helga was surprised to see that Mike was calm and collected. "Why don't you keep running? Can't you run anymore?" Mike asked. "No, the goblins didn't catch up with us. Are we safe now?" "How did you know?" "Mr. Dasha told me." Helga winked at Mike playfully. Mike was stunned when he heard this and complained, "What the hell? The tree can't talk? How can it tell you? Also, why are you still in the mood to act cute? Your parents must have been killed by the goblins, right? Why aren't you sad at all? Don't call Mr. Tree it, he will be unhappy." Helga replied, "I have been able to communicate with small animals and plants since I was a child. How could you not know? Also, I am an orphan. The people in the village are all bad people. Everyone wants to sell me to those old wizards as a research subject. I won't be sad if they die. How could you not know these? Oh, by the way, I forgot that you have lost your memory." Now Mike understood. It turned out that this girl had talents similar to those of the druids in mythology. "Okay, I've rested enough, let's keep going," Helga said when she saw that Mike seemed to have remembered. "There are many dangers in the forest. We have to get through the forest and reach Raven Town as soon as possible." Seeing Mike nodded in agreement, Helga took a step forward and walked towards the depths of the forest. This forest was completely different from the forests Mike had seen 1,000 years later. All kinds of strange animals and plants were scattered throughout the forest. And Mike also truly witnessed how strong Helga's talent was. Along the way, the animals did not run away when they met the two of them. Instead, they came to Helga and asked for caress and hugs. Some of the braver animals even climbed directly onto Helga's body. After walking for a while, 4 or 5 beautiful butterflies that Mike couldn't name, 2 squirrel-like rodents and a colorful bird landed on Helga's body. Looking at Helga Michael chatting and laughing with these animals, he sighed in his heart, this is not the talent of a druid at all, this is completely the child of the forest. Chapter 105 Wild Wizard. Mike and Helga walked through the forest from early morning to noon before they found an open space to rest. Mike, who had been starving since dawn, finally cast his hungry eyes on the small animals around Helga. Those little animals were very smart. They hid behind Helga and started trembling. They are all good kids, don't scare them, Mike. Helga opened her hands in a protective gesture and said, are you hungry? Don't worry, I have a solution. After Helga finished speaking, she turned around and whispered a few words to the small animals, and then the animals dispersed. When they came back, each animal had some wild vegetables and fruits in its mouth. Helga looked at Mike proudly, as if to say, look at me, don't you think I'm awesome? Praise me now. But Mike didn't care about her. He really wanted to pounce on her and eat her, but he forced himself to hold back. Mike swallowed hard at the food and said to Helga, you eat first, a little of each. Mike's distrustful attitude obviously caused Helga's dissatisfaction, but after Mike took out his wand, she still pouted and did as Mike said. Mike waited for more than half an hour with his mouth watering, and only after confirming that Helga showed no signs of poisoning did he grab the food on the ground and start eating. Those animals obviously didn't consider the taste of the food when they were looking for food, and the wild fruits and vegetables didn't taste very good. But Mike, who was so hungry, didn't care about so much, and stuffed it all into his stomach. Helga was still sulking on the side, deliberately turning her head away and ignoring Mike. But suddenly Helga's expression changed drastically, and she said to Mike nervously, Mike, Mike. Stop eating, Mr. Tree told me that he found a wizard up ahead. Mike almost choked when he heard this. He swallowed the food in his mouth with great difficulty before asking, what kind of wizard? Mr. Shu has no eyes, so he can't sense the details, but he told me that the man moved very fast and could chop down trees to clear a path with a wave of his hand. He must not be an ordinary human. Mike frowned and realized that something was wrong. He stood up and was about to run away with Helga. However, Helga did not move and said, it's too late, he's already here. As soon as Helga finished speaking, several large trees not far from Mike fell down with a loud bang, scaring the small animals around Helga and causing them to flee in all directions. A gap also appeared in the originally dense trees at the edge of the open space. Mike's eyes were cold, and he quickly retreated. He did not aim his wand at the gap in the forest until he was at a safe distance from Helga. Such behavior shocked Helga. She knew that Mike didn't trust her, but she didn't expect that Mike would regard her as an enemy at such a time. She hurried forward and wanted to run to Mike's side. Stand stiff and stop dead. Helga was hit by Mike's leg-locking spell while running and lost her balance and fell to the ground. She raised her head and looked at Mike crying, her eyes full of despair. It's not that Mike is too cruel, but Helga's behavior is too suspicious. Judging from the fact that she knew the goblins didn't catch up with her as soon as she entered the forest, her innate ability must be very powerful. But she raised the alarm only when the wizard was so close to them, leaving them no time to escape. This really made Mike suspicious of her. At this time, a figure appeared at the gap. As if hearing Helga's crying, the figure suddenly quickened its pace and arrived at the open space in an instant. Mike directly cast a killing curse. Although Mike had little education in his previous life, he still understood the laws of the dark forest after being in the dark for so long. The best option under the current circumstances is to kill the wizard directly. Mike doesn't believe that there are so many kind-hearted people in this world. A boy or girl suddenly encounters a disaster and flees into the forest, encounters a powerful wizard, and then returns to human society with the help of the wizard to start a new adventure. This only happens in novels. The wizard did not panic when facing Mike's attack. He waved his wand lightly and a red beam of light appeared. The two beams, one red and one green, collided with each other, making a loud bang, and then a stalemate occurred. However, this situation did not last long. The green beam from the killing curse was obviously better, and it continued to shoot towards the wizard at a slow speed, against the red beam. Seeing this scene, the corners of Mike's mouth slightly raised. Although the AoE effect of the killing curse is not strong, its single target killing power is famously strong. So although other killing spells can block the killing curse is basically a sure win if the opponent is not strong enough to crush him. However, the wizard is also very experienced in combat. Facing the approaching green light, he waved his wand lightly, and the red beam suddenly became thicker and pushed the green light back a bit. Then the wizard stopped maintaining the spell and dodged Mike's killing curse by lunging to the side. It was only then that Mike saw the wizard's appearance clearly, a middle-aged man with a big beard. The middle-aged man quickly got up from the ground, and while Mike had just finished casting the killing curse and was adjusting his casting state, he stabbed his wand into the ground. Although Mike didn't know what kind of spell this was, his instinct prompted him to turn around and dodge. But he was still a step too slow. A half-meter-high stone spike shot out from the ground under Mike's feet, pierced Mike's thigh and fixed him in place. What? The pain was so intense that Mike almost dropped the wand in his hand. The middle-aged man looked unyielding and pulled out his wand, ignoring the dirt on it, and swung his hand, and another red light shot towards Mike. Enduring the severe pain, Mike entered a state of brain closure. After entering a state of absolute rationality, the pain on Mike's face immediately disappeared. After casually firing a killing curse to repel the red light again, he removed his thigh from the stone spike with an expressionless face. Looking at the middle-aged man who still wanted to continue attacking, Mike whispered the spell of fire, and basketball-sized fireballs suddenly appeared, indiscriminately attacking all living things around. The red light shot by the middle-aged man finally dissipated after breaking through several fireballs in succession. At this time, the forest also became a sea of fire under Mike's fire spell. The middle-aged man looked at Mike, who was like a demon, and Helga, who was in the sea of fire and was under a leg-locking curse and was now crying and crawling towards him. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the flames that were burning him all around, put on several layers of armor to protect himself, and rushed towards Helga. There was no fire around Mike. He had already considered his own safety when he released the fire spell, so he deliberately missed the open space where he was. At this moment, seeing that the middle-aged man was actually going to save Helga despite his own fire spell, his heart skipped a beat. Did I wrongly accuse a good person? But Mike soon figured it out. Even if he had really wronged him, so what? Things had come to this point. Since the two sides had already become enemies, there was no need to hold back. Avada Kedavra. Thinking of this, Mike recited the killing curse again. On the other side, the middle-aged man was struggling to move forward under the flames. Before he reached Helga, he cast a spell to stop and removed the leg-locking spell on Helga. Helga, who regained her freedom, was also a cruel person. She rushed into the dense forest at the first moment without even looking at the middle-aged man who risked his life to save her. At this time, Mike's killing curse also broke through the flames and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. Because his vision was blocked by the flames, the green light was already very close when it appeared in front of his eyes, and there was no time for the middle-aged man to cast a spell to block it. The middle-aged man looked at the dazzling green light and closed his eyes in despair. Mike, who was not far away, saw all of this through the gap left by the killing curse across the sea of fire. When he saw Helga running away alone without paying attention to the middle-aged man, a mocking sneer appeared on his face. This is what happens to people who are good. Chapter 106. Return and Harvest, Second Update. Watching Helga disappear into the dense forest, Mike wanted to chase her, but the big hole on his thigh that was still bleeding stopped him. The wound caused by the stone thorn was not small, and Mike continued to fight with the middle-aged man for such a long time after being injured. Now Mike has begun to lose consciousness due to excessive blood loss. There were some medicines such as Difficile that could treat external injuries in Mike's pocket, but unfortunately his personal belongings did not follow him into the trial illusion, so Mike had to use extreme methods to stop the bleeding. He found a wooden stick and put it in his mouth to bite, then he released a weakened version of the fire spell on his wound. Under Mike's control, a weak flame spurted out from the wand, licking Mike's wound. When the flame burned all the wounds, Mike had already fallen to the ground covered in sweat, and the wooden stick was also bitten off by him. Mike lay on the ground and rested for a long time. Only after the forest fire gradually died down did he force himself to walk in the direction where Helga had escaped. My injuries were very serious. If I couldn't get further treatment as soon as possible, I would definitely die here. So the top priority now was to get to Raven Town as soon as possible. However, Mike soon felt Helga's revenge. Not only did the originally gentle little animals all attack him like crazy, but even the plants were full of malice towards him, appearing at Mike's feet from time to time and trying to trip him. Fortunately, this forest is not big, and Mike and Helga have been walking for half a day, so Mike's magical perception has already discovered the boundary of the forest. After struggling forward in the forest for a whole night, Mike finally walked out of the forest when his wound began to become inflamed and he was about to die. What appeared before him was a beautiful farm with a windmill, and a shepherd boy was looking after his cattle and sheep. Mike staggered towards the farm, the wand already silently grasped in his hand. After a night when he seemed to be targeted by the whole world, Mike was in urgent need of food and treatment. Mike was willing to use force to get them. However, when he officially stepped onto the farm, everything around him started to become blurry. At first, Mike thought he was going to faint, but he soon realized that this meant the trial was over. The wound on Mike's leg healed quickly, and his tattered clothes were restored to their original state. The long-lost feeling of refreshment made Mike moan in comfort. But the feeling of comfort did not last long, and a sharp pain came from his brain. A memory that did not belong to Mike appeared in Mike's mind, and even the brain blockade could not stop it. In severe pain, Mike saw the memory of Ms. Ravenclaw. His hometown was attacked by goblins, his mother died in front of him, and he and Helga worked together to repel the little goblin, and fled into the forest with Helga. The first half of the memory was exactly the same as what Mike had experienced, but things began to change when the two entered the forest. When the two girls met the middle-aged wizard, they did not launch an attack but turned around and ran away. However, the two little girls could not run faster than the middle-aged wizard and were soon caught. But the wizard turned out to be a good man. Not only did he bring the two to Raventown, he also adopted them, raised them, and even invited other wizards to join him in destroying the goblins that destroyed Ravenclaw's hometown. However, 2 years later, when Ravenclaw was 13 years old, the town called Raventown was attacked by a group of nightmare ravens. Except for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who escaped because they went into the forest to collect herbs, the entire town, including the middle-aged wizard, all died. After reading the memory, Mike smiled bitterly and shook his head. No wonder the first trial was so difficult. He was also surprised that even someone as powerful as himself almost died in it. How did those witches pass the first trial and the more difficult second trial? It turned out that he only needed to follow the middle-aged wizard. By the time Mike recovered from the severe pain, he had returned to the Ravenclaw common room. The moon outside the window was still hanging in the night sky. Mike glanced at the hourglass beside him and found that the 1 day and 2 nights he spent in the trial only took 1 hour in real time. Without being too surprised, Mike began to check his physical condition and personal belongings. Mike was immediately delighted by the inspection. Of course, his belongings were not missing, but his magic power had increased significantly, and his mental strength had also improved. Although the specific values still needed to be tested in the room of requirement, Mike conservatively estimated that the increase should be more than 10%. Although it was only more than 3%, Mike's current magic power level was comparable to that of an average adult wizard, so this percent increase was already a huge improvement after multiplication. At least if there were no adventures, it would take Mike years to achieve this. But these are not the most important things. What makes Mike most happy is that the spell that the middle-aged wizard used to injure him before also appeared in his mind. Earththorn Curse. Spell, Stone Spear appears. Wand-waving method, first this way, then that way, and finally this way. Note, using this spell requires strong mental support, otherwise you will not be able to attack accurately and cause magic backlash. This spell should be a revised version improved by Ravenclaw. When releasing the original spell, it should require inserting the wand into the ground like the middle-aged wizard to allow the magic power to flow smoothly into the ground, but the revised version only requires chanting the spell and waving the wand. Come to think of it, in the early Middle Ages, Europe was still built on earthen floors, so people learned this spell. But now, wooden and stone floors are everywhere, and the wand can't be inserted into the soil at all. Mike guessed that this spell was lost for this reason. Excited, Mike took his wand and went straight to the room of requirement. He couldn't wait to test the power of the earth spike technique. Since it was directly instilled into his brain, Mike's use of the earth spike technique was as easy as eating and drinking, and he didn't need any retraining at all. The stone spear appears. The stone spear appears. As Mike chanted the spell, a dummy not far away was pierced by a stone spike more than 1 meter high and 10 centimeters thick. At the same time, a dummy next to it was also lifted up by a stone pillar more than 1 meter high and 70 centimeters thick. The two spikes were about the same height, but very different in thickness. The thinner spike had a sharper tip, while the thicker one was much blunter. Looking at the two stone spikes in front of him, Mike nodded with satisfaction. The use of the ground spike spell is very flexible, he can control the length and thickness of the ground spikes at will. And this spell has no signs before the ground spikes appear, which is very suitable for sneak attacks. After completing the ground stabbing experiment, Mike began to feel mentally exhausted. Although his physical injuries and fatigue had all disappeared, his spirit was exhausted from the trial. He had not felt tired before because he was too excited, but now that he calmed down, he felt extremely sleepy. Mike fought back his sleepiness and arrived at the auditorium, then crawled back into his sleeping bag. Looking at the half-empty glass of water beside his pillow, Mike couldn't help but feel a sense of reunion after a long separation. It's great to be back. Chapter 107, Ministry of Magic Intervention, Part. Mike slept soundly, and when he woke up it was already noon the next day. As soon as he got up, he found that the leftovers beside his pillow had been replaced with brand new fish and chips. He grabbed a chip and put it in his mouth, and it was still hot. This surprised Mike a little. You know, because the kitchen was closed these days, they had been eating bread and other dry food. Although fish and chips were not considered a delicacy, it was an upgrade in their meals. What's going on? Is the kitchen open again? However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that all the management team members who were originally responsible for protecting the safety of the students in the auditorium have been replaced by Aurors in uniform. Is it so fast? Mike thought to himself. Judging from the situation, the security of Hogwarts has clearly been taken over by the Aurors. Although Mike already knew that the Ministry of Magic would take compulsory measures against Hogwarts soon after a fatal accident occurred, he did not expect that the British Ministry of Magic would react so quickly. It seems that the Ministry of Magic is not as corrupt as the outside world says. After finishing his late breakfast, Mike got up and went to Flitwick's temporary office. He needed to know more information. Because of the basilisk, the professor's offices were moved to the next door to the auditorium. When Michael knocked on the door and entered, he found that Flitwick had other guests. Mike. We were just talking about you, come and sit down. Flitwick greeted Mike with a smile. I don't need to introduce this person, right? Abbott Foley, an outstanding student who graduated from Ravenclaw last year and the former male student union president. And you have also met his father, Mario Foley, the deputy director of the Auror office, whom I took you to meet last summer vacation. Mike knew this senior from Abbott. Although he had not interacted with him much last year, his father, the enthusiastic uncle, left a deep impression on Mike. Because his name, Mario, is exactly the same as the famous plumber Uncle Mario. Mike showed a polite smile on his face, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Abbott using the unique handshake of Raven's Nest. Immediately, the smiles on both of their faces became even brighter. The other party also used the handshake of Raven's Nest. After a brief greeting, Professor Flitwick left the office, saying he had other things to deal with. Mike and Abbott were the only ones left in the office, and their conversation got down to business. Mike, I have just completed Auror training and become an Auror. This time, I received an order from the Ministry of Magic and followed our captain to Hogwarts to deal with the basilisk. Abbott said with a smile. What Abbott said was not much different from what Mike had guessed, but there were still some things Mike didn't understand, so he asked, why did the Ministry of Magic react so quickly this time? Also, shouldn't the school be closed after something like this happened? Why do I see students still in the hall? Let me answer your first question first. The death of 3 students has caused a big stir outside. Many parents of students are accusing the Ministry of Magic of inaction, including some bigwigs, so the Ministry of Magic had no choice but to send us here under pressure. Abbott said with a smile, then there is the issue of closing the school. Among the Aurors we sent this time, there are many experienced and powerful senior Aurors. It can be said that what you see in Hogwarts now is the top strength of the Aurors. Even the basilisk is vulnerable in front of them. In addition, based on the clues provided by the 2 little wizards who committed suicide with Harry Potter, we can confirm that the basilisk moved through the sewers in Hogwarts. So our captain felt that there was no need to close the school. We would be able to catch the basilisk very quickly. It would be terrible if the basilisk suddenly attacked the students while they were evacuating. We could not protect all the students, and if there were more deaths, the Ministry of Magic would be discredited. Mike suddenly realized what was going on and thanked Abbott. Mike, I suggest you take part in this operation. With this merit as a foundation, it will be much easier for you to become an Auror or join other departments of the Ministry of Magic in the future. You may even get the Order of Merlin, Class 3. Abbot continued with a sincere expression, you and I belong to the Raven's Nest together, and I will not harm you. Don't worry about safety. You know my identity. As long as you stay with me, you will be absolutely safe. Hearing Abbot say this, Mike immediately understood. At first, he was still wondering why he, the son of an official, was sent to carry out such a dangerous mission. It seemed that this guy was here to get credit and gild himself. Uncle Mario sent so many senior Aurors this time not only because he wanted to get rid of the basilisk as soon as possible, but also because he wanted to protect his son Abbot. Mike was also somewhat tempted by Abbot's suggestion. He already hated the basilisk that attacked him and Penelope. This time he could get some credit in absolute safety, so why not do it? After thinking about it, Mike said sincerely, thank you Abbot, I owe you a favor. Look at what you said. You are my junior. If I don't help you, who else can I help? Abbot stood up and said, let's talk to our captain and Dean Flitwick about this matter. I'm sure they will agree. The two walked out of the office together. On the way, Mike learned that the temporary management team had been cancelled. All the original management team members returned to the auditorium and were protected like the lower grade students. Not long after walking, Mike saw an office that was used as a temporary command room. It was already crowded with people. Many Aurors in uniforms and professors with combat capabilities in Hogwarts were discussing how to deal with the basilisk. Strangely, Dumbledore was not there. Since we have confirmed that the basilisk is in the sewer, I suggest that we seal all the exits and inject poison gas into the pipe to kill the basilisk, said a young-looking boy. Hearing his words, Professor Flitwick retorted, I'm afraid not, son. The pipe system in Hogwarts is very complicated and huge, and the poison gas cannot spread at all. And the basilisk is immune to most toxins. Are you sure it can be poisoned to death? When the young man saw that his proposal was rejected, an embarrassed look appeared on his face, and he stepped aside without saying anything. Then let's do as we discussed before and send people in to check according to the area divisions. For safety reasons, pierce the pipes and walls at regular intervals to leave escape routes, and don't worry about damaging the Hogwarts castle. A middle-aged man with a dignified temperament and a scar on his face said in a deep voice. Some Aurors at the scene became agitated upon hearing this. One of them suggested to the middle-aged man, but Captain, our people will be in danger. Why don't we ask Dumbledore for help? If he helps, a mere basilisk will surely be no problem. As soon as he said this, he was immediately agreed by everyone, but the middle-aged man flew into a rage and shouted, if you ask Dumbledore for everything, then what else do you need to do? Remember your identity, you are an Auror. Do you understand? The plan has been decided, go and execute it. Chapter 108. Snake Removal Operation. After the middle-aged man called the captain gave the order, the Aurors in the temporary command room went to their respective posts to make preparations. Only a few professors and the middle-aged man were left in the command room. Seeing that there were fewer people inside, Abbot took Mike into the command room and asked their captain, the middle-aged man named Dinah, and Professor Flitwick to let Mike join the operation. Professor Flitwick, who knew the purpose of Abbot's visit to Hogwarts, of course agreed to this matter. What surprised Mike was that Captain Dinah, who gave people a very serious feeling, also agreed without hesitation. It seems that Captain Dinah, who has the same name as a superhero from a certain island country, is unwilling to offend Abbot, the son of his immediate superior. But during the conversation, Mike discovered that Dinah's attitude towards Abbot was very strange. It didn't seem like he was trying to curry favor with him, but more like the attitude he used towards his junior. Finally, Captain Dinah assigned a task to Mike and Abbot, and asked them to search the pipes under the girls' bathroom on the second floor with a team of senior Aurors. Mike's head was about to explode when he heard the news. You know, the entrance to the secret room is right there. If he and his men searched that area, they would most likely find the secret room and face the basilisk. Can we go somewhere else? It's always a bad idea for us to go into the girls' restroom, Mike lied. As soon as Mike said this, everyone in the command room burst into laughter. They really didn't expect that Mike would still care about such details at this time. You're so funny, Mike. You must be kidding, right? Abbot seemed a little embarrassed. He hooked his hand around Mike's shoulder and led him out the door. Well, it's getting late. Let's go. After leaving the command room, Abbott whispered to Mike, "Don't worry, Mike. Uncle Dinah is my father's good brother and has watched me grow up. The place he arranged for us is definitely the safest." Mike curled his lips, thinking that this might be another tough battle. You know, his luck-boosting golden finger was very active in the past period of time, and it was even suspected of being overused. According to the concept of luck conservation, this action might be quite dangerous. But at this point, Mike had no choice but to nod to Abbott perfunctorily, and quietly entered a state of brain closure. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Instead of placing hope on those so-called senior Aurors who work with them, Mike would rather believe in himself. The two of them successfully reached the girls' bathroom on the second floor. The Aurors had already arrived and had even completed the initial work. The girls' bathroom was in a mess. An Auror was dealing with the ghost in the bathroom, moaning Myrtle. The ghost was very unhappy about so many men breaking into the girls' bathroom and was spitting at the Auror. The sink, which was the entrance to the secret room, had long disappeared, replaced by a bottomless hole. Those Aurors obviously knew Abbott, and when they saw the two of them coming, they all came to greet them. Abbott was worthy of being the son of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. He had much of his father's demeanor, and he managed to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere while chatting and laughing. Mike did not join in their conversation, but directly used his magic to sense the situation inside the cave. Although he knew that the slide at the entrance to the secret room was very long, Mike was still shocked after actually sensing it. With his current magical perception strength, he couldn't even sense the end of the passage. "Okay, it's getting late, I'll go down quickly." An Auror said, "Abbott, you and your friend should stay in the middle of the team." Mike did not object to the Auror's arrangement, but nodded expressionlessly and walked into the team. He knew that the Auror had already given them preferential treatment, and the position in the middle of the team was often the safest. If you want to get credit, you must do something practical. It is a foolish dream to want to earn credit by sitting in the office with your legs crossed. The group used the levitation spell to enter the pipe that extended diagonally downward in an orderly manner. As soon as they entered the pipe, the brooches on the chests of several Aurors emitted a bright but not dazzling light, illuminating the pipes near them as if it were daytime. The brooches of the first few people even emitted beams of light similar to strong flashlights, illuminating the road ahead. Light can bring courage to people. Mike, who was in a closed brain state, certainly had no emotion of fear, but he found that Abbott was obviously relieved after the surroundings became brighter. Mike couldn't help but laugh in his heart, saying that he was not afraid and that it was absolutely safe. But when he really got here, he was the first to get scared. After teasing Abbott in his heart, Mike regained his concentration and focused on being alert to the surrounding environment. He was now heading towards the lair of the basilisk, so he must not be careless. The pipe was very humid, with dark green moss covering the walls, and a foul smell permeating the air. Looking at the moss around him, Mike felt relieved. The moss here showed no signs of being damaged, which meant that the basilisk had not been to this passage for a long time. If they encountered a basilisk in the passage, they would probably be in great danger, as the terrain here was too narrow. No one knew how long it had been before they finally reached the end of the pipe. What appeared before their eyes was a rocky cave. An Auror felt around on the damp stone wall and said, "This may be the cave beneath the Black Lake. Stay alert, we may have caught a big fish." Hearing this, everyone responded. The Aurors formed a triangular tactical formation and advanced towards the depths of the cave. Mike and Abbott were in the middle of the triangle formation, protected by the Aurors. Every time the Aurors walked a distance, they would throw a few glowing stones around. Under the illumination of these lighting stones, the entire cave gradually became brighter. Although the surroundings were bright, everyone still dared not make a sound. Apart from the occasional sound of water drops, the only sound they could hear was their own heartbeats. Sand. Suddenly, a rustling sound appeared in the silent cave, and everyone's heart instantly rose to their throat. Mike was very familiar with this sound, and he shouted hurriedly, "It's a basilisk! Run away!" The Aurors around were startled by his sudden shout, but their excellent combat skills prevented them from panicking. They quickly adjusted their formation and aimed an acute angle of the triangle formation in the direction where the sound came from. At the same time, a strong light emitted by the brooch shot over. The strong light illuminated the scene in front of them. The Auror at the sharp angle was stunned and murmured instinctively, "Merlin!" Chapter 109, The End of the Basilisk. A huge emerald green python was struggling to swallow a creature with a fish tail. Judging from the almost dislocated mouth of the basilisk, the fish-like creature was very large. On the ground beneath the basilisk, there were countless balls of bones, which were the indigestible substances that the basilisk had regurgitated. Mike knew that they had come to the feeding ground of the basilisk. He was overjoyed to see the basilisk was halfway through its meal. Now was definitely the best time to kill it. He reacted very quickly. The moment the light shone on the basilisk, he moved his vision downwards. At the same time, according to his guess, he fired a fireball at the approximate position of the snake's head. Boom! The fireball hit the basilisk's head accurately, making a loud bang. The basilisk was knocked back by the impact of the fireball explosion, and its cold eyes swept over Mike and the others, and it began to roll on the spot and ruminate. It must spit out the half-swallowed food as quickly as possible, otherwise it will become a sitting duck. The Aurors reacted quickly, and after a moment of shock, they shifted their gaze and stopped looking at the basilisk. At the same time, they changed their formation instantly, leaving only 3 Aurors to protect Mike and Abbott, while the rest of the Aurors quickly spread out and attacked the basilisk at different locations. The division of labor among the Aurors was very clear. One Auror cast Transfiguration, transforming the surrounding strange rocks into giant stone hands that grabbed the basilisk's rolling body, trying to control it. An Auror moved quickly, trying to find the head of the basilisk and cast the eye disease spell, a spell that could temporarily blind the opponent and make the basilisk's most deadly eye attack ineffective. The other Aurors used various powerful spells to cover his actions. But the basilisk was not only extremely powerful, its scales had amazing resistance to magic, and its intelligence was also ridiculously high. It seemed to have seen through the Aurors' tactics, and closed its eyes tightly, not allowing them to use the eye disease spell on it. Its body rolled violently, and the giant stone hand could not control it at all, and it twisted its body to break free. The various attack spells released by the Aurors were useless, and there was no reaction at all when they hit it. Watching the huge creature with a fish tail being regurgitated bit by the basilisk, Mike came up with a plan. The stone spear appeared immediately. Mike swung a mysterious rune in the air with the magic wand in his hand and whispered the spell of the Earth Spike Curse. Suddenly, a thick stone pillar emerged from the stone wall facing the basilisk's mouth and stabbed the fish's tail. The basilisk was about to regurgitate it, but the stone pillar pushed it back a lot. The basilisk seemed to be choked and struggled violently in the cave in pain. The basilisk lashed like a whip, bringing out a violent sound of wind. The basilisk's struggle this time was far more violent than last time. The entire cave began to shake as it rolled over. The spear-shaped stone pillars on the top of the cave were broken one after another and fell onto the people underground. The Aurors who were attacking the basilisk were experienced Aurors. They kept their balance in the violent vibrations, and moved like a fish. They avoided all the falling stone pillars and used transfiguration to transform the stones around the basilisk into sharp stone spears to attack the basilisk. They had found that magic damage could not cause much damage to the basilisk, so they began to use physical attacks. The basilisk's scales were obviously not very resistant to physical attacks. Under the continuous attacks of several Aurors, the scales shattered piece by piece, revealing the bright red flesh inside. But the Aurors who were protecting Mike and others didn't have it so easy. Since they had to protect Abbott, they could only stay where they were. Protect them all. Including Abbott, several Aurors raised their wands and released a range-type protection spell in the direction of their heads. The range of this protection spell was much larger than that of armor. Although it consumed more magic power, it could be released by multiple wizards together to reduce their respective consumption and enhance the effect. Mike didn't know how to protect everything, so he attacked the basilisk that had vomited out most of the food in its mouth again. Since the basilisk had learned its lesson this time and moved its head away from the wall, Mike could only use the fire spell to bombard the basilisk. Although the cave was very humid, which greatly reduced the power of the fire spell, the fireball still caused great damage to the basilisk because many of its scales had been knocked off. The basilisk finally regurgitated the food in its mouth, glanced at everyone at the scene with a pair of cold eyes, and then quickly closed them, blocking the eye curse shot by an aura from the side. The basilisk spit out its tongue continuously and determined the direction to pounce towards Mike. The basilisk still remembered its master's order to kill Mike first. When Mike saw the basilisk coming towards them, their expressions changed drastically. Several Aurors could no longer protect Abbott and dodged to the side. They knew that the protection they released could not stop the attack of a large monster like the basilisk. But the basilisk was obviously faster than them. With just a few swings of its head, it hit the 3 Aurors' chests, causing them to dent. They flew backwards spitting blood, and it was obvious that they were doomed. Abbott obviously lacked combat experience, and faced with the attacking basilisk, he did not choose to flee, but instead used several obstacles and transformation spells in succession to try to stop the basilisk. But the basilisk was not so easy to stop, and in an instant it came to Abbott, opened its bloody mouth and bit him. With the help of the speed spell, the microphone moved much faster than others, and rushed through the rocky caves. Thanks to the death of the Aurors, he quickly distanced himself from the basilisk. Seeing Abbott in danger, he gritted his teeth and cast the Earth Spike spell at the fastest speed in his life. The stone spear appears. Just when the basilisk was about to bite Abbott, a thick stone spear suddenly shot out from the ground under the snake's mouth and stabbed the basilisk's chin hard, causing it to close its mouth prematurely. Abbott, who had escaped death, finally reacted. Without even looking at the basilisk in front of him, he ran straight to the remaining Aurors on the side. The basilisk moved its mouth, bent its body into a bow shape, and fixed its eyes on Mike. Although Mike's attack just now did not cause much damage to it, it angered it again. Mike was immediately scared when he saw this. He recognized this move. It was a special movement used by snakes to accumulate power before hunting. With the distance between him and the basilisk, he couldn't dodge it at all. At the critical moment, Mike could no longer care about so many things. He used the wind speed spell at full speed to create distance while the killing spell was ready to be cast. He would just wait for the basilisk to open its mouth and bite him so that he could hit it. But after running for a long time, Mike found that the basilisk did not launch an attack. Confusedly, he turned his head and glanced at it with his peripheral vision. He saw that the stones around the basilisk seemed to be alive and all gathered towards the basilisk. In just a few seconds, they wrapped it into a stone snake. The basilisk struggled hard, trying to shake off the stones on its body, but to no avail. More and more stones gathered, and the huge force pressed the basilisk to the ground, making it unable to move. Dumbledore, wearing a white robe, slowly walked over from the direction Mike and the others came from. Seeing the embarrassed look of the people, he said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Chapter 110. The Disappearing Heir. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Dumbledore coming. With this recognized strongest white wizard around, the basilisk was simply vulnerable. This was indeed the case. The basilisk was now tightly wrapped by countless stones. Its originally fierce struggle became increasingly weaker, and in the end it simply stopped moving. But Dumbledore obviously didn't want to let it go. He pointed the Elder Wand at the basilisk, and the stones wrapped around the basilisk began to shrink again. The force was so great that many stones turned into stone powder in an instant. The basilisk, which had originally stopped moving, began to struggle violently again, but to no avail. Gradually, bright red blood began to flow out from the cracks in the stones, and the basilisk's cries of pain began to become weaker, until finally they disappeared. By the time Dumbledore put down his wand, the basilisk's entire body had been squeezed into pieces and was unrecognizable. Mike and the others watched Dumbledore display his power, and they dared not even breathe. They had spent a lot of effort to barely knock off a few snake scales, but Dumbledore crushed the basilisk to death with one move, just like crushing a bug. The strongest white wizard was indeed worthy of his reputation. Dumbledore looked at the stunned crowd and explained again, "I'm sorry, I'm late. I didn't expect you to find the basilisk so quickly. In order to solve the petrification caused by the basilisk, I went to France to visit an old friend and got some mandrake, so I was delayed for some time." Abbott and the others looked at each other in silence after hearing this. Only Mike frowned slightly and sneered in his heart. Mandrake is very valuable, and there are already immature mandrakes in Hogwarts, which means that as long as everyone waits for a while, they can use free mandrakes without having to spend money to buy them. It seems that this most powerful white wizard really loves his savior, Mr. Little, so much that in order to allow him to recover as soon as possible and return to school, he even made a special trip to France to get some mandrake back. At this time, more and more Aurors came out from the original pipe. When they saw the basilisk lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, they all gasped. After being surprised, they looked at Dumbledore with admiration. When Dumbledore saw that most people had arrived, he said, "Leave half of you to take care of the wounded, and the rest of you can continue exploring with me. Remember to stay alert. Although the basilisk has been eliminated, there is still a Slytherin heir who has not been found." The Aurors at the scene had no objection to Dumbledore taking over the command, and they happily followed Dumbledore and continued to move forward. Mike had consumed too much magic power in the previous battle, so he did not follow them to explore the Slytherin's secret room. Looking at the white-robed wizard walking in front of the many Aurors, Mike also had a little understanding in his heart. This is the meaning of being strong. The weak need to stick together, while the strong only need to continue to improve themselves. As long as you are strong enough, wealth, power, fame and women will come to you uninvited. This is the biggest difference between the idealistic world of wizarding society and the materialistic Muggle society. Of course, it is not easy to achieve this. Looking at the history of the wizarding world over the past 100 years, only 3 people have truly achieved this: Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. Mike, thank you so much. If it weren't for you just now, I might have. Abbott said to Mike sincerely. Mike, who was lost in thought, was interrupted by Abbott's sudden appearance, but he was not annoyed. He smiled and said, "Friends don't need to say thank you. In that situation, I saved you with just a little effort. Don't take it to heart." Abbott was still very nervous at this time. The scene of the basilisk opening its bloody mouth and biting him just now gave him a great shock. Although he was born in an Auror family and his father was the deputy director of the Auror office, he had received a lot of training under the influence of his family since he was a child, but the first time he encountered such a situation still made him feel uneasy for a long time. He stretched out his slightly trembling hand and scratched his hair, then said to Mike, "You are right, I am unfamiliar with you. You are my friend, my best friend." Mike couldn't help laughing when he saw Abbott messing up his neatly combed hair. He gently patted Abbott's arm and continued to comfort him. Of course, he could see that Abbott was very grateful to him and wanted to repay him. He estimated that even if he made excessive demands, Abbott would satisfy him. But from a long-term perspective, it was obviously better to be friends with him. And Abbott obviously understood what Mike meant and did not continue to ask for repayment. The two chatted like this, and Abbott's mood gradually returned to normal, and he became the elegant and polite gentleman again, but the messy hairstyle still made Mike want to laugh. Dumbledore soon returned with the Auror team. Although they found Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, they found nothing. Mike was not surprised by this. Now the entire Hogwarts was firmly controlled by the Aurors, and the heir had no chance to run out and continue to give orders to the basilisk. Although they didn't catch the heir of Slytherin, everyone's faces were still filled with smiles. The basilisk was their target this time. Compared with the harm of the basilisk, the heir of Slytherin, an underage wizard who had not yet graduated, was obviously not worth mentioning. Leaving behind a few Aurors to deal with the basilisk's body, Dumbledore took Mike and others back to Hogwarts Castle through the pipe. When they arrived at the auditorium and announced that the basilisk had been destroyed, the little wizards who had been waiting eagerly all cheered, and the sound was so loud that it almost overturned the magical ceiling of the auditorium. Everyone who returned was treated like heroes. Mike should have stayed in the auditorium to enjoy this glorious moment that belonged to him, but at this moment there was something more important waiting for him to do. In the special ward of the infirmary, Mike was nervously watching Madame Pomfrey applying medicine to Penelope. Thanks to Harry, Penelope was finally freed from the petrified state. Fortunately, Dumbledore bought Penelope's share when he bought medicine for Harry. If he only bought the medicine Harry needed, Mike guaranteed that he would never let him suffer in the next few years. The light yellow liquid flowed into Penlow's slightly opened mouth, and soon Penlow's body became soft again. Her originally stiff and twisted posture also became normal. Mike, who noticed this, hurriedly squeezed forward. His anxious look was seen by Madame Pomfrey, who smiled and shook her head. Then Madame Pomfrey picked up her medicine box and left the ward, leaving the rest of the time to the boy and girl. Chapter 111. Penelope wakes up. Mike stared at Penelope nervously. Although Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey had assured Mike that the potion prepared by Snape using Mandrake would definitely be able to restore Penelope, Mike was still very nervous. It turned out that Mike's worries were unnecessary. Penelope's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and then she slowly opened her eyes under Mike's expectant gaze. Penelope looked at Mike with confusion and asked, "What is going on? What happened?" "That's a long story, ma'am. Please allow me to tell you slowly later. Your first priority now is to eat. You have been petrified for several days." Mike felt relieved when he saw Penelope wake up, and spoke to her in a funny tone similar to that of an early British gentleman. Penelope took the bread handed to her by Mike in a daze, trying hard to recall what had happened before. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she grabbed Mike's hand before he could retract it after handing him the bread and shouted angrily, "You stood me up. actually the letter asking you out wasn't written by me. How about you think about it again? Penelope frowned, pondered for a while, and then slowly said, I remember that night I received your letter asking me to meet at the Eaglehead door knocker, and then I went out. Then I waited for a long time but you didn't come. I was so anxious that I kept staring at the door. Then I saw a vertical pupil. Penelope covered her head in pain when she said this. Mike rushed forward and hugged her to comfort her. Okay, it's all over now. After being held in Mike's arms, Penelope seemed to be in much better condition, and her frown relaxed. Just as the two were enjoying this beautiful moment, a cough suddenly came. Penelope hurriedly pushed Mike away, and with a red face, she shrank back into the quilt, not daring to look at anyone. Mike sighed and turned to look at the person who had disturbed him at the door. Mr. Townley, I think you and Miss Penelope should get ready. The celebratory dinner tonight is about to begin. Dumbledore said with a smile in his eyes and a teasing tone. Next to him were Harry and Ron, who looked gossipy. Mike was a little confused. Logically, Hermione should have come after Harry was discharged. He looked behind them and found Hermione standing alone with her arms folded and her back facing the door of the ward, looking a little angry. Mike chuckled and replied, Okay, Headmaster Dumbledore, we'll be there soon. You guys go first and don't have to wait for us. Dumbledore agreed and left with a smile. Harry and Hermione also made a move to leave, but Ron seemed to have something else to say to Mike, and was reluctant to leave with an expression of wanting to say something but not being able to. Seeing this, Harry quickly reached out and pulled Ron away, while making a cheering gesture to Mike. Seeing that everyone had left, Mike gently patted the bulging quilt and said to Pinello, who was acting as an ostrich inside, They are all gone, you come out. The white quilt was kicked away, and Penelope said to Mike, They saw it. So what? Mike asked confusedly. They saw it. Penelope's expression became even more exaggerated when she heard Mike's answer, as if she was surprised that Mike didn't understand the seriousness of the problem. Mike spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders and gave her a confused look. Seeing this, Penelope completely exploded and rushed directly to Mike, patting Mike's chest continuously, and kept muttering in her mouth, They must have seen it, I am so embarrassed. Although Penelope didn't use much force when she hit her, Michael would not just stand there and let her hit him. He put his hands under her armpits, picked Penelope up from the bed and started spinning around, causing the girl to scream. After walking for a while, Mike put Penelope, who was out of breath, down and looked at the bright smile on Penelope's face. He said, I think we may not have time to dwell on this issue anymore. You heard what Dumbledore said just now. The dinner is about to begin, and you are really hard to describe right now. Upon hearing this, Penelope quickly ran to the bedside and picked up the mirror to look at herself. Penelope in the mirror had messy hair, a flushed face, and her clothes were half open. Penelope screamed and rushed out, but just as she walked out of the ward door, she turned back and said to Mike, I have to go back to the dormitory to touch up my makeup. Lend me some clothes first, I can't let others see me like this. Mike curled his lips when he heard this, and cast a transformation spell to turn Penelope's windbreaker into a hooded robe and said, It just so happens that I also need to go to the dormitory to tidy up, let's go together. Penelope nodded, put on her hood, and followed Mike out of the ward. On the way back to the Ravenclaw common room, Mike told Penelope in detail what had happened in the past few days. Those thrilling stories made Penelope exclaim from time to time. It was not until the two of them arrived at the Ravenclaw common room that Penelope reluctantly separated from Mike and returned to her dormitory to touch up her makeup, while Mike also went to tidy up his hair, which had been messed up during the battle with the basilisk. It didn't take Mike long to get back to the lounge, but the door to Penelope's bedroom was still closed. Mike wasn't surprised, because girls always spend a lot of time putting on makeup. Because boys couldn't go into girls' bedrooms, Mike could only sit on the sofa next to the fireplace and wait silently. Mike hadn't sat on this sofa for a long time because of the basilisk. When he sat on it again, he closed his eyes because of the familiar comfort. Perhaps because he had been in a state of high tension these days, Mike fell asleep just like that. In his dream, Mike saw the raven again. He originally thought that the raven was going to do something weird again, but strangely, the raven just kept scratching his nose with its feathers, making him very itchy. When he opened his eyes, he found that it was Penelope who was tickling his nose with her hair. He couldn't help but find it funny and reached out to hug her. But Penelope dodged Mike's embrace like a kitten, raised a finger and said, stop messing around, I just fixed it with great difficulty, please don't mess it up again. Mike only noticed the change in Penelope at this time. Penelope should have put on light makeup. At first glance, there was no trace of makeup, but she looked better than before. Although she was wearing the Hogwarts school uniform robe, it still couldn't hide Penelope's beautiful figure. Mike looked at the faint bulge on the school uniform robe, and recalled the feeling of hugging Penelope in the ward before, and couldn't help laughing. You are so beautiful. You will definitely be the most beautiful girl tonight. Mike praised without hesitation. Penelope blushed at Mike's undisguised exaggeration, and shyly lifted her hair, revealing her earrings, and said to Mike, "Let's go, it's getting late." Mike then noticed that it was getting completely dark outside, so he stood up and went to the auditorium with Penelope. Along the way, Mike secretly used his magic to sense the material of the earrings on Penelope and found that they were just cheap silver. He couldn't help but feel a little moved. I thought maybe I knew what gift I should give her for Christmas. Chapter 112. Celebration Dinner. Mike and Penelope walked into the auditorium together. At this time, the auditorium was already crowded with people. The young wizards who had been suppressed for a long time were venting their pent-up emotions in the past few days. In addition to the long tables for the 4 major colleges, there was another long table in the hall, which was prepared for the Aurors. At Dumbledore's enthusiastic request, these Aurors decided to stay in Hogwarts for dinner before leaving. Abbott, who was sitting at the long table, had been keeping an eye on the door. When he saw Mike and Penelope finally appear, he quickly stood up and waved to Mike, motioning him to sit next to him. Mike also noticed Abbott, and calmly brought Penelope to sit next to Abbott. Abbott was not the only one who noticed the arrival of Mike, and the others, Harry and Ron, also noticed it. "Look, it's Mike. He came with Senior Penelope, and it looks like they are a couple," Harry said excitedly, pulling Ron aside. Ron was holding a roast chicken and eating it, but Harry suddenly pulled him, and the chicken in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. He finally managed to hold the chicken steady again, and said with a bitter face, "That's too bad." "What are you talking about? Mike is our friend," Harry said angrily. "Not only is he very capable, he is also helpful. You know how he helped that Hufflepuff before. If you ask me, he and Penelope are a perfect match." As soon as Harry said this, Ron quickly covered Harry's mouth with his greasy hand, and with his other hand, he put his index finger in front of his mouth, made a silencing gesture and said, "Shh. Keep your voice down, don't let Percy hear. I don't mean to say that Mike and Penelope are not a good match, it's just that Percy is also pursuing Penelope, and I just feel sorry for Percy. Although he always looks hypocritical, he is still my brother after all, so you understand." As he was talking, Ron secretly glanced at Percy, who was sitting not far from them. Seeing that Percy was eating steak with a knife and fork, and there was nothing unusual, he breathed a sigh of relief and let go of his greasy hands that were covering Harry. But what Ron didn't notice was that Percy's hands, which were holding the knife and fork, had begun to turn white from excessive force. It was obvious that he was not as calm as he appeared to be. Back to Mike, Abbott seemed a little surprised that Mike brought Penelope with him, but he quickly concealed it and continued talking to Mike and Penelope with a smile. Abbott, who had received very strict interpersonal communication training, was obviously a very good wingman. During the conversation, he kept bragging about Mike's role in the battle against the basilisk, but he didn't exaggerate as much as Ron. After the story was told, there was obviously a bit more admiration in Penelope's eyes when she looked at Mike. When Penelope went to the bathroom, Abbott whispered to Mike, "I didn't expect you to be with Penelope. I really underestimated you. Merlin, you are only 12 years old." Mike smiled shyly at Abbott, without explaining anything, and continued to eat the steak on the plate. I don't know if it was because he had been eating bread for too long or because the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen had great cooking skills, but the food at this banquet was very delicious. Abbott saw that Mike didn't answer and knew that Mike didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, so he said, "Let's get down to business. My father is here this time too. You weren't here when he was speaking on the stage just now, and he came to see you. You have to come with me to meet him after the banquet is over." This time Mike finally put down the knife and fork in his hand and asked puzzledly, "Your father, why is he here?" "Please. His son almost died this time. As a father, he must come to see me," Abbott said with an exaggerated expression. "In addition, he is here to commend the team members of this snake removal operation. This operation went very smoothly. It took only 1 day to eliminate the basilisk. The Ministry of Magic is very satisfied. Mike understood what he said. Uncle Mario might have come to him to thank him specifically. As for rewarding the Auror team, it was probably just a coincidence. He looked up at the teacher's table on the stage. The enthusiastic Uncle Mario was indeed there, talking happily with Professor Flitwick. At this time, Penelope also walked into the auditorium. Looking at Penelope, who was gradually approaching, Mike nodded secretly to Abbott, indicating that he understood. Abbott also noticed Penelope, and seeing Mike nod, a smile appeared on his face again, and he began a new round of wingman career. Time passed quickly during the humorous conversation between Abbott and the microphone, and soon the food on the table became the final dessert, which also meant that the dinner was coming to an end. Dumbledore walked to the podium and tapped a golden cup with a spoon, making a crisp sound. The young wizards were attracted by the sound, stopped what they were doing, and looked at the podium. At the end of the dinner, I still have something to say to everyone. Please tolerate the nagging of an old man like me. Dumbledore said when everyone quieted down. Not long ago, we went through a difficult period. But fortunately, you are all good children. Even in the face of life-threatening situations, you still have full confidence in Hogwarts. Thanks to everyone's unity, we finally won the final victory. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the entire hall burst into deafening applause. Dumbledore held up his hands and motioned for everyone to be quiet. When the scene quieted down, he continued, "Today, the first people I want to thank are the 3 temporary management team members who died heroically. They are Baker and Josiah from Gryffindor and Richard from Ravenclaw. In order to commend their contributions to Hogwarts, after discussion with the professors, I unanimously decided to award them the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award, and at the same time add 100 points to each of them. In addition, Mr. Mike Townley from Ravenclaw performed very well in this snake removal operation. I would like to give Mr. Townley 100 points. Now, I declare that the dinner is officially over." Amidst warm applause, the students in the auditorium began to leave the hall under the leadership of their class leaders. The young wizards were obviously very satisfied with the banquet, and they all burped with their bulging stomachs. After sending Penelope back first, Mike and Abbott went to an office next to the auditorium. "Mike. I'm finally here." Uncle Mario gave Mike a warm hug. "Thank you so much for this time. If something happened to Abbott, I really don't know what I would do. It's just a small favor, Uncle Mario. I am friends with Abbott, and I can't just watch him die in Shekau." "You're right, I was being polite." Uncle Mario touched the corner of his eye and said, "Don't worry, from now on you are the best friend of our free family. No matter what difficulties you encounter, we will do our best to help you." Uncle Mario's words were very similar to Abbott's, and they were indeed father and son. But he was still much more sophisticated than Abbott, and made a clear promise to Mike to prevent Mike from being dissatisfied with them. Mike did not continue to give in and thanked Uncle Mario. Giving in once is a virtue, but giving in all the time is just showing off. Seeing that Mike had no intention of continuing to give in, Uncle Mario was obviously relieved. He changed the subject and began to praise Mike's performance in this operation. It was not until Mike started yawning that Uncle Mario took Abbott to say goodbye to Mike. Chapter 113. Lockhart's Invitation. The next day, as if foreshadowing that the dark cloud that the basilisk had brought to Hogwarts had dissipated, the long-lost sunshine once again shone on Hogwarts Castle. Mike got out of bed in high spirits, looked at the bright sunshine outside the window and the owls flying by from time to time, and stretched lazily. He found that he was actually a very nostalgic person. He had been running around outside for a while and had no chance to return to his dormitory. Last night, he lay down on his bed and fell asleep immediately. He didn't even do the daily brain-blocking training. After making his bed, Mike walked out of the dormitory. Everyone who came towards him greeted Mike with a smile. As the only one alive among the 4 people who were commended by Dumbledore at the end of the dinner last night, Mike won the respect of all Ravenclaws, not to mention that he also won 100 points for Ravenclaw, making the gem in Ravenclaw's hourglass now the same as Gryffindor, far exceeding Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Normally, Mike might have avoided these annoying flies, but today he was in a particularly good mood and actually greeted his classmates one by one. The students became even more enthusiastic when they saw Mike like this, and one girl even wanted to hug Mike. Fortunately, Franklin arrived in time with a group of Ravenclaw students of Muggle descent and dragged the girl, who weighed at least 200 pounds, away. Ever since Mike helped the Hufflepuff student in the hall last time, many Muggle students in Hogwarts have become Mike's loyal fans, and even formed a Mike Club. As Mike's number one best friend, self-proclaimed, Franklin naturally became the club's minister. "Mike, we should go. We will be late for class if we don't leave now," Franklin said to Mike. Mike kept smiling as he waved to the students who were blocked by the Mike Club members. After causing a cheer, he followed Franklin to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. When the two arrived at the classroom, the class had not started yet and there were not many people in the classroom. Mike ate the sandwich Franklin brought him bit by bit and said, "How are you feeling recently?" "Not bad, thanks to you, I am now considered a semi-famous person," Franklin replied with his legs crossed. "You didn't see it, some girls even sent me love letters." "OMG, do I look stupid? I can tell at a glance that those girls are coming for you." Before Mike could reply, Lockhart walked into the classroom, and the first Defense Against the Dark Arts class after the basilisk incident officially began. Mike stuffed the last small piece of sandwich into his mouth and watched Lockhart on the stage with great interest as he began to tell the story in his novel. Mike had never read any novel written by Lockhart. In the past, he had disdained to read any novels because he knew that Lockhart was just an incompetent memory thief. But today he was in a good mood, and while listening to Lockhart's lecture on the stage, he found that the stories written by Lockhart were quite attractive. To be honest, Lockhart is indeed a good novelist. Whether it is the plot rhythm or the bursts of excitement, Lockhart handles it very well. It is not without reason that he can be successful. Lockhart on the stage had been paying attention to the reaction of Mike, the new celebrity of Hogwarts. Seeing that Mike was listening with great interest, he spoke even more excitedly. But he did not let Mike go on stage to perform the plot in the novel, because he already knew why he was beaten up in the Ravenclaw common room after investigation. He did not think it was just a coincidence, he thought it was Mike's revenge against him. Mike was not like Harry Potter, he could rely on his professor status to make him cooperate with him. If Mike was embarrassed in public, Lockhart believed that Mike would definitely give him a taste of his own medicine. So in this harmonious and pleasant atmosphere, Lockhart's Defense Against the Dark Arts class was over. Mike hummed a little tune and stood up to leave the classroom to go to the auditorium for lunch. The dinner had just been held yesterday, so the lunch today must be very rich. "Hey, Mike! Can I take up a moment of your time?" Lockhart suddenly appeared in front of Mike, rubbing his hands. "Can you come to my office after your class this afternoon? I have something I want to discuss with you." Looking at Lockhart's smooth face nourished by various skincare products, Mike's smile slowly disappeared and he said, "What's wrong, Professor Lockhart? Did I do something wrong?" No. You misunderstood. I'm definitely looking for you for good reasons this time. It's just not convenient to say it here. Just don't worry." Seeing that Mike had misunderstood, Lockhart hurriedly explained. Seeing Lockhart's strange attitude, Mike also became alert. The heir of Slytherin has not been caught yet, so Lockhart must be the heir? Was he planning to kill me by asking me to go to his office this time? Mike pondered for a moment and shook his head again. Lockhart had no motive to do so. Judging from the heir's actions, he had been targeting Mike from the beginning. From this point, it can be concluded that the heir must be Mike's enemy. But Mike and Lockhart did not have any big hatred. But even though the possibility of Lockhart being the heir was very small, it did not mean that he was completely free of suspicion. Lockhart's office was definitely not to be visited. If Lockhart was really the heir, then it would be extremely unwise to fight him on his home turf. Mike's brain worked quickly and he soon thought of a good place, the kitchen of Hogwarts. There are many house elves in the kitchen of Hogwarts. Although these house elves usually look timid, they are actually very powerful. If Lockhart really has a conflict with them, those house elves will definitely not sit idly by. Thinking of this, Mike nodded to Lockhart and said, "I can talk to you, but we have to change the venue. I don't like the decoration in your office very much. Let's go to the Hogwarts kitchen. I also want to ask the house elves some questions about cooking magic." Lockhart showed an embarrassment on his face, and he agreed after hesitating for a moment. Franklin looked at Lockhart's departing back and asked Mike, "He doesn't look right. Do you want me to go with you later?" Mike glanced at Franklin and saw that his face was full of tension. He knew what he was thinking. He felt guilty because Franklin, as his friend, did not help him in the basilisk incident. Mike stared at Franklin for a long time, until Franklin became uncomfortable, then he withdrew his gaze and said slowly, "Thank you, Franklin, I'll ask you to go with me later this afternoon." Chapter 114. Kindness needs reward. In interpersonal relationships, blindly giving without accepting anything in return will not make the other person more grateful to you. Instead, it will make others distance themselves from you or even resent you. Because no one likes the feeling of owing others. Sometimes, accepting others' kindness appropriately will bring you closer to them, because once you accept it, it means you owe them a favor, and humans like the feeling of being owed a favor. Relationships between people can only become closer if they come and go. Franklin looked at Mike's sincere expression and was obviously relieved. A smile appeared on his face again. He excitedly told Mike some negative information about Lockhart, trying to prove that Lockhart was an extremely dangerous person and that Mike's decision to take him to see Lockhart was the right one. Mike didn't expose him and continued talking along with him. The two of them came to the auditorium, talking and laughing. Many students were already enjoying lunch in the hall. As Mike expected, today's lunch was quite sumptuous. The main dishes were Hufflepuff cream chicken and roast meat, and the dessert was Yorkshire pudding. Hufflepuff cream chicken was said to be a delicacy invented by a Hufflepuff lady. The cooking method was extremely complicated. A rich milky aroma would burst in your mouth when you took a bite. It was very delicious. All the decorations from last night's dinner have been removed, and the names of some students who had carved them on the walls to commemorate the difficult years they spent in the auditorium have also disappeared. Mike and Franklin quickly sat down under the temptation of delicious food, and 2 Hufflepuff cream chickens with the aroma of milk and hot air instantly appeared on the 2 plates in front of them. Mike had admired this dish for a long time. He was so hungry that he couldn't resist it anymore. He didn't care whether it was clean or not. He reached out and pulled off a chicken leg and started to chew it. Okay. As soon as Mike took a big bite of chicken leg, he felt as if he had arrived in heaven on earth. He cried out in comfort and quickened his eating pace. Franklin on the side was in a similar state to Mike, both immersed in the deliciousness of Hufflepuff cream chicken. Mike, are you free? A familiar voice came, and Mike rolled his eyes, thinking whether he was free or not. Didn't you see it yet? But he still put down the chicken drumstick in his hand and said, "What's wrong, Harry? I'm very sorry. I only found out after listening to Headmaster Dumbledore's final speech yesterday. It turns out that because of my willfulness, 3 seniors were sacrificed and you were almost in danger." Harry stood there with a sad face, his hands still rubbing his school robes. Hermione and Ron beside him had the same expression. "I'm fine. After all, I arrived at the scene after the incident," Mike said calmly. "The key is those 3 seniors. Their sacrifices were really unjustified." Harry's guilty look became even more serious after hearing this. After a long silence, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I've decided. I'll ask Professor Dumbledore for leave. I'm going to apologize to their family in person and compensate them, even if it means emptying the inheritance my parents left me." Everyone present was shocked when these words came out. Ron was the first to scream, "Are you crazy? What if they ask for too much? What will you do if they pay all the money? I still have Uncle Vernon. When the time comes, I'll ask them for tuition. I don't think they'll refuse." Harry's tone became a little hesitant. "Then, what if the money in your vault is not enough?" Ron continued to ask. "If it's not enough, I will pay it back slowly later. One day I will be able to pay it off." Harry's face changed again and again, and finally he said firmly, "Ron, you don't have to persuade me, I've made up my mind. If I don't do this, I will be driven crazy by guilt in the future." Mike heard the whole conversation between the two, and at this moment he finally began to face Harry squarely. "Harry, I support you," Mike said sincerely, "you are a truly kind person." Harry laughed happily when he saw someone agreeing with him. Ron on the side had a desperate look on his face, as if he was the one who lost the money instead of Harry, and he kept muttering, "Merlin, this is a lot of money." Mike didn't wait for Harry to continue, and continued, "But your financial situation is not optimistic. Remember the money you lent me before the start of the 1st grade? It seems that it's time to pay you back now." After saying that, Mike stretched out his hand to take out the bag of traceless stretching spell in his arms, but halfway through he remembered that his hands were covered in oil stains, so he quickly stopped. Franklin, who was standing by, saw this and took out his magic wand and used it to clean Mike, regardless of the fact that his hands were also dirty. Mike nodded and thanked Franklin, then took out a bag of traceless extension charm from his arms and handed it to Harry, saying, I used your 200 gold galleons to do some business with the Weasley brothers and made some money. Here are 2,000 gold galleons, I hope it can help you. No, no, this is too much, I can't take it. Harry hurriedly shook his hand and refused. You don't have to pay me back, I wanted to give you that money in the first place. Do you remember what you said to me when you gave me the money? We are friends, and it is natural for friends to help each other. You helped me when I was in the most difficult time, and now it's my turn to help you. Mike stuffed the bag into Harry's hand and said, although these 2,000 gold galleons may not be able to help you much, it is also a token of my love. Don't think it's too little. Mike's sincere words made Harry's eyes red. He was so excited that he could hardly control himself and said with a sob, thank you, Mike. What are you thanking me for? We are friends. Mike smiled and patted Harry's shoulder. I'll go find Headmaster Dumbledore now. Harry ran out of the hall like a gust of wind. Hermione followed him. Ron stood there stupidly looking at their backs and shouted desperately, at least finish lunch first. Seeing that the two men ignored him, he slowly walked out of the auditorium. After all three of them left, Franklin asked in confusion, 2,000 gold galleons, is that too much? You think it's not worth it? Mike asked as he picked up the chicken leg he had not finished eating. Seeing Franklin nod, Mike said, kindness needs to be rewarded. If a kind person keeps doing good deeds but does not receive any rewards, he will sooner or later become an indifferent person. Many people sneer at kindness and regard it as chaff, but I think kindness is definitely the most precious and beautiful thing in the world. Although I am not a good person, I can even say I am a bad person, but this does not affect my appreciation of this beauty. So since God cannot give rewards to those kind people, then I will give them. Of course, this is based on the premise that I can do my best. Franklin felt something powerful and stared at Mike blankly. He felt as if a ray of holy light was descending from the sky onto Mike. Chapter 115. Herbal Medicine Class. After enjoying a short lunch break, Mike and Franklin went to the greenhouse where the herbology class was held. This afternoon's herbology class was taught by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor together. Mike thought that the three saviors would miss this class, but when Mike arrived at the greenhouse, he found Ron and Hermione fiddling with a strange plant in the greenhouse. What's going on? Didn't you follow Harry to see Dumbledore? Mike asked. Yes, in fact Dumbledore did agree to Harry's request, and even personally took him to the homes of those seniors. Hermione said with a bitter face. However, Headmaster Dumbledore rejected our request to apologize together, saying that he was afraid that it would affect our studies. Mike looked at Ron, who was screaming in pain after his finger was bitten by the strange plant, and said speechlessly, well, maybe you should study herbology properly. What do you mean? Hermione was furious. My herbology score last year was much higher than yours. Not only herbology, but also history of magic, transfiguration and so on. My scores were much higher than yours. You are the one who should study hard. You heard me wrong. I was talking about Ron, not you. Mike waved his hands and explained, take a good look at him. Hermione turned her head to look at Ron, and seeing that Ron was in so much pain that tears were about to flow, she couldn't help but sigh, and used her wand to conjure a feather to lightly tickle the strange plant. The plant seemed to be very ticklish, and it sneezed when the feather tickled it, and directly spit out Ron's finger. Mike took this opportunity to run away. He knew Hermione too well. She could keep nagging you for a whole day. Seeing Hermione start to teach Ron about the strange plant, Mike breathed a sigh of relief and silently mourned for Ron for 3 seconds. At this time, Professor Sprout also walked out of the botanical garden behind the greenhouse and announced the official start of the herbology class. Professor Sprout is a kind lady. She and Snape are like two extremes, one is warm like the sun, and the other is cold like ice. Therefore, although Professor Sprout does not have much power in Hogwarts, he is the most popular, especially among the muggle-blooded wizards in Hufflepuff, who treat Sprout as their own relative and elder. The students who were playing and joking in the greenhouse hurried back to their seats when they saw Professor Sprout appear. Professor Sprout greeted everyone with a smile, walked to the strange plant, raised it and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. Are you satisfied with your lunch today? That is a recipe invented by Ms. Hufflepuff." Everyone said yes. The plant we are going to study today is the York flytrap I have in my hand. They are very similar to the common flytrap in the Muggle world. They also use nectar and fragrance to attract prey, and finally eat the prey when it enters the trap. But the difference is that the York flytrap can grow up to more than 3 meters tall, which means that humans and all animals of similar size to humans are also on the menu of these little creatures. The content of our class today is to feed these little creatures. It is worth noting that these York flytraps are also poisonous, and their toxins have a strong paralyzing effect. You must wear dragon leather gloves when feeding them to prevent being bitten by them. Sprout looked around and saw Ron, who was paralyzed and lying on the ground drooling. Well, it seems you already know about this. Professor Sprout smiled and shook his head, then he pulled out a beaker-shaped cup from a box nearby and poured the pale yellow liquid into Ron's open mouth. The medicine soon began to take effect. Ron struggled to get up from the ground, brushed off the dirt on his body, and began to thank Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout nodded and continued, "Once the York flytrap has bitten its prey, it will never let go. So does anyone know how to make the York flytrap open its mouth by itself?" Hermione was the first to raise her hand when she heard that, and Mike, recalling what Hermione had done after Ron was bitten, hesitated for a moment and then raised his hand as well. There were many students who raised their hands in the greenhouse. Mike was not the only one who had just seen Hermione deal with the York flytrap. Professor Sprout looked around and called Mike's name. Mike was a little surprised when his name was called. He thought Professor Sprout would let Hermione answer this question, after all, she was the first to raise her hand. Tickle it. Correct answer, 10 extra points for Ravenclaw. Sprout said happily. Seeing this, Hermione stomped on the ground angrily, but accidentally stepped on Ron's foot, causing Ron to scream in pain. Everyone's attention was drawn to his scream. Hermione's face turned red with shame and she almost wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Mike was also a little embarrassed. He really didn't want to steal Hermione's points just now. Who knew that Professor Sprout would call his name? "Okay, everyone, look here," Professor Sprout said, "let's get on with the class. Please pay attention." In the following time, whenever Mike raised his hand, Professor Sprout would let Mike answer the question. If he answered correctly, he would get 10 points, and if he answered incorrectly, he would get 5 points for his courage. Now anyone could see that Professor Sprout was deliberately favoring Mike. Mike also figured out why Professor Sprout did this. Perhaps it was because he helped the little Hufflepuff wizard, so Professor Sprout favored him. But in this situation, Sprout's excessive favoritism was almost turning into flattery. Seeing that the little wizards around him were looking at him with increasingly strange eyes, Mike had no choice but to stop raising his hand. After finally making it to the end of Get Out of Class, Mike finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione ran out of the greenhouse as soon as Sprout announced the end of Get Out of Class. Seeing this, Mike hurried forward to chase her, wanting to explain to Hermione. However, it was just the time when classes were over and people were gathering. Not only their second-year students who were taking the herbology class, but students from other grades who were taking other courses were also finishing their classes. Blocked by the crowd, Mike chased after Hermione for a long distance but was unable to catch up. Watching Hermione disappear in the crowd, Mike shook his head helplessly. Hey, why don't you chase me anymore?" Franklin said as he caught up breathlessly. "I lost her." Mike sighed and said, "Forget it, let's ignore her for now, let's go to the Hogwarts kitchen first." Mike had long noticed that Hermione's attitude towards him was not right recently, and she seemed to be angry with him. However, due to too many things happening recently, Mike did not deal with the matter. Now it seems that Hermione is quite dissatisfied with him, and it has reached the point where he has to intervene. Mike made a silent decision in his heart that he would find an opportunity to talk to Hermione later. Chapter 116. Wonderful Kitchen. Mike and Franklin no longer hesitated and headed straight towards the Hogwarts kitchen. Along the way, Franklin seemed to see that Mike was in a bad mood and did not say anything more to Mike. The Hogwarts kitchen was located next to the Hufflepuff common room and not far from the greenhouse, and the two walked quickly and soon approached the kitchen. "Why are you here in Hufflepuff?" a voice suddenly came. Mike and Franklin looked back and saw Cedric and two junior Hufflepuff students looking at them with confusion. "We're going to the kitchen," Mike replied with a smile. "I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. I was out on patrol with the management team that day and didn't get here in time. Luckily you came to my rescue." Cedric said sincerely, "What do you want in the kitchen?" "I'm very familiar with that place, maybe I can help." Mike said calmly, No thanks. I just thought the Hufflepuff cream chicken at lunch was delicious, and I wanted to ask the house elves how to make it. Ha! That's Madame Hufflepuff's masterpiece. Cedric snapped his fingers and said excitedly, how about this, I'll go with you and introduce you to the Hogwarts kitchen. Mike and Franklin looked at each other and noticed the helplessness in each other's eyes. No, really. Mike said word by word, we won't bother you with such a small matter. Cedric was not a person with low emotional intelligence. He realized his mistake after a moment's thought and said quickly, well, then I won't go with you. When there's a chance, I'll take you for a tour of the Hufflepuff common room. Mike agreed decisively and sent away the enthusiastic Cedric. Watching Cedric disappear into the entrance of Hufflepuff House, Mike took Franklin into the Hogwarts kitchen. The kitchen at Hogwarts is very large, but the equipment is very simple. Not to mention the electric oven and dishwasher, even the most basic stove is wood-fired. It is hard to imagine that the house elves cooked so many dishes in such an ancient kitchen. When Mike and Franklin arrived in the kitchen, the house elves were preparing dinner. Today's dinner should be roast chicken and sausages. Many house elves wearing pillowcases with the Hogwarts logo worked together. Some of them waved their fingers like a conductor, and the whole live chicken was quickly killed, bled, and feathered. Some were specifically controlling the heat, and some used their fingers to direct the processed broilers to be baked in a stone kiln similar to a primitive oven. The whole kitchen was filled with fragrance. A house elf seemed to have discovered Mike and Franklin, screamed, and disappeared with a chirp. Then, as if a chain reaction had been triggered, all the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen looked at Mike and Franklin in horror, and then disappeared. Mike was speechless. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted to the empty kitchen, we have no ill intentions. We just want to ask you for a favor. Dear wizard, what do you need? A voice suddenly sounded from the side of Mike, who was startled. After finally calming down his pounding heart, he turned his head to look. He saw a well-proportioned house elf with a pair of big pointed ears, about 40 centimeters tall, looking at Mike and the others nervously. There was a forced smile on that little face, but it was a little distorted because it was too nervous. I think. Before Mike could finish, the house elf looked extremely surprised and screamed, wow! You are Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike, who participated in the snake removal operation and was praised by the principal. As soon as these words were spoken, the house elves that had disappeared came out from every corner of the kitchen and looked at Mike curiously. Thank you so much, Sir Mike. If you hadn't gotten rid of the basilisk, we wouldn't be able to work properly until now. The house elf choked up and said, I don't dare to recall the days when I couldn't work properly. It was too painful. The other elves in the kitchen echoed each other, and soon the kitchen was filled with crying. Mike reacted immediately and hurried to comfort the house elves. Franklin was obviously seeing the house elves for the first time and had not yet adjusted. He really didn't understand why he was so upset because he couldn't work properly. After learning about Mike's identity, Mike and Franklin's treatment immediately improved. The house elves warmly invited the two to sit at a huge table, and then one exquisite dish after another was served. Looking at the busy house elves, Mike said to the house elf Hanger, who had been following them from the beginning, you are so enthusiastic that I feel a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, tears as big as beans immediately flowed out of Clothes Hanger's big eyes, and he said hurriedly, we are so useless. We even embarrassed Lord Mike. Damn it. As he said that, he was about to slap himself. Mike quickly stopped him and said, no, no, no. I mean, your hospitality is really great, and the food is delicious. Only then did the Clothes Hanger turn from sadness to joy. Seeing Hanger's attitude change 360 degrees, Mike wiped the sweat from his forehead again and said, Hanger, I think house elves are the best magical creatures in the world, so I have always wanted a house elf of my own. I wonder if I can take one from you. When Hanger heard Mike praising them, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself, but when he heard the second half of Mike's words, he looked embarrassed. Master Mac, I'm afraid that's not possible. Hanger said, we have all signed a contract with Master Hufflepuff to serve Hogwarts for generations. Mike showed a disappointed look when he heard this, but he was very happy in his heart. He knew everything that Hanger said, and he never wanted to take the house elf here away. In that case, forget it. Mike said, can I ask you for a favor? Professor Lockhart will come here to discuss something with me. You may not know that Professor Lockhart has a habit of fighting if he disagrees with something. If he does anything out of line later, can you help me stop him? Hanger's heart almost broke when he saw the disappointment on Mike's face. As a house elf, failing to satisfy the master was the most serious crime. Hearing Mike's request again, there was no reason for him to refuse, and he agreed happily. Seeing that Hanger agreed without hesitation, Mike smiled. This was a sure thing. If Lockhart was really the heir, then he could definitely give him a surprise today. Chapter 117. Testing. In the kitchen of Hogwarts, Mike and Franklin were waiting for Lockhart to arrive. The table in front of them was filled with a variety of exquisite delicacies, and the house elf Hanger was still serving them attentively. I don't know how long it was, until Mike felt a little impatient. The kitchen door was finally pushed open. Lockhart hurried into the kitchen and said with a smile, "Sorry, I was blocked by my fans in Hufflepuff when I passed the door of the Hufflepuff common room. I was delayed for a while because I was signing autographs for them." Lockhart's smile froze on his face the moment he saw Franklin. He looked at Mike puzzledly, as if asking him why there were other people here besides them. Mike naturally understood what he meant, and said expressionlessly, "Franklin is my good friend, and he came here because he was worried about my safety. Don't worry, he is very tight-lipped, and you don't have to worry that he will leak our conversation today." Lockhart hesitated for a while, but finally made up his mind and sat on the chair that the house elf pulled out for him. He smiled and said, "You're joking, Mike. Of course I believe in Franklin. He is a good boy. I have always believed so." Franklin heard what Lockhart said and secretly made a vomiting gesture. At this time, the house elf Hanger also brought a plate and served Lockhart a dish. It was something that looked like cheese toast with eggs baked in the oven. Looking at the cautious look on Hanger's face when he held it, this piece of bread should not be simple. The moment Lockhart saw the dish, his eyes lit up. He quickly tied a napkin around himself, cut a piece and put it in his mouth. Welsh rabbit, a rare delicacy. Lockhart said intoxicatedly, "This was my favorite dish when I was at Hogwarts. After graduation, I have tried Welsh rabbits from many places, but none of them are as delicious as the ones at Hogwarts. I have to say that the cooking skills of the house elves at Hogwarts are really great." The coat hanger shook with excitement at Lockhart's compliment. "Isn't this just cheese toast deluxe?" Franklin whispered to Mike, "Is it that exaggerated?" Mike shook his head, not knowing whether to do so or not. He didn't say anything, but just picked up the juice in front of him and took a sip. When Lockhart saw that no one responded to him, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. However, his rich experience in embarrassing himself enabled him to quickly adjust his facial expression. "Mike, do you know why I accepted Professor Dumbledore's invitation to come to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts?" Seeing that Lockhart was still beating around the bush, Mike decided not to give him any more face. After a moment of thought, he realized that Lockhart had chosen the entire series of novels he had written as the textbook for this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and he had the answer in his mind. "Well, I think you might be doing this to sell your novels. You know, almost every little wizard in Hogwarts has bought a set of your books. You should have made a fortune, right?" Franklin, who was standing by, chuckled when he heard Mike's answer. "Why do you think so?" "I came to Hogwarts to prepare for my new novel." Lockhart's face turned dark. "I knew that the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was cursed by a mysterious person, but when I received the invitation from Dumbledore, I accepted it without hesitation because my desire for inspiration suppressed my fear of the mysterious person. And Hogwarts did not disappoint me. After many years, I returned to Hogwarts again, and inspiration kept bursting out. Especially your experience, Mike. Your experience in the Basilisk incident this year is just like the protagonist of that kind of novel. So I want to interview you about the snake removal operation so that I can write it into my new novel." After Lockhart finished this long speech, he picked up the cup on the table and drank the juice in it. Then, as if he was afraid that Mike would not agree, he continued. "For this new book, I decided to use a new perspective, changing my previous writing style of using the first person. This time I will write the book in the third person, Mike, and you will be the protagonist of this book, and I, Gilderoy Lockhart, will be your defense against the dark arts professor, and will give you full assistance in your battle with the Basilisk. I plan to name this book The End of the Millennium Basilisk." After listening to Lockhart's story quietly, Mike became alert. Having read the original book, he knew that Lockhart was a memory thief. All of his novels were based on stolen experiences from other people. After tricking others into telling him their miraculous experiences, he would use his improved version of the Oblivion to make them forget their experiences, and then Lockhart would take them for himself. After thinking about it, Mike decided to make a bold attempt. According to the original book, Lockhart's strength was not strong. If he was on guard, Lockhart should not be his opponent, not to mention that there were a group of house elves watching him. And if Lockhart is really the heir, then he will make a fortune this time. A blackthorn wand appeared in his hand, and Mike adjusted his sitting position slightly so that he could use his armor to protect himself at any time to repel any possible oblivion spell. Professor Lockhart, I can agree to your request. Mike said with a smile, but at the same time, I have a question that I would like you to answer for me. When Lockhart saw that Mike agreed, he immediately showed his joy and said yes repeatedly. I've read your autobiographical novels. In those novels, you described yourself as a powerful wizard who is almost omnipotent. Mac paused, but from what I've seen from my interactions with you over the past few months, you don't seem to be as powerful as described in the books. Why is that? Lockhart's face froze when he heard this, and he stammered, this. I am conserving my strength. If I show off my strength, I'm afraid I'll scare you little wizards. Oh? If that's the case, why didn't you stand up and defeat the basilisk when it was rampant in Hogwarts? Mike taunted, besides, I heard that you released a cage of Cornish pixies in your first class for Gryffindor. As a result, the situation on the scene seemed to be out of control, and you seemed unable to handle such a group of elves, and you hid under the table in fear. Franklin couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. The expression on Lockhart's face kept changing from blue to purple. He took a few deep breaths before angrily saying, this is simply slander. I just wanted to give those students a chance to handle the emergency independently. If I took action, those damned little beasts would all die in an instant. Mike looked at Lockhart with a half-smile, and it was obvious that he didn't believe what he said. Chapter 118. Confession. In that case, Professor Lockhart, can you prove it? Mike continued to stimulate Lockhart. I heard that the Patroness Charm is an extremely complex and difficult spell. In ancient times, whether one can release a patroness with a complete entity is one of the important criteria for becoming a high-ranking official of the Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic. I think as a well-known and respected white wizard, you should be able to cast the Patroness Charm, right? Lockhart stammered for a long time and was unable to utter a word. The expression on his face became more and more ugly and he was about to explode. Mike saw Lockhart's expression and knew that the time was almost right, so he decided to put in a little more effort. Professor Lockhart, you are also the recipient of the Order of Merlin, Class 3. I originally thought that you should be a powerful wizard. Mike said, but why did I hear that the reason you won this medal is because you improved the Oblivion Charm, which greatly reduced the side effects of the Oblivion Charm? Lockhart's face turned pale when he heard this, and he was completely stunned. He didn't even notice that the juice in his hand accidentally dripped onto his body. You know everything. Did they tell you? Lockhart said stupidly. Mike didn't respond, but just gave Lockhart an unfathomable smile. How could they do this? They swore to me. They swore to keep a secret for me. Lockhart screamed hysterically. Lockhart's emotions were out of control at this time. Seeing this, Mike pulled Franklin aside and quickly retreated. He moved the wand in his hand slightly, and the armor protection spell covered the two of them. Calm down, Professor! Mike shouted. Lockhart had already picked up his wand at this time, but seeing Mike's vigilant look and the house elves around him all gathered around with nervous looks, he silently put his wand away again. Tell me what you want. As long as you can keep a secret, I will satisfy you. Lockhart gritted his teeth, you damn vampires. Everyone wants to exploit me. Dumbledore is like this, and now you are the same. Seeing his reaction, Mike knew in his heart that the unlucky Lockhart was indeed caught by Dumbledore and was tricked into coming to Hogwarts. Seeing that Lockhart's reaction did not seem fake, Mike also ruled out Lockhart's suspicion. So he put on a bright smile again and said, Professor, you misunderstood. I am not threatening you. Hey? So you are deliberately using this matter to humiliate me? Lockhart interrupted Mike before he could finish. He had already tolerated Mike for a long time today. Mike's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect that Lockhart, such a handsome and sincere man, would actually choke people. Then you should think of me as threatening you. Mike's face darkened. I can accept your interview, and you can also write that novel, but I must be the protagonist. Also, you must show me your manuscript. If there is anything that I am not satisfied with, you know the consequences. Maybe it was because they had completely fallen out that he no longer cared about anything, but Lockhart's attitude became obviously arrogant. He leaned back and crossed his legs. Lockhart said, "I can promise you, but we must sign a contract to prevent you from using this matter to threaten me again. Use Gringotts special contract magic." Mike had also heard of this kind of contract, which was often used in business contracts in the wizarding world and was extremely effective. In addition to being attacked by powerful magic, those who violated the contract would also be completely blacklisted by Gringotts as untrustworthy persons, and would definitely not be able to move forward in the wizarding world. However, Mike had a doubt in his mind and asked, "Wait a minute, if you have that kind of thing, why are you still worried about them leaking the secret?" Lockhart's face turned red again when he heard that, and he shouted angrily, "Are you playing dumb again, you damned brat? The contract is useless to wizards of Dumbledore's level. Okay, stop talking nonsense, come and sign the contract. And that black boy also has to sign a contract with me to make sure he doesn't spread what happened today." After confirming that Lockhart was not the heir, Mike had lost interest in him and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, so he decisively agreed. Lockhart couldn't wait to take out 2 pieces of parchment from the bag of traceless extension charm he carried with him, wrote the contract with his gorgeous peacock feather pen, handed one to Mike, and threw the other in front of Franklin. Mike took a look at the contract, which described in great detail that Lockhart was a liar and a memory thief. It also stated Mike's obligation to keep this secret for Lockhart and the rights he should enjoy. After carefully examining the entire parchment and finding no other patterns or other hidden clauses that might be written in the language of other races, Mike signed his name at the signature spot. Compared with the contract given to Mike, the contract given to Franklin was much simpler. Franklin signed it early and wanted to secretly look at the contents of the contract in Mike's hand, but was stopped by Lockhart with a slap. Franklin dodged the slap by stepping back, and turned back to glare at Lockhart. He was very dissatisfied with Lockhart's current attitude. Unexpectedly, Lockhart also became tough and glared back. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, until Mike signed his name. Lockhart snatched it away, snorted coldly, and left the kitchen. Franklin looked at Lockhart's receding figure and said indignantly to Mike, who was packing up and preparing to leave, "He is too arrogant. Although I don't know what evidence you have against him, I think you shouldn't let him go just like that." Mike looked at Franklin in surprise. Seeing his indignant face still with childishness, he realized that he was still a 12-year-old boy. So he said to him earnestly, "Franklin, we are not street thugs selling leaves. We are not going to kill people if they are a little disrespectful to us. Be more polite. They have suffered a great loss due to our coercion. Shouldn't we allow them to be a little arrogant?" After saying that, Mike took the lead and left his seat, and Franklin hurriedly followed. At this time, there were still many delicious dishes on the table that had not been touched, which made the house elves very uneasy. They thought that they had not cooked well and the guests were not satisfied. One of the most extreme house elves probably learned it from the chicken, and had already put a knife on his belly, ready to commit suicide by cutting open his stomach. For this reason, Mike had to stop and comfort these house elves, explaining to them that they were not hungry and not that the food was bad, and promised to come again next time. Only then were the two of them able to escape. Rogers had originally made an appointment with Mike to go for Quidditch training this afternoon, but too many troublesome things happened today and Mike was no longer in the mood to go for training. Taking Franklin and walking quickly towards the Ravenclaw Tower, Mike missed his sofa chair very much. Chapter 119. Treasure Hunt. The next day, Lockhart found Mike again and interviewed him about the snake removal operation. After a night of calm, Lockhart finally understood that he was now in a situation where he was controlled by others, and his attitude was much better than before he left yesterday. Mike also told Lockhart everything he knew, and told him the entire basilisk incident, starting from the time Penelope was petrified. Of course, some of it was embellished, such as the basilisk's second attack. In Mike's description, his original escape behavior became a tactic similar to flying a kite. Lockhart was very cooperative, and followed Mike's instructions, writing non-stop with his magic pen. He now understood that this novel was not written for himself, and his current identity was at best a ghostwriter, and a free one at that. However, this novel will eventually be published under Lockhart's name, so Lockhart will not be perfunctory. After all, it will be his own reputation that will be destroyed. It took Lockhart a whole day to collect all the materials he wanted from Mike. Seeing him so excited, as if he could write tens of thousands of words when he returned, Mike couldn't help but remind him. Don't write too fast. You know, the heir of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets hasn't been caught yet. This matter isn't over yet. Oh. This is the first time I've heard someone ask me to write slower. Lockhart was surprised. But don't worry, I've considered this matter. This book will not be finished until the end of this semester at the earliest. If the heir hasn't been caught by then, I'll write a sequel. I can also make some extra money, so why not? Okay, you are a professional at writing stories, so you can do it yourself. But don't forget the agreement, your manuscript must be reviewed by me before it can be published. Mike reminded again. I understand. You're the boss and I'm just an employee, okay? Lockhart said helplessly. There's one more thing. I'm planning to set up a dueling club. I heard that Professor Flitwick is a dueling champion. What do you think about me going to him to learn from him? Mike rolled his eyes, knowing that Lockhart wanted to talk to Professor Flitwick about this matter in his own name, otherwise Professor Flitwick would never get involved in Lockhart's mess. As long as you don't use my name, I'll let you do whatever you want. Regardless of Lockhart's attempts to convince himself, Mike threw down these words and returned to the Ravenclaw common room. At this time, the Ravenclaw common room returned to its normal state. Students gathered together to eat snacks and chat. Some were even playing wizard chess, but these people deliberately lowered their volume because there were more people studying. Mike walked around the lounge twice and finally found Franklin, who was playing wizard chess with others, and Penelope, who was studying. Hey, you two, come with me. I have something to tell you. Penelope and Franklin were both very confused, but because they trusted Mike they did not ask any more questions and followed Mike away from the crowd. Mike led the two of them straight out of the Ravenclaw common room. It was only then that Penelope asked, "Where are you taking us? Are you finally going to take me out for a night tour?" Franklin said excitedly. Mike stepped aside to let a senior girl who was heading to the Ravenclaw common room pass by. He watched her disappear at the entrance and then said, "SHH. Don't talk. I'm going to take you to a good place. Don't let anyone find you." The two stopped asking questions after hearing this. Penelope seemed a little worried. After being attacked by the basilisk, she was very disgusted with night walks and was afraid of being attacked by the heir who had not been caught yet. Franklin was the opposite. From his shining eyes, you could see how excited he was. Under the surprised gazes of the two, Mike pressed a stone brick on the wall. There was a sound of a mechanism being activated, and the secret passage leading to the 8th floor of Hogwarts opened. Mike took the lead and walked in, followed by Franklin, while Penelope hesitated for a while before finally walking into the secret passage. It was the first time for Franklin and Penelope to use the secret passage. Even with the fluorescent light in the dark and deep passage, they still felt a little scared, so they didn't walk fast. Fortunately, this secret passage that Mike often used might have some spatial mysteries, so although the Ravenclaw Tower was not close to the 8th floor of Hogwarts, the three of them quickly arrived at the end of the secret passage. Mike quickly walked to the opposite side of the tapestry where the troll beat Barnabas with a club, walked back and forth 3 times, and at the same time silently recited the library in his mind and opened the door of the Room of Requirement. A door suddenly appeared on the empty wall, which made Franklin and Penelope open their mouths in surprise. Walking into the Room of Requirement, I saw dozens of huge bookshelves neatly arranged in a rectangular room, and the bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books. On the ceiling above the 3 people, a huge crystal chandelier was emitting bright light. There was no electricity in Hogwarts, so Mike estimated that the energy source of the chandelier should be magic. At the entrance is a leisure area. The orange-red flame in the fireplace is dancing, emitting warm light. Sofa chairs and desks are neatly arranged, and various drinks and snacks are placed on the bar next to the fireplace. Seeing Franklin and Penelope looking like country bumpkins coming to the city for the first time, Mike couldn't help but smile. He probably had a similar expression when he first walked into the Room of Requirement. When the two of them were almost done being surprised, Mike clapped his hands and said, "Okay, come back to your senses. You may already know where this place is. There are many documents in Hogwarts that record this place. This is the legendary Room of Requirement. Countless people have discovered the Room of Requirement in history. According to common sense, the secret of the Room of Requirement should have been made public long ago, but they all chose to keep it secret, so the secret of the exact location of the Room of Requirement has been circulated only in a small circle. It is like a reward for those who are lucky, curious, or patient. I brought you here today because you are all people I believe are trustworthy. I am willing to believe in you unconditionally, and I ask you to keep this secret so that our descendants can also participate in this treasure hunt game that has lasted for thousands of years. Chapter 120. Guidance. Franklin and Penelope were very moved by Mike's heartfelt words. Franklin, in particular, said directly, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. We can sign a contract, the same one that Lockhart took out yesterday." "What contract? What did you sign with Lockhart?" Penelope became anxious when she heard that Mike and Franklin were hanging out with Lockhart, a man who was seeking fame and reputation. "Okay, let's not talk about this for now, let's talk about business." Mike glared at Franklin and quickly changed the subject. "After the basilisk incident, I think your strength is in urgent need of improvement. You know, there is a Slytherin heir lurking outside. You are all my friends, and I don't want to hear that any of you have been killed." After hearing what Mike said, Penelope, who was about to ask more questions, stopped talking. She was most touched by what Mike said because she had been petrified by a basilisk before. She couldn't imagine how miserable her family and friends would be if she had been killed instead of being petrified. After dealing with Penelope, Mike finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to introduce the specific uses of the room of requirement to the two of them. "Come on, don't be sad, let me introduce it to you," Mike said with a smile. "As the name suggests, the room of requirement can meet almost all of your requirements, as long as you walk back and forth 3 times facing the wall outside, while thinking about what you need. What you are looking at now is a well-equipped library, which contains a large amount of advanced magical knowledge. Of course, there is no dark magic in it, and even if it existed, it has been taken away long ago. I suggest that you come here to read more books when you are free, which will be of great help to you. Now, come with me, we need a spell training room to test your spell skills." Franklin and Penelope followed Mike out of the room of requirement. When the 3 of them walked into the room of requirement again, a spell training room that Mike often used appeared in front of them. "Okay, ladies first, start with Penelope and release offensive spells on the dummy over there," Mike ordered. Penelope took a deep breath, pulled out her wand and fired an Expelliarmus at the training dummy. A flash of red light hit the dummy accurately. However, the dummy's body just shook a few times and then stopped moving. It was obvious that Penelope's spell was not very powerful. Franklin came on next and also used the disarming spell, which was a spell Mike taught him. Otherwise, the little second-grade wizard would not have been exposed to this kind of offensive spell. As Franklin roared out the disarming spell, a red beam of light, much brighter than the one Penelope had just used, shot out and hit the wall next to the dummy. Franklin felt a little embarrassed when he saw this, and released the disarming spell twice before hitting the dummy. "Okay, I have a general understanding of your spell level. First of all, Penelope, your spells are accurate, but the power is obviously insufficient. You are a senior student, so your magic power should be sufficient. The only explanation is that there is still a problem with your magic release. This is my note, which contains the practice method of emotional casting skills. Your top priority in the near future is to learn emotional casting skills and improve the power of spells," Mike said as he handed a notebook to Penelope. Penelope's face was calm. She thanked Mike softly and took the notes. She was also very aware of her problem, but as a wizard of Muggle descent, it was difficult for her to learn methods such as emotional casting techniques that could increase the power of spells. Wizards who mastered this method would not teach it to others for no reason. It was not common to meet a dog who contributed the disillusionment charm to Mike in his 1st grade. "Next is you, Franklin. There is no problem with the power of your spells. It seems that you really studied the notes I gave you." When Franklin saw Mike praising him, a look of pride appeared on his face. "But your aim is really bad. I remember your aim wasn't that good when we were at the Weasleys' house during the summer vacation. How come it's been several months now and there hasn't been any improvement?" Mike frowned and said, "You should practice your aim whenever you have time. What's the use of a powerful spell? If you can't hit the target, isn't it useless?" Franklin blushed at what Mike said, and hesitated for a long time before agreeing. "The other most important thing is meditation. Although meditation takes a lot of time and energy, you must not be lazy. Meditation may not improve much in 1 or 2 days, but after using it for a long time, it will not only greatly improve your mental strength and magic power, but it can even slightly improve your magic talent. This is a really good thing." Mike said, "Finally, your casting speed is too slow. There is no shortcut to this. You can only improve it through long-term training." Mike is deeply aware of the benefits of meditation. He himself uses the mysterious meditation method from the Raven statue. This mysterious meditation method is much better than ordinary meditation. Mike actually wanted to teach this meditation method to Franklin and Penelope, but this meditation method was directly imprinted in their minds through a language that Mike had never seen before. Although Mike could understand the meaning, he could not teach it to others through writing or telling, so he had to give up. Then Mike asked the two of them to release the armor protection. Since the armor protection does not require accuracy, Franklin was obviously better this time. After setting the areas that each of them needed to focus on in the future, Mike also started his daily training. It was still the same old combination of moving spells, fire spells, and control magic. The only difference was that Mike's mobility was greatly enhanced after mastering the wind speed spell, and the power of the fire spell and the effect of the control spell were greatly improved after his magic power was increased. And now Mike also mastered sneak attack skills such as earth spikes and single combat skills such as the killing curse, and his strength was greatly improved. As the saying goes, one trick is enough to conquer the world. Mike is very satisfied with his current tactical system. After mastering the apparition, Mike will have the ability similar to the wizard's flash. When used with the wind speed spell, Mike's mobility will be improved to a terrifying level. Mike even thinks that relying on his powerful mobility at that time, it would be a waste to become a wizard. Wouldn't it be nice to get a dagger and change his job to a thief? However, this was just Mike's delusion. There was no such extraordinary profession as a thief in this world. And even if there was, the wizard's armor and various powerful protective spells would instantly teach him a lesson. Chapter 121. Duel Club. In the next few days, Franklin and Penelope's strength improved by leaps and bounds under Mike's guidance. They were originally talented, but they lacked some external conditions. Now, with Mike, a wizard who has half of the books in the Forbidden Area, giving them guidance, and being able to practice in the luxurious training room of the Room of Requirement, it is not surprising that they have such an effect. Mike also took advantage of the time between instructing the two to consolidate his own magic power. From summer vacation to now, his magic power has increased repeatedly, which has caused his magic power to overflow when he casts spells. This is a standard case of magic power growing too fast and the body hasn't gotten used to it yet. It's a trouble that only belongs to geniuses. At noon that day, when Mike came to the auditorium to have lunch, he found Lockhart's promotional posters hanging on the walls everywhere in the auditorium. Mike took a closer look and found that they were posters of the dueling club. Mike became interested in this. In the original book, Lockhart asked Professor Flitwick to be his opponent but was rejected, so he had to go to Snape. In the end, he was severely punished by Professor Snape in public. I don't know if there will be any changes this time. Today's lunch is grilled sausages with bread and mashed potatoes, which is a far cry from the previous few days. Although Mike is not a person who loves gourmet food, he has no appetite for these things that can only be called food. In his words, this is not a meal at all, but eating. After taking a few bites of the sausage, Mike put down his knife and fork. He decided to go to the kitchen and ask the clothes hanger guys to prepare a special meal for him. Just as Mike stood up to leave, Lockhart walked up to the podium high up in the auditorium. Everyone! Please look here, I have something important to announce. All the young wizards in the hall were attracted by him, and Lockhart continued, I have two things to announce here today. First, my new book The End of the Millennium Basilisk is already in preparation. This book is adapted from Mr. Mike Townley's real experience in the Basilisk incident. This is a new book that is different from all my previous books. For the first time, I will no longer tell my own story and try to write it from a third-person perspective. I hope everyone can support it. Like throwing a stone into a pond, Lockhart's words instantly made the auditorium lively, and everyone was discussing this matter. Some of the senior students who also participated in the temporary management team were quite indignant. According to their thinking, the contribution of Mike, a second-year wizard, in this matter was not greater than theirs. Since Mike could be the protagonist, they should be able to do so too. But Lockhart ignored the noise. Seeing the noise in the hall, he put his wand against his throat and released a loud voice, the second thing I think many of you have guessed, that is the dueling club. After the Basilisk incident, I feel that the practical ability of the young wizards in Hogwarts is too weak, and they can't even protect themselves well. So I proposed to Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick, the former dueling champion, to launch a dueling course to improve everyone's practical skills. Unexpectedly, my idea was unanimously supported by these two great wizards. but since the course schedule for this year had already been arranged, the dueling course was changed to a dueling club. Professor Flitwick, the honorary advisor of the duel club, and I will hold our first actual combat teaching in the auditorium at 20 p.m. tonight. We will show you the most ancient and accurate duel etiquette and passionate combat skills. Everyone is welcome to come and watch. As soon as these words were spoken, sparse applause was heard in the auditorium. Only some of Lockhart's die-hard fans applauded Lockhart. Although the other young wizards were also very interested in the wizard duel, they were more concerned about Mike becoming the protagonist of Lockhart's new book. In addition, we will hold the first Hogwarts Dueling Grand Prix after Christmas. The Dueling Club will officially start recruiting members after tonight. The admission fee is 1 silver sickle, and all admission fees will be included in the prize pool of the Dueling Grand Prix. The runner-up can get 30% of the prize pool, the third place 20%, and the champion will get 50% of the prize pool and an extra dueling champion badge. This badge is made of mithril by goblins, and Professor Dumbledore also asked the greatest alchemist in the world, Master Nick Flamel, to add an armor protection charm to it. This badge can automatically absorb the wearer's overflowing magic power to charge itself, and automatically release armor to protect itself when danger comes. In other words, as long as you have this badge, you will never be afraid of sneak attacks again. As everyone knows, Master Nicholas Flamel has given up using the Philosopher's Stone to extend his life, which means that this badge may be his last work. I don't need to say more about its collection value, right? In addition, Hogwarts has also sponsored 500 gold galleons into the prize pool, and I, personally, will sponsor 1,000 gold galleons. If you want to sign up for the competition, you must join the Duel Club. In addition, members can also receive my careful guidance. Don't hesitate, join the Duel Club now. The news of the Duel Grand Prix set the auditorium ablaze. The young wizards were finally excited. At this moment, they had forgotten about the fact that Mike became the protagonist of the new book. Everyone was looking forward to the scene of becoming the duel champion and winning the championship badge. There are too few entertainment activities in the wizarding world, especially in Hogwarts. Apart from wizard chess and romance, the only daily entertainment is Quidditch matches. The Duel Grand Prix will undoubtedly make everyone's boring campus life lively. Lockhart, who proposed the Duel Grand Prix, naturally became the benefactor of the young wizards. Even the Ravenclaw seniors who had already hated Lockhart to the core now felt that Lockhart had become much more pleasing to the eye. Mike looked at the smug Lockhart on the stage with confusion. He really couldn't understand why Professor Flitwick and Dumbledore allowed Lockhart to make such a big fuss. In the original book, Professor Flitwick clearly didn't even want to pay attention to Lockhart. Mike. This is a golden opportunity. Franklin interrupted Mike's thoughts. That's a huge sum of gold galleons, we must participate. With you in the lead, I don't want to think about the championship, but I can still strive for the runner-up. Then we can take the championship and runner-up places, and gain both fame and fortune, he. Mike was startled and said, "Where did you come from? You're so jumpy, you can scare people to death, don't you know?" I've always been here. Franklin said aggrievedly, "You can't blame me for having a low sense of presence. Why are you alone? Where's Penelope?" Mike asked. "You know she has been going crazy lately. She has been practicing spells desperately and is still in the spells classroom." Mike sighed softly and took Franklin out of the auditorium to the charms classroom. Chapter 122. Seated players. In the charms classroom, Penelope had her eyes closed and her brows furrowed, her wand tightly held in her hand, as if she was brewing something. Penelope looked much more haggard compared to a few days ago when Mike didn't take them into the room of requirement, which was enough to prove how hard Penelope had been training these days. Suddenly, Penelope opened her eyes, her bloodshot eyes gleaming with excitement. She pointed her wand and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" A dazzling red light flashed, and the ordinary training dummy in the charms classroom was smashed away by a huge force. Penelope was breathing heavily, not satisfied with the power of her disarming spell. Just as she was about to close her eyes and continue, the door of the charms classroom was pushed open. "That's enough, Penelope," Mike said softly, "you've done a good job. It's time to take a break." Penelope was stunned for a moment. The gentle smile on Mike's face immediately touched the softest part of her heart. She choked and said, but I don't think I did well enough. I'm really scared of being attacked by the air again." "No way. Your spell power is much stronger than mine now. Being overly modest is just showing off. Franklin said jokingly, I strongly suspect you are showing off now, and I have evidence. Penelope was amused by Franklin's funny words. She wiped her tears and looked at Mike and asked, Are you serious? Have I really done well enough? Of course. Your progress in the past 2 days would scare people to death. Mike said exaggeratedly, You don't have to worry about the heir. I will find him in 2 days. Really? Realier than real gold. Penelope hugged Mike and buried her head in Mike's arms, with a happy smile on her face. However, this warm state did not last long. Penelope screamed and pushed Mike away. Oh my God! I haven't washed my face today. Don't look at me. Penelope said angrily, I have to take a shower right now. As she spoke, Penelope covered her face and ran out of the charms classroom, leaving Mike and Franklin looking at each other and smiling. Mike felt more and more that a good woman should be like Penelope, beautiful, generous and sensible. Especially in this aspect of sensibility, Hermione could never compare to Penelope. Mike had a conversation with Hermione a few days ago, but the result was very unpleasant. Hermione seemed to be still angry with Mike, and she ignored Mike even though Mike tried to coax her patiently for a long time. When Mike had no choice but to leave, he found that Hermione stomped hard on the floor when he turned around to leave. Mike was very familiar with this action. It was Hermione's usual action when she was angry. From this, it could also be seen that Hermione was very angry about his leaving. But Mike didn't go back to coax her. He wasn't a real brat who spent all his time with the little girl. He could do something else with his time. Why did he have to stay in front of Hermione and cause trouble for himself? A few words solved Penelope's mentality problem. Mike was in a very good mood. He whistled and walked towards Professor Flitwick's office. Mike originally planned to bring Franklin with him because he thought that since Professor Flitwick had cooperated with Lockhart to organize such a dual Grand Prix, he would definitely give them some preferential treatment. However, Franklin refused. He thought it was a bit embarrassing to ask Professor Flitwick for help on behalf of Mike. In this respect, he was obviously not as good as Penelope. If it were Penelope, she would probably agree without hesitation. Mike pushed open the door of the office and walked in. Professor Flitwick in the office seemed to have expected Mike's coming and had already prepared tea for him in advance. Mike took the tea and was about to thank him, but he didn't expect Professor Flitwick to be even more excited than him and asked directly, You know about the duel competition, right? Mike nodded yes. In this competition, each of our 4 academies has a seeded player who can directly advance to the top 8. I have considered it for a long time, and finally decided to give it to you. Professor Flitwick paused and continued, Don't think that this is unfair to ordinary students. When you grow up, you will know that the only fairness in this world is death. Mike knew what Professor Flitwick meant. He was just afraid that he would feel that what they did was unfair and would feel bad about it. In fact, Professor Flitwick was completely overthinking. If Mike was really a 12-year-old middle school boy, he might have such thoughts, but unfortunately, Mike was not. Don't worry, Dean. I will win the championship and get the badge. Seeing that Mike was not as sentimental as he had worried about, Flowell was delighted. He smiled and picked up 2 bottles from the coffee table beside him and asked Mike whether he wanted milk or sugar in his tea. Rejecting Professor Flitwick's enthusiasm, Mike asked, Dean, why did you agree to become the honorary advisor of the dueling club? And even to accompany Lockhart, that liar, that guy, tonight to act. Mike originally wanted to call Lockhart a liar, but as soon as he said that, he remembered the contract he signed and quickly changed his words. It's nothing, actually. Lockhart got Dumbledore's support first, so I just went with the flow. Professor Flitwick said as he added milk to his cup of tea. Besides, Lockhart made you the protagonist of his new book, so I'm just repaying him a favor. You're still young, so you don't understand. This kind of debt of favor must be repaid as soon as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome later. You know, free things are the most expensive. He's asking for repayment for a favor. Mike was very angry. He had clearly warned Lockhart not to use his own name to ask Professor Flitwick for help. He didn't expect this guy to be so bold. Did he really think that he could sit back and relax with the contract? Well, that's not the case. Flitwick took a sip of black tea and squinted his eyes in enjoyment. But I can't just pretend nothing happened if he didn't say anything, so when he found me, I agreed. Mike sighed deeply. He had miscalculated. Lockhart must be very happy now. Although he felt a little annoyed, Mike still felt warm inside. Professor Flitwick's love for him was far beyond his imagination. In order to repay his favor, he would even take the initiative to hang out with someone like Lockhart. You know, if Lockhart caused the duel club to fail, Professor Flitwick's own reputation would also be greatly damaged. Thinking of this, Mike no longer dwelled on this matter but started chatting with Professor Flitwick about the interesting things that had happened recently in Hogwarts. Professor Flitwick seemed to enjoy chatting with Mike very much and would laugh out loud at Mike's teasing from time to time. Chapter 123. Teaching. Mike chatted with Professor Flitwick until the evening. It had been a long time since the two had such a pleasant chat since Mike left Professor Flitwick's house. Flitwick was in a good mood and invited Mike to have dinner with him in his office. Mike, who had been curious about the Hogwarts teacher's meal for a long time, agreed without hesitation. When the house elf brought delicious food to Professor Flitwick's office, Mike was deeply glad for his decision. Beef Wellington, bacon cream of mushroom soup, the delicious dishes made Mike almost swallow his tongue. After dinner, Mike patted his belly and continued to chat with Professor Flitwick for a while before they went to the auditorium together. The auditorium at this time has changed a lot compared to noon. The long tables of the 4 colleges in the auditorium have disappeared, and instead there is a huge stage in the center of the auditorium. Countless candles are suspended above the stage, and together with the stars on the ceiling, the entire stage is brightly lit. The auditorium was packed with people, and every little wizard had an excited smile on his face, but strangely, they didn't seem interested in the stage in the center of the auditorium. Instead, they all gathered in a corner of the auditorium. Mike stood on tiptoe and took a closer look. He saw a huge magic banner fluttering in the middle of the crowd with a few big words written on it, Duel Club Registration Office. As a seeded player from Ravenclaw, Mike had already been guaranteed entry into the quarterfinals, so he naturally didn't need to squeeze into the crowd to register, but this didn't stop him from going to watch the excitement. When I got closer, I saw that several staff members with orange armbands on their shoulders were sweating profusely as they registered the little wizards who were lining up in front of them. Franklin and Penelope were also in the crowd, and their positions were quite near the front, so it was soon their turn to register. Finally it was their turn. When they excitedly handed over the application form and silver sickle that they had already filled out, they were surprised to find that the staff member who registered them was actually Hermione. Hermione, who was busy and exhausted, also looked gloomy when she saw Franklin and Penelope. Fortunately, Hermione was not the kind of person who abused her power. She still took the application forms and silver sickles from the two according to the rules, and gave each of them an armband with their name on it. At this moment, intense music sounded from the center of the auditorium, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn there. "Welcome everyone to the first practical teaching of the dueling club," Lockhart said, standing in the center of the stage in a gorgeous purple robe. "Professor Flitwick and I will bring you a real wizard duel." As soon as he finished speaking, the students gathered at the registration office exclaimed and rushed to the stage quickly. Everyone wanted to find a good viewing position. The registration office was suddenly empty. Hermione and other staff wiped the sweat from their heads and breathed a deep breath. Compared to Lockhart's flashy appearance, Professor Flitwick's appearance was much more plain. Professor Flitwick was still wearing the robe he had worn when he had dinner with Mike. He waved his wand lightly, and without him chanting any spell, a large stone hand stretched out from the stone floor of the auditorium, lifted him up, and gently placed him on the stage. What surprised Mike was that Lockhart did not say a lot of pretentious nonsense like in the original book. Seeing that both parties had appeared on stage, Lockhart struck a pose that he thought was very handsome amid the cheers of the crowd and announced the official start of the duel. Lockhart and Flitwick came together, bowed to each other, then pulled away. Professor Flitwick's short stature was very funny when he made the bowing gesture, but none of the young wizards at the scene dared to laugh, because they knew that the short figure on the stage was a once well-known duel champion, and that in his petite body was hidden a terrifyingly powerful strength. As everyone watched nervously, Lockhart and Flitwick raised their wands in front of them like swords. Then a huge number emitting white light appeared above the stage. 3, 3, 2, 1, bang! The number 1 in the air exploded with a loud noise. At the same time, the two people on the stage started to move. Professor Flitwick slowly waved his wand in the air, drew a standard disarming spell, and recited the spell word by word. Lockhart on the other side made a similar move, except that he released the armor to protect himself. Mike could see that Professor Flitwick was deliberately letting the opponent win. With the silent casting technique he used when he came on stage, How could he now cast a disarming spell by chanting incantations and drawing standard sigils, not to mention that his movements were so slow? You have to know that Mike had many practical training sessions with Professor Flitwick during the summer vacation. Professor Flitwick was like a magic machine gun at that time. He didn't even chant spells or wave his wand, all kinds of spells would gush out from the wand. As Flitwick was released, a dull red light was emitted. Facing Professor Flitwick's disarming charm, Lockhart had no time to react, and the disarming charm instantly hit his chest. Lockhart showed a confident smile on his face, as he had already discussed it with Professor Flitwick, so the disarming charm Flitwick used would definitely not be very powerful. What's more, he had already used armor to protect himself, and he believed that he would be safe under the protection of the protective spell. However, the moment the red light exploded, Lockhart's confident smile froze on his face. Crash! There was a sound similar to glass breaking, and the transparent protective shield on Lockhart's body shattered instantly. The impact force generated by the collision between the disarming spell and the armor completely acted on Lockhart's chest, knocking him flying. There was a cry of surprise from the audience, and Professor Flitwick was also stunned. He never expected that Lockhart's armor would be so weak that it couldn't even block his attack. Cough, I'm fine. Lockhart said as he got up from the ground in a panic. Professor Flitwick is worthy of being the dueling champion. His strength is so terrifying. Standing up slowly, Lockhart rested for a while pressing his chest before continuing. You saw that Professor Flitwick just used the disarming charm. As the name suggests, it is a spell that can make the opponent lose their weapons. The way to deal with it is also very simple. Just wear a piece of armor to protect yourself. Most of the young wizards in the lower grades looked at Flitwick and Lockhart with admiration, while the students in the higher grades all showed contemptuous expressions. They clearly did not understand what had just happened. It's still early, so let's let the members of our dueling club practice in the next period of time. Lockhart coughed twice awkwardly and cast a pleading look at Professor Flitwick. Lockhart couldn't hold on any longer, and if Flitwick insisted on continuing, he would be embarrassed all over again. Chapter 124. Duel. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience became excited again and raised their armbands to signal Lockhart to choose them. Professor Flitwick received Lockhart's hint and did not embarrass Lockhart. He looked directly at Mike in the audience and said loudly, "Mr. Mike Townley, please come up." Mike was not surprised at all. He moved his wand slightly and released the levitation spell quietly. Under everyone's envious eyes, he floated to Professor Flitwick like a leaf and waited quietly for his opponent. The first contestant had been chosen, but the remaining one troubled Lockhart. With so many waving hands in the audience, he really didn't know who to choose. At this moment, a tall and handsome boy was dragged to the edge of the stage by a group of Hufflepuff students. Lockhart's eyes lit up the moment he saw the boy, and he announced loudly, "Mr. Cedric Diggory, please come up." The Hufflepuff students cheered upon hearing this, while Cedric shook his head with a wry smile. He had heard about Mike's strength a long time ago, and to be honest, he really didn't want to fight with Mike, but his classmates were too enthusiastic. At this point, Cedric was no longer distressed, and took out his wand and went on stage. The way he came on stage was very similar to Professor Flitwick's. Both of them used transfiguration to conjure a giant stone hand to send themselves up. However, his transfiguration skills were obviously not as good as Flitwick's, and the movements of the stone hand were very stiff, with many stone chips falling off when the joints turned. When Cedric stood firm, Lockhart and Flitwick left the stage, leaving only Mike and Cedric on the stage. The two people on the stage did not communicate with each other. They bowed to each other according to the duel etiquette demonstrated by Flitwick and Lockhart before, and then they each took one side of the stage and stood solemnly. The huge light words above the stage kept counting down, and the people below the stage held their breath. Mike was extremely alert and looked at the boy opposite him. In the original book, although Cedric was killed instantly by Wormtail's killing curse at the first sight, it didn't mean that he was weak. In fact, he was the strongest among all the students in Hogwarts today. You have to know that the mechanism of selecting the champions of the Goblet of Fire is to select the strongest, and Cedric was a champion selected from countless Hogwarts students. If he had not been killed by Wormtail later, Cedric would almost certainly have achieved great things. As the words of light exploded, the two people on the stage moved at the same time. Expelliarmus. Protect yourself with armor. The two of them completed the release of the spell almost at the same time. Mike's disarming spell hit the transparent shield in front of Cedric, exploding a red light. The Hufflepuff students in the audience breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. After resisting Mike's disarming spell, the shield in front of Cedric only showed dense cracks and did not dissipate. Now Cedric's situation was very good. But is this really the case? Mike sneered, and the wind speed spell was activated. Mike stepped sideways and came directly to the other side of the stage. At the same time, he uttered an inaudible voice, "The stone spear appears." On the other side, Cedric must have sensed the movement under his feet through magic perception, and frantically activated the transfiguration technique. Suddenly, a stone pillar protruded from the ground, knocking Cedric out. He narrowly avoided Mike's ground spike technique. Tisk! Mike in the distance groaned, and his hands kept moving. Soon, several lavender fireballs the size of ping-pong balls flew towards Cedric. These fireballs were controlled by Mike's mental power, and no matter how Cedric dodged, he was still blown up. Boom! The continuous explosions stirred up a large amount of smoke that blocked everyone's view. Many Hufflepuff students in the audience closed their eyes in pain, as if they couldn't bear to see Cedric's miserable condition. But they guessed wrong again. 3 stone arrows shot out from the smoke in the shape of a Chinese character for product. They shot towards Mike. Mike waved his wand, and the armor protection was released. There were 3 consecutive clang 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 sounds, and all 3 arrows were blocked. However, more arrows were shot out from the smoke. Mike stepped on the stage, using the speed brought by the wind speed spell to zigzag on the stage to avoid the arrows. At the same time, his hands did not stop, and lavender fireballs quickly emerged from the black prickly pear wand, counter-attacking in the direction of the arrows. The smoke on the stage was gradually dissipating, and Cedric was seen transforming the stone floor of the stage into arrows and shooting them at Mike. Seeing the fireball coming again, Cedric hurriedly stopped releasing arrows, pointed his wand fiercely, and the floor around him seemed to come alive and wrapped around him, forming a stone sphere to protect him. Several fireballs hit the huge stone ball, shattering the surface of the stone ball into pieces and stirring up a large amount of smoke again. Mike did not stop releasing the fire spell, but controlled more fireballs to hit the stone ball, because he could see clearly from his magical vision that his previous bombing did not hurt Cedric inside the stone ball. The bombing lasted for 2 minutes before Mike stopped, panting. However, before Mike could rest for long, arrows shot at him again. Mike's heart sank as he managed to avoid the arrow. His own magic power was almost exhausted, and the long-lasting bombardment just now did not hurt Cedric at all as he continued to thicken the stone ball. His legs were already aching from using the wind speed spell for a long time, and Mike could feel a taste of rust in his mouth, which was a sign that his physical strength was approaching its limit. Cedric's defense is so amazing that if he continues like this, he will probably kill me. Mike's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Professor Flitwick in the audience and saw the somewhat disappointed look on his face. No, we absolutely cannot lose. Gritting his teeth, Mike squeezed out the remaining magic power in his body and cast the final fire spell. A purple fireball the size of an egg appeared on the tip of Mike's staff. As Mike continued to infuse his magic power, the color of the fireball continued to deepen, and finally turned into a dark purple fireball the size of a heart. This fireball does not seem to be very stable. It keeps beating like a real heart, and every beat emits an astonishing amount of heat. Bow! A dark purple fireball fell off the tip of Mike's staff and flew in Cedric's direction. After releasing the fireball, Mike collapsed to the ground, and struggled to crawl into a hole he had blown up before, curling up into a ball. Mike knew very well what kind of terrible damage this dark purple fireball could cause. This was already Mike's most destructive spell at the moment. If Cedric could still block this attack, Mike would be willing to admit defeat. Professor Flitwick's face changed drastically when he saw the fireball. He flicked his wand and pulled Cedric and Mike on both sides of the stage to his side. At the same time, a universal protection covered the entire stage. Boom! As the dark purple fireball hit the stone wall that Cedric had built earlier, the powerful explosion energy carried a large amount of rubble and hit the transparent shield. The people in the audience stared in amazement as a dazzling light lit up from the stage. The brightness was so high that the entire auditorium went dark. When the light faded, everyone saw that the transparent shield covering the stage was full of cracks, and most of the stage had disappeared. The place where Cedric had been originally located had turned into a deep pit, with fiery red magma slowly flowing at the bottom of the pit. Cedric stared blankly at the big pit and said tremblingly, I lost. Chapter 125. Flitwick's advice. Mike stared blankly at the stage which had mostly disappeared. He felt his temples throbbing and a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. Is it so powerful? If this can be turned into a regular spell, wouldn't it be invincible? Professor Flitwick seemed to see what was in Mike's mind. He looked at Mike worriedly but said nothing. The other people around started talking after they realized what was happening. A few students who worshipped power even got excited and discussed with their companions about the variations of the fire spell. The fire spell that Mike just used was definitely the most powerful fire spell that these young wizards had ever seen. It can be predicted that after today, a trend of studying fire spells will sweep across the entire Hogwarts. Cedric was still lying on the ground, looking at the stage like Mike, his slightly trembling body showing his inner unrest. With this power, if I was still on the stage when the fireball exploded, I should have been killed by now, right? Although he knew that his safety was absolutely guaranteed with Professor Flitwick around, Cedric still felt a little nervous. The Hufflepuff students who had encouraged Cedric to go on stage to duel with Mike also reacted at this moment. They hurriedly stepped forward to help Cedric up from the ground and asked him if he was injured. One of them even tried to carefully brush off the dust on his body, but it was doomed to be in vain. At this moment, Cedric's originally neat school uniform robe had been burned into holes, and the charred marks could not be brushed off at all. Cedric was in a trance and couldn't answer their questions accurately. The Hufflepuff students had no choice but to carry him to the infirmary. Before leaving, they glared at Mike angrily. Mike stood up from the ground, his eyes still fixed on the stage, and he didn't notice Cedric leaving at all. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the infirmary? Professor Flitwick's voice came, and Mike finally came to his senses. Looking down at his body, Mike replied in a still trembling voice, "No, I just feel a little weak." Mike was not lying. At this moment, Mike looked much better than Cedric. At least his robe was still intact, and his hairstyle had not turned into an afro. In the duel just now, Mike was the attacker most of the time, and he neutralized all of Cedric's few attacks. The only stain on his body was from when he crawled into the pit after releasing the last fireball. Anyway, let's leave here first. Professor Flitwick looked at the people who were still talking, and motioned for Mike to follow him out of the auditorium. And Michael did not refuse, and walked out obediently. Only the anxious Lockhart was left in the hall, trying to comfort the excited little wizards. Flitwick had run away, and he alone could not repair the stage that had been completely destroyed. The following duel could not go on. With a flash of inspiration, Lockhart came up with a solution. He ordered Hermione and other staff members of the dueling club to move the long table that had been moved elsewhere back into the auditorium. After covering the table with purple linen, Lockhart announced that the next round of duels would be held on the long table. Mike followed Professor Flitwick through the Hogwarts castle. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat dull. Finally, when they came to a corner where no one was, Professor Flitwick stopped. When he stopped, Mike, who was thinking about turning the fireball into a regular spell, almost ran into him without breaking. "Do you know how dangerous it was just now? You almost died on the stage." Professor Flitwick scolded as soon as Mike stood firm. Professor Flitwick lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of being heard by others, but Mike could still hear the rage in his voice. "I'm sorry, Dean, I will never use that kind of spell in a duel again. I just don't want to disappoint you." Mike did not choose to defend himself. He bowed his head and admitted his mistake decisively with a very sincere attitude. Although Mike knew that he and Cedric would never be hurt by the explosion under the protection of Professor Flitwick, this was obviously not the time to say such things. This time it was indeed his fault, he underestimated the power of the fireball. "Wrong. That's not what I meant. Your fireball didn't fly very fast, it would be easy for me to save you." Professor Flitwick became even more angry after hearing this. "What I meant was why you took the risk of forcibly increasing the power of the fireball. Did you know that if you weren't careful, the fireball would have exploded on the tip of your wand? Even I couldn't save you at such a close distance. I always thought you were a smart kid, but it turns out you're also a fool." As if he felt that he had said too much, before Mike could reply, Professor Flitwick slowed down his tone and continued, "I'm sorry, I said too much. But what you did before was really too dangerous. You will definitely become a great wizard in the future. I can foresee this now. You don't need to be impatient, just proceed step by step. Promise me, child. Don't do that again in the future." Flitwick's final gentle words were like the warm sun in winter, quickly dissolving the grievance that had arisen in Mike's heart because of Flitwick's previous words, leaving only warmth. "I promise you, and thank you, Dean. Thousands of words were condensed into such a simple thank you, and Mike's words made the emotional Professor Flitwick's eyes red. You little brat, why are you thanking me? Professor Flitwick punched Mike's arm lightly, wiped his eyes and said with a sob, well, it's getting late after listening to an old man like me nagging for so long. You must be tired after such a fierce duel. Go and rest. Mike bowed and said goodbye to Flitwick, but was stopped by Professor Flitwick again when he was about to leave. Oh, right. This is your first victory in a formal wizard duel. According to tradition, we have to celebrate it. Professor Flitwick slapped his forehead and said with a smile, how about this, tomorrow is Saturday. To celebrate your victory over your powerful enemy, how about coming to my office for a big meal tomorrow? Mike agreed with a smile, then walked towards the Ravenclaw common room under the watchful eye of Professor Flitwick. Arriving at the dormitory, Mike threw his tired body onto the bed. Listening to the creaking sound of the bed, Mike's heart gradually calmed down, and a serious problem also emerged. How to defeat Cedric? Just as Professor Flitwick said, his victory today was largely due to luck, so how could he defeat Cedric, who was like a turtle? Mike thought hard for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution. Finally, he fell asleep in a daze due to sleepiness. Chapter 126. Mike's weakness. The stone spear appeared immediately. An inaudible sound was heard in the request-granting room, and an extremely thin stone spike with barbs shaped like an arrow emerged from under the feet of a training dummy, pierced directly into the dummy's vital parts, and then exited from the top of his head. Although the stone spike is slender, it is very tough. The dummy shook involuntarily a few times after being pierced by the stone spike. However, the stone spike remained motionless and showed no sign of breaking even when shaken by the dummy, which weighed about 75 kilograms and perfectly restored the weight of an adult male. Mike, who was sweating profusely, panted and looked at the dummy who was tortured by piercing, and a smile appeared on his face. After a whole day of hard work, the attack power of the ground-piercing technique was greatly improved. And now the ground spike technique is no longer the one that Cedric could easily detect. After research, Mike discovered that the release of the ground spike technique is completely based on Mike's own mental power to guide the magic power to be performed underground. By improving this mechanism, the ground spike technique is now more concealed than before. However, as if he had thought of something, Mike's smile suddenly disappeared, and he said with a distressed look, not yet. This level can't break through Cedric's defense at all. As he spoke, Mike used the ground spike technique again. That's right, Mike is currently studying how to break through Cedric's turtle shell. After enjoying the delicious food specially prepared by the house elves for the celebration for 2 people with Professor Flitwick yesterday, Mike went straight into the room of requirement and began to perfect his spell system. Previously, Mike was very satisfied with his existing tactical system. He had AoE fire spells and single target killing spells for damage, armor for defense, wind speed spells for pseudo-displacement, phantom spells for concealment, ground spikes for sneak attacks, and obstacles for control. In addition, Mike has a lot of spells like Shatter to Pieces and Expelliarmus that can be used for attack harassment. It can be said that he has an invincible tactic of being able to hit and run. However, Cedric taught Mike a real lesson that night. Damage spells such as Fire Curse and Earth Spike were all overshadowed by the stone shield transformed by Cedric, and the Killing Curse could not be used in front of others. If this were to happen in actual combat, Mike could still rely on the concealment and high mobility brought by the wind speed spell and the disillusionment spell to carry out the tactics of retreating when the enemy advances, advancing when the enemy retreats, harassing when the enemy stays, and attacking when the enemy is exhausted. Anyway, Cedric's attack range is not large, Mike can easily run away, and transfiguration does not require magic power to maintain. If this goes on for a long time, Cedric will eventually be exhausted to death by himself. But this is not a real fight, but a wizard duel in public. It's not that Mike was afraid that he would be looked down upon by the audience if he used this tactic, it's just that the area of the wizard duel was limited and he couldn't use this tactic at all. And Mike knew without a doubt that Cedric's transformation skill could not only be used for defense and attack. If he turned the entire field into a quagmire, Mike's high mobility, which he was proud of, would become useless. Now Mike also understood his weakness, lacking a powerful single-target damage spell that could be used in front of others. In the final analysis, what bothered him was that his most lethal fireball serial bombardment could not break through Cedric's defense. As long as he could hurt Cedric in that turtle shell, all problems would be solved. Mike thought about it for a long time and even thought of directional blasting, but he finally chose to start with ground stabbing. After all, he was not a professional in his previous life and knew nothing about explosives. In addition, transfiguration is also a good breakthrough. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Since we can't break the stone turtle shell, then we should all be turtles together. At most, it will turn an exciting wizard duel into a boring pea-holding battle. Thinking of this, Mike regretted not learning transfiguration well. Whether it was Cedric's superb absolute defense or Dumbledore's terrifying power of killing the basilisk in one wave of his wand, it proved that transfiguration, when applied to a high level, is definitely a power that surpasses most spells. Although Mike always said that he didn't learn transfiguration well, in fact, with his deep magic power and huge mental strength, Mike's transfiguration is also relatively good among the young wizards of the same grade. After all, the transfiguration in the second grade is not very advanced. It is nothing more than changing buttons into mice or beetles. It is very simple. Just recite the transfiguration spell Vera Verto and imagine in your mind what you want to transform into. The more specific your imagination is, the higher the probability of successful transformation. But this is only the most basic transfiguration technique. After experiments, Mike discovered that this level of transfiguration technique could not be used in actual combat at all. Not to mention that he couldn't control the floor to transform into a shield at will, even the lions, tigers, and other ferocious beasts he conjured up were just for show. A light punch would turn them back to their original form. Mike had no choice but to give up the idea of fighting poison with poison. He really couldn't understand how Cedric was able to control everything around him to transform so easily. It is amazing that Dumbledore can do this. After all, he is the most powerful white wizard and he was also the professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts. He must be proficient in transfiguration. But isn't it a bit exaggerated that Cedric, a student who hasn't even graduated yet, can do something like this? Who? After trying the ground stab technique twice, Mike stopped panting, went to the rest area in the training room, and collapsed on the sofa. Staring blankly at the training dummies across from him that were pierced by stone spikes, Mike just felt extremely thirsty. He reached out and fumbled around on the desk next to the sofa for a while, grabbed a glass and lifted it up to pour it into his mouth. However, the water in the glass had already been drunk by Mike, and no matter how hard Mike tried to pour it, not a drop of water flowed out. He threw the empty glass away. The glass made a dull sound when it hit the carpet, but did not break. The expected sound of glass breaking did not come, and Mike sighed deeply. The improvement of the ground thorn technique still failed. Although thanks to his efforts, the earth spike technique has become a terrifying sneak attack spell, the most critical penetration is still not enough. If this continues, he will definitely lose when he meets Cedric again in the duel competition. Suddenly, a pain in his stomach pulled Mike back to reality from his contemplative state. He looked up at the clock and saw that it was already 10:30 in the evening. Mike then realized that he had been in the room of requirement for 2 whole days and had not eaten anything since this morning. Let's take a break. I won't make any progress if I continue in my current state. Besides, I have classes tomorrow. Mike thought so in his heart, turned his head to look at the bread and sausages that Franklin and Penelope brought for him on the desk. Mike curled his lips and stood up. He decided to go to the Hogwarts kitchen to see if there was anything good to eat. He really couldn't eat the cold sausages and bread. Chapter 127. Chance Encounter. After casting the silencing charm and disillusionment charm on himself, Mike dragged his tired body out of the room of requirement. As soon as Mike left, the door of the room of requirement automatically closed and turned into a wall again. The only remaining light on the 8th floor of Hogwarts also disappeared. After standing there for a while, until his eyes got used to the darkness, Mike took a step forward and walked towards the Hogwarts kitchen. The kitchen was not close to the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Mike walked slowly along the complex corridors in the castle. When he took a self-moving staircase to the lobby on the 1st floor, he suddenly found a pair of green eyes appearing in the dark corner. Mike's heart was filled with alarm and he held his breath. The wand in his hand was instantly aimed at the eyes. The pair of eyes moved silently in the darkness, gradually moving from the pitch-black corner to the center of the hall illuminated by the moonlight. A cat with messy fur appeared in Mike's sight, walking in a standard cat walk. Under the moonlight, its green eyes turned sky blue again. It turned out to be Mrs. Norris. Mike thought so and breathed a sigh of relief. The wand in his hand returned to the wand sheath, and he secretly thought that he had suffered from the after effects of being tortured by the basilisk. Mike turned sideways carefully away from Mrs. Norris, trying to bypass it and continue to the kitchen. However, Mrs. Norris seemed to have discovered something. She leaned her head forward and her nose kept moving as if she smelled something. Seeing this, Mike's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Mrs. Norris's sense of smell to be so sensitive. Is she a cat or a dog? Just as Mike was about to speed out of the hall, Filch's voice came from a distance. Mrs. Norris! Come here quickly, it's time for supper. I prepared your favorite dried fish for you. Mrs. Norris seemed to understand what Filch said. Her tail, which had been drooping, immediately began to wag, and she ran towards the direction of Filch's voice in small steps. Mike took this opportunity to leave the hall. Mike ran all the way until the entrance to the kitchen appeared in front of him, and his heart finally settled down. After Mrs. Norris's fuss, Mike's originally confused brain became much clearer. Looking at the dark kitchen entrance, all kinds of delicious food emerged in Mike's mind, and the stimulated saliva in his mouth was secreted rapidly. Swallowing, Mike quickened his pace and entered the cafeteria. However, the scene in the kitchen at this moment surprised Mike. The light in the kitchen was very bright, and Cedric was eating alone beside a long table filled with various delicacies. Cedric also noticed Mike and even forgot about the chicken leg he was biting. Their eyes met and the kitchen fell into silence. Are you here for a midnight snack too? After a long time, Mike spoke first, breaking the somewhat weird atmosphere. Ah, you too. Cedric said, taking the chicken leg from his mouth. Correct. There was another silence, and the air was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Mike's stomach protested at the right time. Want to eat some together? I can't finish it anyway. Cedric asked tentatively, looking at the embarrassed look on Mike's face. Okay. Mike didn't bother to be polite with Cedric. He sat down at the long table and poured himself a glass of water. He tilted his head back and drank it before he started to eat the delicacies on the table. Cedric seemed not to be used to eating with Mike. He stopped eating the chicken leg halfway through, wiped his mouth with the tablecloth beside him, and looked around as if he was at a loss. Of course, his expression did not escape Mike's eyes. While drinking water again, Mike asked. Why are you eating here alone? Aren't you usually followed by a group of people wherever you go? It's always against the rules to sneak into the kitchen in the middle of the night, so it's more convenient for me to be alone. Besides, I need to be alone for a while occasionally. Cedric's voice became softer and softer, and Mike almost couldn't hear it in the end. I understand you. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being stared at all day. To be honest, your fans are too annoying. Mike said incoherently while chewing the food in his mouth. Sometimes I find them annoying. My parents and friends all have high hopes for me, so I have to be a model student. After so many years, I can no longer tell whether I am just pretending to be a good kid or whether I have really become a model student in their eyes. Cedric said, it's just that in the dead of night, I always feel a little sad, just like now. Mike didn't know how to respond to Cedric's words, and the atmosphere became even more depressing. Oh, by the way. There's a question I've been wanting to ask you. When you go to the bathroom to pee, do your fans follow you? Mike had no choice but to change the subject abruptly. I heard from my friend that only gays go to the bathroom together. You're not. That's not true. Don't talk nonsense. Cedric denied hurriedly. Mike found Cedric's panic very funny and burst into laughter. Cedric seemed to think that he looked a little silly and laughed too. The tense atmosphere between the two men also eased. Mike laughed so hard that he was out of breath. After he calmed down, he said to Cedric sincerely, I'm sorry for using such a dangerous spell on stage that day. It's okay. Professor Flitwick was in the audience at the time. You and I both know that he won't sit idly by and watch us get into danger. Cedric didn't seem to expect Mike to apologize for this. He was surprised. It took him a while to react and said with a smile, but your spell is really powerful, but it's not easy to control. No way, no way. Your transfiguration is amazing. I can't do anything to you. Mike saw that the topic had turned into the business flattery he was most familiar with, and he skillfully continued what Cedric said. My transfiguration is amazing, right? You look like you've been up all night, you must be suffering from insomnia because of this matter, right? Seeing Mike mentioned his transfiguration, Cedric showed a rare smug look on his face, and asked cunningly, I dare say that my current transfiguration level is definitely the best among all the students in school. Even most of the graduates are not as good as me. Do you know why? Chapter 128. Topics among men. Seeing that his thoughts were revealed by Cedric, Mike smiled awkwardly, continued to eat with his head down, and did not reply. In fact, Mike could see that Cedric's last sentence wanted him to continue asking questions, but as the strongest student of Hufflepuff, Cedric would definitely become the seed player of Hufflepuff, which means that the two would definitely fight again in the future. If Mike really asked, he would be blatantly testing other people's secrets. Mike thought he was not thick-skinned enough to do that. And it was not necessary to ask him this question. He could also ask Professor McGonagall. Mike did not believe that Professor McGonagall, as a professor of transfiguration, would not know the secret. Seeing that Mike was only focused on eating and didn't seem to want to answer him, Cedric continued, I know you think we are still competitors, so you are embarrassed to ask. You are still too young. You have to be thick-skinned to get ahead. How about this, if you ask, I will tell you the secret of my transfiguration, how about it? Mike saw Cedric looking at him slyly, as if he wanted to see him surrender. He couldn't help but feel angry. He felt that Cedric was hateful tonight. He glared at Cedric and said stubbornly, who asked you to tell me? Even if you don't tell me, I can still smash your turtle shell when we meet in the ring. Seeing Mike looking very angry but helpless, Cedric burst into laughter. Cedric felt that he had not been so happy for a long time. He couldn't help but relax, leaned back and crossed his legs, while the leg was shaking, looking very lazy and bad. If he did this at other times and his father knew about it, he would definitely scold him for not sitting properly. But today was different, as there were only him and Mike here tonight. As for the fact that Mike would spread this matter to the whole world, Cedric firmly refused to believe it. He believed that Mike was not such a boring person. After shaking his legs and giggling for a while, Cedric seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He approached Mike and asked, I heard that you and Penelope are together, right? I guess so. We haven't officially confirmed our relationship yet. Mike spat out a chicken bone and said, when did you become so gossipy? I feel like you are acting weird tonight. No, don't worry about whether my question is weird or not. I just want to ask you, do you know about what happened between Penelope and Senior Blanche last year? Mike stopped what he was doing and asked in surprise, what the hell? Who is Blanche? Originally, I shouldn't have said this given my status, but I really couldn't bear to see you being deceived. That Penelope is really not a good girl. Cedric said seriously, Senior Blanche is a senior whom I particularly respect. She usually takes good care of me and just graduated last year. And it was also last year that Penelope suddenly showed her goodwill to Senior Blanche and hinted to Senior Blanche that she really wanted to learn the disillusionment charm. Senior Blanche, who has been single all her life, naturally couldn't resist this temptation, so she gave her notes to Penelope. As a result, Penelope turned her face away as soon as she got the notes. Senior Blanche was very sad about this incident and it also affected his NEWT exam. Is that so? Mike's expression was very strange. He had already guessed what was going on. He guessed that the Senior Blanche that Cedric was talking about was the poor guy who had performed the disillusionment spell for Mike and was ridiculed by Mike as a bootlicker. Yeah, Senior Blanche almost failed the exam. Cedric said indignantly. Ah, thank you for telling me this. Mike looked embarrassed. It was his fault. If he hadn't asked Penelope to help him with the disillusionment spell, Penelope wouldn't have been called a scumbag. Hey, don't talk about me. Do you have a girl you like? Cedric was stunned by Mike's question and smiled shyly. Don't tell me yet, let me guess. Mike saw that there was a chance and continued, Chujong. Right. How did you know? Cedric opened his mouth in surprise. Hey. I won't tell you. Does it hurt? Cedric was furious. Mike, who had scored a goal, looked at Cedric's constipated expression, crossed his legs like Cedric did before, and looked at Cedric proudly. But you have good taste. Chujong is indeed a pretty girl, and she's also good at Quidditch. It's a pity that she's not my type. Mike said, however, Chujong is a jewel in our Ravenclaw. The people chasing after her can line up from the Leaky Cauldron to Gringotts. Your hope is very slim. What's the big deal? I believe that with my qualifications, Chujong will definitely choose me. Seeing Cedric's determined look, Mike decided to give him a blow. Oh? Really? Then why did I hear that Chu Zhang seems to be very close to our captain recently? Mike threw the blame on his captain without hesitation. Cedric became anxious when he heard this. He stood up and shouted excitedly, "Who? Roger Davis? How is this possible? How could Chu Zhang like him? How should I know that?" Mike shook his legs happily. "You know, love is a magical thing. Sometimes, as long as you are attracted to each other, no matter what the other person's conditions are, the two of you will be together." "No. I'm going to ask Chu Zhang tomorrow." "Okay, then go ahead and ask." Mike yawned and stood up to say goodbye. "It's getting late. I'm going to bed first. I wish you a good dream tonight." Mike whistled and walked out of the kitchen, leaving Cedric alone, anxious and confused. It looked like Cedric would have sleepless nights tonight. Having successfully broken Cedric's mentality, Mike happily returned to the Ravenclaw common room without encountering any accidents along the way. After checking tomorrow's class schedule, he found that there was a transfiguration class tomorrow. Mike decided to find Professor McGonagall tomorrow to ask her about transfiguration, especially why Cedric was so good at transfiguration. Although he said that he didn't care, Mike actually did care in his heart. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Besides, if I knew Cedric's secret, maybe my transfiguration skills would improve significantly, and then I could implement my plan of fighting poison with poison. Thinking of this, Mike finished washing up and lay down on the bed. It is almost Christmas and the temperature has dropped. Mike wrapped himself tightly in the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 129. Transfiguration Lesson. The next day, Monday, in the Transfiguration classroom at Hogwarts. Most of the young wizards from Ravenclaw and Slytherin sat upright, and the few who were talking spoke in low voices, and from time to time they glanced vigilantly at the classroom door, as if some ferocious beast might appear from there at any time. After more than a year, McGonagall's prestige has already accumulated in the hearts of Mike and his group of young wizards. Now, as long as McGonagall appears, even the most naughty students will instantly become good kids. The only ones who could do this in the entire Hogwarts were McGonagall and Snape. As for Dumbledore, everyone who knew him knew that he was an approachable old man, so they would not be too restrained in front of him. Clap! The door of the Transfiguration classroom was suddenly opened, and Professor McGonagall, with a serious face and chest held high, walked in. In just a moment, the few remaining voices in the classroom disappeared immediately. Professor McGonagall glanced at everyone with hawk-like eyes, and nodded with satisfaction when she saw that everyone was as obedient as quails. "Then our class today has officially begun," Professor McGonagall said. "Today our class content is to transform buttons into butterflies. I believe that everyone here should be able to do it after more than a year of study. Finally, before we officially begin, I must reiterate again, what is the most important point about transfiguration." As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, the young wizards in the audience shouted in unison as if they had rehearsed it thousands of times cautious. In fact, Professor McGonagall has asked this question countless times, and she asks it again before almost every class. Transfiguration is an extremely dangerous spell, especially when it comes to the transformation of the human body or other living things, which can easily lead to irreversible deformation. Over the past few thousand years, countless wizards have turned into monsters because of this, such as the Kappa in Japan and the Banshees with human faces and bird bodies. These terrifying humanoid monsters are actually wizards who failed to transform. Upon seeing this, Professor McGonagall ordered the little wizards to begin transforming, while she herself kept patrolling the classroom, and stepped forward to help any students who had problems. Don't think this is an easy thing to say. There are very few people on the scene who can conjure up a complete butterfly, let alone a beautiful one. The butterflies transformed by these little wizards are very strange. Some have small wings on one side and large wings on the other side, so they can't fly at all. Some simply transform into a pupa or a caterpillar. Some have no buttons at all after performing the transformation. The above are still good, at least there is no danger. A chubby little wizard from Slytherin chanted the transfiguration spell and the button exploded, turning several Slytherin students around him into afro hair. Their funny appearance caused a burst of laughter in the classroom. For this, Slytherin was deducted 10 points, not because he failed to cast the spell, but because they disrupted the class order. Mike didn't pay attention to that side. At the moment, he was closing his eyes and concentrating on imagining the appearance of the butterfly in his mind. From the butterfly's colorful wings to its furry body covered with scales, Mike strives for perfection. Suddenly, Mike opened his eyes and stared at the button with sharp eyes, as if he regarded it as his mortal enemy. At the same time, he pointed his wand at the button and shouted the spell of transfiguration. Veravito. As he shouted, the black button on the desk began to rapidly stretch and thin, and then 6 slender insect legs slowly appeared, and finally a pair of wings with a black base and mixed with red, yellow, and other colors also stretched out. The butterfly flapped its wings gently, trying to take off. It seemed that it was not familiar with the butterfly body, so it failed after several attempts. Fortunately, butterflies are born with a high talent for flying. After practicing for a while, it finally flapped its big wings with beautiful phoenix tails and flew up slowly, landing on the tip of Mike's stick. Whew! After letting out a breath, Mike's heart finally settled down. Mike tried his best in this transformation. There was no way. Mike's performance in transfiguration class was not good enough to impress Professor McGonagall. If he wanted to ensure that Professor McGonagall told him the secret of Cedric's transfiguration, he had to do so when she was in a good mood. Although this last-minute cramming may not be of much help, there is no other way at this point. Mike silently swore in his heart that he would study transfiguration well in the future. Professor McGonagall had also finished dealing with Slytherin's affairs and noticed the butterfly on the tip of McGonagall's wand. Perfect transfiguration, Mr. Townley. A rare smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's serious face. No one in the entire second grade except Miss Hermione Granger can become better than you. Ravenclaw plus 10 points. Upon hearing this, the students around all looked at Mike with admiration, and Professor McGonagall turned around and continued to help other students. Mike also noticed the smile on Professor McGonagall's face, thinking there was hope, and decided to add fuel to the fire. So he got up and went with Professor McGonagall to help those students who always had problems casting spells. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall's smile deepened after noticing Mike's actions. This continued until the end of the get out of class, and most people in the classroom were able to turn buttons into butterflies, although the butterflies they turned out still looked like they had genetic mutations. After Professor McGonagall announced the end of get out of class, everyone rushed out of the classroom, as if they didn't want to stay with Professor McGonagall for a moment. But Mike did not leave. He waited quietly in the same place until he and Professor McGonagall were the only ones left in the classroom. Then Mike smiled and said to Professor McGonagall, who had just cleaned up the mess left by the students and was about to leave, "Professor, can I spare a moment of your time?" Mike's face was filled with a smile as bright as the sun. "I have some questions about transfiguration that I would like to ask you." Professor McGonagall was stunned when she heard this. In her impression, Mike had never been interested in transfiguration. Therefore, although Mike also had a high talent in transfiguration, his grades were always suppressed by Hermione. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Professor McGonagall's head, and she seemed to have figured something out, and her expression turned stern. "Don't think I don't know what you're doing. I will never teach you the animagus transfiguration. And you must never practice it secretly." Professor McGonagall scolded, "I know that young and talented wizards like you always think you can do anything, but please remember that the most important thing in learning transfiguration is to be cautious. With your talent, you will definitely succeed as long as you study hard. There's no need to be so anxious." Mike was completely confused by Professor McGonagall's long sermon. He never expected that Professor McGonagall would think that he wanted to ask about animagus. You misunderstood, Professor. I came to you to ask you something else. Can you please?" Professor McGonagall looked at Mike suspiciously, and when she saw that he didn't look like he was lying, she said, "Well, come with me to my office." Chapter 130. Solve the doubts. Following Professor McGonagall towards the office, Professor McGonagall didn't talk to Mike along the way, probably because of her personality. And Mike was too embarrassed to speak when she didn't take the initiative, so the two walked on in silence. Out of boredom, Mike had to focus his attention on Professor McGonagall's back. After careful observation, he actually discovered something. Professor McGonagall's walking posture was very distinctive. Each of her steps was relatively large and powerful, and the hem of her long skirt flew up with almost every step. At the same time, Professor McGonagall kept her chest held high, appearing very imposing. She could even be said to be the female version of the Dragon and Tiger Gate. It stands to reason that a woman walking in this posture would be very unsightly, but Professor McGonagall was not like that. Mike didn't know how to describe her aura, but the moment he saw Professor McGonagall, the three words strong woman automatically emerged in Mike's mind. It was unknown how long it had passed before the two finally arrived at Professor McGonagall's office. "Please sit down, Mike." Professor McGonagall pulled out a chair from her desk and sat down. Then she took out a thick stack of documents from a book basket at the corner of her desk and began to review them. "I'm sorry, do you mind if I talk to you while I'm working?" Mike shook his head vigorously to show that he didn't care. At the same time, he was shocked when he saw the 5-centimeter thick stack of documents in McGonagall's hand and the documents in the book basket that were several times thicker than that. It seemed that most of the administrative work of Hogwarts might be handled by Professor McGonagall, the vice-headmaster, and Dumbledore might be a hands-off manager in this regard. "Then please ask your questions. I'm very busy here." "Well, Professor McGonagall, I just want to ask what kind of spell transfiguration is." Mike also frowned when he heard it. "I mean, I saw Headmaster Dumbledore use transfiguration to solve the basilisk with a wave of his hand, and in the wizard duel between me and Cedric 2 days ago, Cedric also used a similar technique to almost completely invalidate my attack. I have no doubt that Headmaster Dumbledore can do this, but Cedric, he is just a student, how did he do it?" Professor McGonagall stopped writing when she heard McGonagall talking about wizard duels. She was obviously dissatisfied with the duel club set up by Lockhart, but she still answered Mike's question. "First of all, I have to warn you, Mr. Townley. Never try any potentially dangerous transfiguration. I know Dumbledore and Cedric may have rekindled your interest in transfiguration, but I still want to remind you that the most important thing about transfiguration is caution." Professor McGonagall said earnestly, "Perhaps the tragic stories I told you before, such as Kappa and Banshee, are too far away from you, so you cannot understand their seriousness. Then I will tell you a simple example. You must know the 5 basic laws of Gamp's transfiguration. 1. Food created by transfiguration cannot be eaten. 2. Transfiguration does not work on magic items. 3. Transfiguration cannot be created out of nothing. 4. Transfiguration cannot change the number of original objects, such as turning a wooden stick into 2 swords. 5. Transfiguration cannot grant permanent life to dead things. For example, the butterfly we just transformed into will return to its original form once the remaining magic power is exhausted. These 5 fundamental laws have guided countless wizards on the path of transfiguration for thousands of years, but do you know how they were discovered? That was all built with human lives. Just like the first one, an unknown wizard once tried to turn a wooden stake into bread and ate it, and then he bled to death that night. After his death, his friends performed an autopsy on him because they suspected he had been poisoned. They found that all his blood vessels were filled with wooden thorns. So everyone knew that he died from his own transfiguration." After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she saw the fear on Mike's face that she wanted to see, nodded with satisfaction, picked up the water cup beside her and took a sip before continuing. "As for the question you asked, I can tell you very clearly. To practice transfiguration to the level of Dumbledore and his friends, in addition to extremely strong magic and mental strength, you also need to have a very deep understanding of transfiguration. The first 2 are not difficult, the last one is difficult. Transfiguration is the most complicated subject. If you want to go further in this subject, besides amazing talent, you also need extraordinary effort and time accumulation. Otherwise, there are so many powerful wizards in the world, why are there so few masters of transfiguration? As for Cedric's transfiguration, I have also heard that it is not something he can control freely. He can do the transfiguration similar to Dumbledore, completely relying on his family's secrets. That kind of secret technique can allow the learner to instantly possess amazing transformation abilities, but the learning conditions are very demanding. As far as I know, Cedric is the only person in the Diggory family who has learned it in hundreds of years. Moreover, the transfiguration practiced with that kind of secret technique is just a substandard one, with only the form but not the spirit, and is far inferior to that of a real transfiguration master. To be honest, I feel sorry for Cedric. With his talent, he could have become a master of transfiguration. However, due to his practice of this secret technique, I guess he will never reach that level. In my opinion, his father is simply forcing him to learn that secret technique." After listening to Professor McGonagall's explanation, McElroy suddenly became enlightened, and at the same time he was glad that he had taken the initiative to try to improve transfiguration. But he felt speechless when he heard the last few words Professor McGonagall said. Is the secret technique that Cedric learned really as weak as Professor McGonagall said? "Please, I'm so strong that I can explode," Mike was sure that even if Cedric were to fight an elite aura right now, he would be able to defeat the opponent with his superb transfiguration skills. Although he didn't agree with what Professor McGonagall said at the end, Mike kept a grateful look on his face. After saying a lot of flattering words about Professor McGonagall's profound knowledge and her selfless help in solving students' doubts, Mike finally left the office under Professor McGonagall's increasingly impatient gaze. As soon as they left the office, Mike's face fell. Although what Professor McGonagall had just said made Mike suddenly enlightened, it was of no help in how to defeat Cedric. It even completely destroyed Mike's last thought of fighting fire with fire. Looking at a stone statue of a monster outside the office door, Mike seemed to have thought of something. His eyes brightened a little and he murmured, "Perhaps, this is the only way." Chapter 131. Abnormal Light Gate. In the dark dormitory, a pair of bright eyes suddenly appeared. Mike got out of bed carefully, put on his clothes, then walked out of the dormitory in the dark and came to the Ravenclaw common room. He prepared to enter the Light Gate again tonight. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. The Christmas holiday was about to begin, which meant that the time left for the duel tournament to be held was not short. Even if he could advance directly to the quarterfinals as a seeded player from Ravenclaw, the remaining time would not be enough for him to figure out any tricks to defeat Cedric. Then the only option left is to risk entering the Light Gate again. According to the last experience, after completing the Light Gate trial, not only will the magic power and mental strength be improved, but you will also gain a spell that you have never seen before. This is undoubtedly the best shortcut to improve your strength. Mike came to the statue of Ravenclaw with the help of the moonlight outside the window. Looking at Ms. Ravenclaw, who was radiant in the blue light emitted by the Light Gate, Mike silently activated the brain occlusion and walked into the Light Gate. As soon as he took a step forward, Mike noticed something unusual. This time, the feeling the Light Gate gave him was not that of a desire or even temptation for him to enter, but rather a feeling of disgust and rejection. Mike instinctively felt something was wrong and wanted to exit the Light Gate. But at this moment, the claw marks on his face and the greed pendant around his neck emitted blue light, offsetting the repulsive force of the Light Gate and sending him into the Light Gate. Boom! A loud explosion sounded beside Mike's ears, and at the same time, Mike seemed to faintly hear a woman's resentful cry. However, Mike had no time to think about the source of the female voice at this moment, because the blue light particles around him were rapidly arranging and combining, and soon Mike found himself in an environment similar to a battlefield. A tattered blue flag was stuck crookedly on the ground in front of Mike, and there was an ordinary wizard's wand painted on the flag. And under the flag were countless corpses. Human, fairy, dragon, etc. There are even many strange creatures that Mike has never seen before. The smell of blood and burnt food rushed into Mike's nose, making him want to vomit. Suddenly, I heard the sound of horse hooves and shouts. As these sounds appeared, the surrounding scenery quickly became blurred. The faint sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer, and the surrounding scenery was getting more and more blurred. Until Mike saw a cavalry team rushing towards him with smoke and dust, everything around him exploded into blue light particles. Mike was once again in the blue sea of light, and the only thing that remained unchanged was that the cavalry was still charging in the direction where he was. Not good. Mike cried out inwardly, "Oh no!" and kept chanting spells. One spell after another was quickly launched under the impetus of his huge magic power. Mike moved his feet, and ran towards the side of the cavalry like an arrow. As he ran, Mike's figure gradually became blurred under the effect of the illusion technique, and finally turned into a transparent afterimage. The cavalry was getting closer and closer, and when they got closer Mike realized that this cavalry was not the ordinary human cavalry he had originally thought, but was made up entirely of monsters. The giant wolves bared their canine teeth and rushed towards Mike's original position with ferocious appearance. On the back of each giant wolf was a goblin about 150 centimeters tall. These goblins held long swords and wore metal armor, which reflected dazzling light under the surrounding blue light, as if they were divine soldiers sent from heaven. Behind the cavalry, there was a completely different group of cavalry. The mounts of the cavalry were still giant wolves, but the knights on the wolf's back were all wearing leather armor, and the long swords in their hands had become wooden sticks with various skulls hanging on them. Mike, who was standing by, knew that he could not outrun the cavalry with mounts, so he did not plan to run from the beginning. Shhhhhhh. Countless lavender fireballs appeared beside Mike, who was moving at high speed. After appearing, these fireballs flew towards the group of monsters with amazing heat and whistling sounds. There was a series of explosions, and the fireballs fell into the cavalry team, causing violent explosions. Those horrifying-looking knights were instantly turned into pieces of flesh in the explosion, while more knights had their limbs blown off and lay wailing in the sea of light with their mounts. Seeing the miserable state of these monsters, Mike's nervousness eased a little. He thought those monsters were very powerful, but it turned out that they were just for show, good-looking but useless. If this continued, these cavalrymen would eventually be blown to death by him. Perhaps any other tester would be crushed by this cavalry if faced with them. After all, individual strength is not enough in the face of an army. However, what Mike is best at is dealing with enemies with weak defense but large numbers. Under his continuous bombardment of fireballs, the cavalrymen were just delivering food. However, only a moment later Mike's heart was lifted again. I saw the spellcaster goblins in the back row of the team waving their wooden sticks, and then the corpses that were blown into pieces were quickly pieced together and turned into a wolf cavalry again. The injured goblins were healed directly, and they howled again as they rode on the giant wolves and joined the team. And in the center of the team, an eight-eyed goblin was riding on an exceptionally majestic giant wolf. It just snapped its fingers, and every time it snapped, a light flashed on all the fairy knights around it, as if they were given some kind of buff status. Then the eight-eyed goblin scanned the area with his 8 eyes, found Mike's position and pointed hard, and the entire cavalry team immediately rushed towards Mike at an even more terrifying speed. Mike's face changed drastically, knowing that he must not let the eight-eyed goblin live any longer. After finding the right position, Mike pointed his wand and decisively fired a killing curse. The green light representing death avoided the goblin knights, protecting the eight-eyed goblin at an extremely tricky angle, and directly hit the head of the eight-eyed goblin. Ah! The eight-eyed goblin let out a shrill scream and was knocked flying by the impact of the killing curse, falling to the ground and not moving. The status of the eight-eyed goblin seemed to be very high. The goblin knights around were all stunned when they saw this. Then they shouted and surrounded the body of the eight-eyed goblin. Several spellcaster goblins joined the team, trying to heal the eight-eyed goblin, while the rest of the spellcasters summoned a transparent shield to protect the entire team. Mike took this opportunity to speed up his attack, directing the fireball to fly towards where the crowd was densest. Boom boom boom! The transparent shield shattered into pieces under Mike's bombing, leaving a big hole. A large number of fireballs passed through the big hole in the shield and fell accurately into the crowd. Chapter 132, Strange Return. The fireball fell into the team, causing a violent explosion, which blew all the fairy knights surrounding the periphery into pieces. At this time, the greedy and cowardly nature of the goblins was exposed. Although the remaining goblin knights were still numerous, they actually left the team and fled when they saw that their commander was unknown, whether he was dead or alive, and Mike was still commanding fireballs to kill their companions. All of this was seen by Mike, who had activated his magical perception. Not only that, Mike also sensed the situation in the center of the cavalry team. None of the goblin spellcasters fled, and all of them surrounded the eight-eyed goblin. The spellcasters on the periphery once again put up a shield, and perhaps because the range was smaller, the shield was much stronger this time, and it actually withstood Mike's continuous bombardment. The remaining goblin spellcasters were concentrating on treating the eight-eyed goblin. But their efforts were in vain. The eight-eyed monster, which was hit directly by the killing curse, was beyond help and its soul had been annihilated. Mike knew that those armored goblin knights were insignificant trash, so he didn't bother with them. He waved his wand repeatedly, releasing the earth spike spell again and again to bypass the shield and attack those casting spells from underground. Slender stone spears emerged from the ground at an angle. Due to their incredible length and the fact that they were stabbed out at an angle, one spear could often pierce through several spellcasters. Seeing this, the other spellcasters rushed to treat their companions around them, but it was too late. As a large number of spellcasters had their spells interrupted by the sudden severe pain, the shields above their heads had become weak and were easily shattered by Mike's fireball. Dozens of fireballs fell from the sky, mixed with a few red light balls that seemed to be made of liquid. These light balls were specially made by Mike, and their functions were similar to incendiary bombs, but the effects were much stronger than incendiary bombs. As the fireball landed, the red flames spread rapidly, soon turning the location of the casters into a fiery inferno. The spellcasters in the sea of fire desperately cast healing spells to heal themselves, but to no avail. Their wounds had just healed but would soon be burned again, and the severe pain stimulated them to let out miserable howls. Hearing the tragic howling behind them, the fairy knights ran even faster. Seeing victory in sight, Mike's heart finally settled down. But the next moment something strange happened. The female voice that Mike had heard when he first entered the light gate sounded again. As the female voice continued, the expressions of the fleeing fairy knights all changed, and they turned around and rushed towards Mike like robots receiving orders. The spellcasters were in a similar state to the goblin knights, and had all abandoned the eight-eyed goblins. However, the spellcasters were all trapped in the sea of fire, and when they stopped trying to save themselves, they actually accelerated their own deaths. Mike looked up at the sky. He now understood that the female voice should be from Ravenclaw's soul. Although he didn't know why she wanted to kill him so much, even to the point of forcibly intervening in the trial she had set before her death, it was too late now. With a sneer, Mike raised his magic wand and pointed it at the attacking knights. The tip of the wand suddenly glowed with fire, and a dazzling purple fire snake spewed out. Those knights seemed to have no fear of this feeling at all. They continued to charge forward despite Mike's fire spell, risking their own lives. They were completely different from their previous performance. However, it was all in vain. Mike's purple flame had an extremely high temperature. Although the metal armors of the fairy knights seemed to be of high quality and showed no signs of melting under Mike's flame spell, they still had excellent thermal conductivity like ordinary metals. Soon, the knights fell to the ground with wailing. Smoke came out from the gaps in their armor, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. After using the killing curse to deal with the last goblin knight, Mike once again raised his 12-point vigilance and used the brain occlusion technique with all his strength. After the last trial, a large amount of Ravenclaw's memories flooded into Mike's brain. Mike instinctively felt that if he allowed those memories to invade his brain again, something very bad would happen. The surrounding sea of light vibrated violently, and with the vibration, the sea of light composed of blue light particles rolled like real waves. A few waves hit Mike's body, but the expected huge force did not come. The light particles were like some special energy bodies. Most of them penetrated Mike's body and continued to roll away. A few light particles stayed in Mike's body, turning into a warm current that quickly increased Mike's magic and mental strength. Mike squinted his eyes and enjoyed the pleasure of the surge in magic power and mental strength. At this moment, Mike felt that all his previous hard work was worth it. However, the woman's voice came again at this time, and Mike felt a strong force coming and pushing himself hard. The light around him dimmed instantly, and the growth of his magic power and mental strength came to an abrupt halt. When Mike opened his eyes, he found himself back in the Ravenclaw common room. Fuck! You bastard! Mike kicked the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw hard. The time when the blue light particles entered his body was not long, so his magic power and mental strength did not increase much. This was not what Mike expected. He originally expected that this wave of trials should at least increase his magic power by another 10%, but now, it has not even reached half of his expectations. After staring at the statue of Ms. Ravenclaw for a long time, Mike's mind, which was overwhelmed by anger, gradually calmed down. Everything that happened tonight was weird. First, the light gate rejected his entry. Then, the originally stable battlefield scene suddenly collapsed. Even when seeing that Mike was about to win, the residual soul of Ravenclaw intervened in the trial. Finally, after the trial was completed, he was directly ejected. After thinking for a long time, as if he had thought of something, Mike's expression suddenly became very strange. "Isn't she afraid of me?" Mike was shocked when she said this. She was a Ravenclaw, one of the founders of Hogwarts, a legendary wizard who once caused the wizarding families of the entire continent to panic. Although there was only a small piece of soul in front of her, how could she be afraid of a second-year wizard apprentice? "If it's not because of me, then what you are really afraid of should be," Mike murmured as he took out the raven-shaped greed pendant from around his neck. The light gate was opened again, and Mike extended the pendant towards the light gate. As expected, a repulsive force far greater than the last time erupted from the light gate again, and the closer the pendant was, the greater the repulsive force became, as if it really didn't want the greed pendant to enter the light gate. The pendant also emitted a faint blue light to counteract that power. Mike showed a sneer on his face. Chapter 133, The Holy Sword Appears. Mike sneered and walked towards the light gate with the greed pendant in his hand. That's right, Mike is ready to conduct trials in succession. Mike knew that his decision was very irrational. Although his physical strength and magic power had returned to their peak after his return, the mental fatigue still existed. But Mike just doesn't want to make Ravenclaw's soul feel good. "Since you don't like the greed pendant, I must bring it to you." The repulsive force coming from the light gate was very strong, but fortunately, the faint light emitted by the greed pendant offset most of the force, so Mike was still able to move forward into the light gate. 1 meter, 80 centimeters, 70 centimeters. Mike moved with difficulty, and finally his hand touched the light gate. What? The moment Mike's hand touched the light gate, the repulsive force suddenly disappeared. Mike, who was unprepared, stumbled directly into the light gate. As soon as he entered the light gate, Mike noticed something unusual. This time, the blue sea of light did not appear, but was replaced by a sudden feeling of dizziness. Mike was very familiar with this feeling, as it was the same feeling when using fluo powder and port keys to move. Could it be that there is actually a teleportation array behind the light gate? The dizziness came and went quickly. As soon as this thought appeared in Mike's mind, the feeling of being grounded came back. Mike, who had just recovered from the dizziness, felt his legs go weak and he almost fell. Mike took a big step forward with his right foot to steady his body, and only then did he realize that he was in a huge square. This square covers an area of at least nearly 1,000 square meters. The top of the square is inlaid with countless luminous stones, and the ground is made entirely of some unknown material. It looks very smooth and dust-free, but it has strong friction and you won't feel slippery when you step on it. Directly opposite Mike was a huge stone door. A white-haired man with a horrible scar on his left eye was standing in front of the stone door, seemingly guarding it. The man carried 2 European-style swords on his back, wore a leather armor covered with scars, and had a wolf head-shaped pendant around his neck. At this moment, he was looking at Mike with his light green eyes with vertical pupils. Mike, who had already experienced 2 trials, instantly realized that the man in front of him was his opponent, so he decided to strike first and shot a killing curse at the man. Facing the rapidly approaching killing curse, the man neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, his right hand grasped the hilt of a long sword on his back with lightning speed and pulled it out fiercely. I saw a ray of light bursting out, like the first light of dawn. The light was so strong that the whole square darkened. The man's hands kept moving, holding the light in one hand and slashing towards the green light. Mike smiled when he saw this. He wanted to use a long sword to break the killing curse? It was simply a pipe dream. It was no more difficult than using a knife to cut off a bullet shot at him. And even if you can hit it, the killing curse is not a bullet that can be knocked away easily. It will explode when it encounters an obstacle, and the power of the explosion alone can seriously injure people. The 2 rays of light collided, but the explosion that Mike expected did not happen. The green light of the killing curse was directly extinguished under the illumination of the dawn light. The man's chopping movement was smooth and seamless, without any stumbling, as if his sword was slashing at the air. After the killing curse was annihilated, the light on the sword gradually dissipated. It was not until this moment that Mike saw its true face. The sword's jaw was golden yellow, and a huge ruby was inlaid on the hilt. Its blade shone coldly under the illumination of the luminous stone, as if it could cut through everything. Sword of Victory and Oath, Excalibur, Sword of the King, Sword of the Lake, Sword of the Lady of the Lake. Mike couldn't help but exclaim. In order to destroy the crown some time ago, Mike read a lot of information about King Arthur's Sword of Victory and Oath, and he was very familiar with the appearance of that holy sword. There is no doubt about it. With that appearance and the power to directly break the killing curse, this is definitely the Sword of Victory and Oath. With this sword, you can destroy the crown, and if you destroy the crown, you don't have to become a beautiful girl anymore. Thinking of this, Mike's eyes became hot as he looked at the man. As long as he is killed, the Sword of Victory and Oath will belong to Mike. Just as Mike was fantasizing about destroying the crown and getting rid of the nightmare of becoming a girl, the white-haired man opposite him charged towards Mike with a sword in hand. Mike came to his senses and quickly cast the illusion spell and the wind speed spell, entering invisibility and escaping quickly. At the same time, he chanted the fire spell to let the white-haired man experience the taste of the burning hell. As for whether the Sword of Victory and Oath would be destroyed by his fire curse, Mike had never thought about this question. If the sword was really the legendary holy sword, it should be indestructible. Otherwise, the sword would be useless to Mike and it would be destroyed. However, the man's vertical pupils seemed to have the effect of breaking invisibility, and Mike's disillusionment spell was completely ineffective against him. The man slightly adjusted his direction and continued to rush towards Mike. Moreover, the man's speed was extremely fast, not like a normal human being at all. In just a few breaths, he was 10 meters behind Mike. Seeing the man raising his sword and preparing to chop him, Mike's eyes flashed with incredible light, but his mouth did not stop moving at all. He quickly stopped chanting the fire spell and chanted the earth spike spell at the fastest speed in his life. The stone spear appears. As a spell was chanted so fast that it was almost inaudible, a thick stone spike broke through the ground and stood between the man and Mike. The man looked at the stone pillar that suddenly appeared and swung his sword expressionlessly. A flash of sword light flashed across the stone pillar, and the stone pillar was suddenly cut into two pieces, and the broken end was as smooth as a mirror. While the man was cutting off the stone pillars, Mike no longer cared about his physical exhaustion and used all his strength to activate the wind speed spell. At the same time, he recited the earth spike spell repeatedly, and more stone pillars appeared in front of the man in order to delay more time. Suddenly, Mike, who was running for his life, felt a palpitation for no reason and his head subconsciously tilted to the left. The next moment, a sword light flew past his ear and cut off a few strands of golden hair. Mike was frightened by the sword light and broke out in a cold sweat. He turned his head and looked behind him, only to see the man waving the sword in a dancing posture. Sword dance. As he swung his sword, the sword lights filled the sky and shattered everything around him. The stone pillars were like sand in front of the sword light, and they were all turned into stone powder in an instant. The sword light that almost killed Mike just now was just a few scattered sword lights. Chapter 134. Mirror. Mike, who was in a closed brain state, did not panic. He noticed that the white-haired man might have wanted to avoid being hurt by the sword energy, so there was no sword energy within 50 centimeters around his body. He kept moving away from the sword energy's range while leaning forward to avoid a ray of sword energy. Mike pointed his magic wand and saw several thin spikes emerge from under the man's feet and pierce the man directly. It was not known whether it was because the man's physical strength was too high or because the leather armor had amazing defensive power, but the spikes that could easily pierce the alchemical dummy actually only penetrated the man's body and did not pierce his entire body. Mike also noticed that the man didn't seem to have blood, and what flowed out of his wound was actually a trace of magic power. Several ground spikes held the man in place, and he struggled several times but failed to break free. At this time, the disadvantage of the European-style longsword was revealed. With his hands also restrained, the man couldn't use the longsword to cut off the ground spikes. Mike felt a surge of joy in his heart when he saw this, but it was then forcibly suppressed by the brain occlusion technique. Mike, who was absolutely rational, had no expression on his face. He found the right position and fired 3 killing spells. At the same time, in order to prevent the man from suddenly breaking free from the spikes, he also cast 2 immobilization spells to ensure that the killing spells could hit the target. At this moment the man shouted, "Quen!" A translucent circular shield suddenly appeared at the moment when the 3 green rays that were almost connected into one were about to hit the man. Wow! The translucent shield was extremely strong and actually blocked 2 of Mike's killing curses in a row. But unfortunately, Mike fired 3 killing curses in a row this time, and under Mike's deliberate control, the trajectory of these 3 killing curses was exactly the same. So the last killing curse went straight through the shield that was already full of cracks and imprinted on the white-haired man's stomach. Mike firmly believed that anyone hit by the killing curse would die, but he did not relax his vigilance at this moment, and continued to use the ground spike and the body-shattering curse to attack the man. The killing curse could not be used, and the 3 consecutive shots just now were already Mike's limit. If he continued to use it in a short period of time, Mike would probably lose his mind. Facts proved that Mike's approach was absolutely correct. After the killing curse hit the white-haired man, it exploded and blew a big hole in the man's stomach. Rich magic power gushed out from it crazily, forming a magical aura visible to the naked eye. Mike's face showed understanding. He was right in his guess. This man was probably not a living person, but a being similar to an alchemical puppet or a magic mirror. If the killing curse hits a living being, its soul will be annihilated directly, but it will not harm the body. It will only explode when it hits a dead object. However, even if Mike's killing curse did not kill the white-haired man at once, it still caused great harm to him. At this moment, the man and the sword of king in his hand became much more transparent. Ard! The man seemed to know that he didn't have much time left. He roared and slapped his feet with his left hand. A shock wave suddenly appeared, which not only shattered all the spikes that imprisoned the man, but also knocked the man out. And the place where the man landed happened to be where Mike was at the moment. Court death! Mike uttered these 2 words expressionlessly. Originally, when the man was on the ground, Mike was not willing to use his best fire spell. After all, the man moved too fast and too flexibly, and it was difficult to hit him with the slow flying speed of the fireball. But at this moment, the man was in midair and unable to move flexibly, so he had become the best target. Burning flames. The first purple fireball hit the man, causing a violent explosion, and blew the man away in the opposite direction. Then the second fireball hit him again under Mike's mental control, blowing the man away again. Then the third, fourth, fifth. The man was like a stone skipping on water, rising and falling in the air. When he landed, he had already reached the other corner of the square, nearly 1,000 meters away from Mike. These fireballs were deliberately made by Mike. The explosion of these fireballs can create a powerful impact force, and the explosion power is even greater than that of ordinary fireballs. Even a fool could see that the man was in a very bad condition and would probably die soon, so delaying time became Mike's main option. It would be even better if he could blow the man to death directly. However, Mike's wishful thinking was in vain, and the man opposite slowly stood up. At this moment, the man was still the same as when Mike first saw him, with the tattered leather armor and a pair of light green eyes. The previous wave of bombing did not leave any trace on him, even his hairstyle was not messed up. However, the big hole in the man's stomach was still gushing out magic power. As a large amount of magic power turned into magic light and dissipated into the air, the man's body became more and more transparent. The man seemed to know that he had lost. His light green eyes stared at Mike in the distance, his face still expressionless. Mike saw all of this, and now that the situation was settled, he stopped running. He lifted the disillusionment spell to save his magic power, and used the last bone-crushing spell on the man in the distance. Shattered to pieces. A beam of light shot towards the man, showing Mike's respect for the strong. This was the strongest warrior enemy he had ever encountered. Mike could see that he was just a magic mirror image. He probably didn't have even 1/10 of the original's power, and many of the original's moves could not be used. Even so, Mike almost died in his hands. It is no exaggeration to say that with the mirrored pseudo-holy sword in his hand, he can kill Mike with just one strike. However, warriors are naturally restrained by wizards like Mike who have fast movement speed and many control skills, so the final winner is Mike. Facing Mike's final blow, the white-haired man did not sit still and wait for death. He ignored his almost transparent body and threw the sword in his hand, which was about to completely dissipate, towards Mike with all his strength. Call out! An almost transparent sword cut through the air, making a terrifying sound of breaking wind. The light of the shattering spell didn't even manage to block the long sword a bit. It was merely brushed by the sword tip and dissipated, while the long sword continued to fly towards Mike. When Mike saw this, he felt a sharp pain on his forehead and knew that something was wrong. You know, although the crushing spell is not his main combat spell, Mike has worked hard on this attack spell. However, at this moment, it was easily dispelled. Chapter 135. Soul Split. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and it crossed hundreds of meters in just 1 second. Such a fast speed could not be avoided by a pair of flesh feet even with the wind speed spell. At this critical moment, Mike pointed the wand in his hand diagonally at the ground under his feet, and a red fireball the size of an egg flew out, hit the ground and exploded. Boom! The explosion was not severe this time because Mike deliberately controlled the power, but because the distance was too close, the impact force of the explosion still knocked Mike away. Fortunately, the armor on Mike's body was still effective, and the explosion did not cause any harm to Mike, but only caused some cracks on his transparent shield. The long sword made a terrifying sound of breaking wind as it narrowly passed by Mike and stabbed straight into the stone door behind him. The sword was completely inserted, leaving only the hilt outside. A corner of Mike's robe was only slightly touched by the wind brought by the long sword, and it instantly turned into rags all over the sky. Mike himself was also blown away by the air wave brought by the long sword. Boom! Mike slammed heavily into the stone door behind him, and the transparent shield on his body shattered into pieces, turning into wisps of light powder and disappearing into the air. The white-haired man in the distance saw that his final attack did not kill Mike, and for the first time in 1,000 years, an expression of regret appeared on his face. He shook his head slightly, sighed, and then disappeared completely. With the disappearance of the white-haired man, the long sword on the stone gate also turned into nothingness. The disappearance of the white-haired man and the long sword seemed to have activated some kind of mechanism. The entire square shook violently, and the huge stone door next to Mike slowly opened in the vibration. Cough, cough, cough. When the vibration stopped, Mike struggled to sit up from the ground. He felt a dull pain in his chest and abdomen, and a sweet taste in his throat that wanted to burst out. He knew that he had internal injuries. Although the armor on his body protected him very well, the previous explosion and the collision with the stone door still caused some injuries to his internal organs. You know, the impact force caused by a blunt object cannot be resisted by armor. Forcibly suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Mike touched his waist. If the light gate this time really sent himself here through some kind of teleportation device, instead of testing himself through an illusion like the previous times, his bag of seamless stretching spell should still be there. Mike fumbled around his waist for a while, and when he touched a silk bag, a look of joy appeared on his face. As expected, I was right. The bag of the traceless stretching spell was still there. With trembling hands, he took out a bottle of light green potion from the bag. This was the emerald potion that Mike had prepared when he was preparing to enter the light gate trial for the first time. It was made of various medicinal materials such as white fresh, wind grass, and centipede. It had a strong healing effect on both external and internal injuries. The taste of the emerald potion was very strange. In the words of the Weasley brothers who gave him the potion, it was like a mixture of elephant booger and rhino urine. Mike didn't know what elephant booger and rhino urine tasted like, but he did understand what the Weasley brothers meant by the very strange taste. Mike suppressed the urge to vomit and drank the entire bottle of emerald potion. The sweet taste in his throat gradually dissipated. After taking a short rest, Mike couldn't help but think of the mirror image just now. No wonder none of the chosen ones over the past thousands of years could successfully complete the third trial. The strength of that mirror image is simply too strong. What made Mike feel the most heartbroken was the sword of victory and covenant that disappeared along with the mirror image. Now that the hope of destroying the crown was shattered, did he really have to put on the crown and fight to the death with the main soul of Ravenclaw inside? He shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts. Now there was still a Ravenclaw soul that Mike needed to deal with. After moving his body and feeling that the dull pain in his chest and abdomen had completely disappeared, Mike shifted his gaze to the open stone door. The stone door that had been opened was completely dark. Unlike the pitch-black darkness of the night, the darkness inside the stone door seemed to have a magical power, and even the light from the square could not shine in. Seeing this, Mike hesitated whether to go in. Humans are actually phototactic animals and have a natural aversion to darkness. The darkness in the stone gate in front of him gave Mike a very ominous feeling. After hesitating for a long time, Mike finally gritted his teeth and rushed towards the endless darkness. As soon as he rushed into the darkness, the imagined scene of pitch darkness did not appear. What appeared in front of Mike was a familiar sea of blue light. Not far away, a beautiful woman was standing with a raven on her shoulder. Mike suddenly had a very bad feeling in his heart, because the woman's appearance was very familiar to Mike. She looked exactly like a Ravenclaw lady. Is this the soul of Ravenclaw? Thinking of this, Mike was ready to wave the wand in his hand to cast a killing curse on her. But when he waved it violently, he found that his hand was empty and the blackthornwood wand was missing. The Ravenclaw soul not far away smiled when he saw this, and waved his slender jade hand gently, and Mike flew out rolling as if he was slapped hard in the face. The soul of Ravenclaw walked sexy cat steps to Mike, squatted down and whispered, "There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. Do you think I am really afraid of you?" After saying this, the Ravenclaw soul reached out his hand towards Mike's head. Her hand seemed to have no substance and reached directly into Mike's brain, but she seemed unsatisfied, and gradually her whole body turned into a shadow and flew in. Buzz! Mike felt his brain buzzing and he completely lost all sense of the outside world. The memories of Ravenclaw he received during the first trial kept appearing in front of Mike like slides. At first, the images Mike saw were blurry and incoherent, just like watching a PPT. But as all the Ravenclaw souls entered his body, the images in front of Mike became clearer and clearer. Everything that the little girl named Rowena Ravenclaw experienced in his memory began to overlap with Mike's own memories. As Mike's own memories and Ravenclaw's memories continued to overlap, Mike couldn't help but question his own existence. Am I Rowena Ravenclaw? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Mike shook his head vigorously to deny this terrible idea. At the same time, Mike understood in his heart that if he really thought that he was Ravenclaw just now, his body might have been occupied by Ravenclaw's soul. Chapter 136. Soul Death Battle. After reacting, Mike couldn't help but feel fortunate that he only received one memory of Ravenclaw. Just one memory made Mike doubt his own existence. If there were more such memories, he would be completely finished. As if realizing that his plan had failed, all the memories in front of Mike's eyes turned into a puff of smoke. The puff of smoke kept gathering and twisting in the air, and finally turned into a beautiful little girl with sky blue pupils. The little girl was very cute, and Mike, who had inherited the childhood memories of Ravenclaw, recognized the little girl in front of him as Rowena Ravenclaw at first sight. "If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with alcohol." The child form of Ravenclaw had a ferocious look on his face, and spoke viciously to Mike. After saying this, the little girl pounced towards Mike and hugged Mike's thighs. At this moment Mike hadn't reacted yet. The little girl in front of him was so cute that even when she said harsh words, one could not feel any malice in her. He even felt that her vicious look was a little cute. However, Mike soon regretted his thought. The little girl hugged Mike's thigh and bit it hard, biting off a large piece of meat. What is strange is that even though such a large piece of flesh was bitten off, there was not a drop of blood on Mike's wound. "What?" A deep pain came, causing Mike to let out a shrill scream. The bite from the child form of Ravenclaw seemed to be not biting Mike's flesh at all, but biting Mike's soul. The little girl gulped down the piece of meat she had bitten off from Mike's thigh, followed by another bite. Mike also reacted at this moment, and hurriedly reached out to pull the little girl off his thigh. However, the little girl was surprisingly strong, and Mike couldn't pull the little girl off even with all his strength. In a hurry, Mike didn't care about anything else. He punched and kicked the little girl. Finally, he even imitated the little girl and bit her head. The imagined fiber feeling of hair did not come from his mouth. Mike felt as if he was biting into an ice cream that had been frozen for a whole year, and his teeth were hurt. But even so, Mike still bit off a small piece of it. The piece of meat he bit off turned into a warm current and entered Mike's body after entering his mouth. Mike felt a warmth in his thigh. He tilted his head and saw that the thigh that was almost bitten off by the little girl had grown back a little. At this moment, the little girl happened to swallow a piece of meat with a gulp, and then the wound that Mike had bitten quickly healed as before. Mike was overjoyed when he saw this, and continued to bite it. In this way, the little girl transformed from Mike's Ravenclaw soul kept biting the other party, and the situation was at a stalemate for a while. But in terms of tooth hardness, the little girl is still better after all. Slowly, the little girl's eating progress became further behind Mike, and Mike couldn't help feeling anxious when he saw that the little girl had finished eating one of his thighs and started to attack the other. "If this continues, I will eventually be swallowed by the little girl." At this critical moment, the greed pendant on Mike's chest suddenly broke free from the necklace and flew into the air. The raven-shaped greed pendant in the air emitted a dazzling blue light, and it continued to expand and twist, and finally turned into a real black raven. "Gah!" As if announcing its arrival to the world, the black raven chirped happily, then flapped its wings and swooped down towards the little girl who was already biting Mike's other thigh. The little girl was horrified. She waved her hand and a raven appeared out of thin air, flying towards the raven transformed by the greedy pendant from bottom to top. However, the raven transformed by the greed pendant was obviously stronger than the little girl's. The two ravens collided with each other for only a moment before the little girl's raven turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. The raven transformed by the greed pendant did not slow down and continued to attack the little girl. "No! You traitor!" The Ravenclaw soul roared, let go of the hands that were holding Mike's thighs, turned around and wanted to escape. However, with her body of a little girl, there was no way she could outrun the winged black raven. The black raven pierced into the back of Ravenclaw's soul like a black arrow, and then came out from its chest the next moment. The Ravenclaw soul that was pierced through by the black raven turned around and glared at Mike with a resentful look, who opened his mouth in surprise, and then turned into countless blue light particles and exploded. At this moment, Mike was already stunned and was a little overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. The greed pendant that he had worn for more than a year turned out to be a living raven? And this raven was so strong that the terrifying soul that almost ate him whole was killed instantly after just one encounter with it. While thinking about something, Mike suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw that it was the black raven that had landed on his shoulder after dealing with the soul splitter, and was now using its long beak to tidy up its feathers. Perhaps because Mike looked a little silly, a hint of disgust appeared in the black raven's pupils in a very human way, and it slapped Mike in the face with its wings. "Quack quack!" Before Mike could react, the black raven chirped at him and pointed its wings at the light fog composed of blue light particles not far away. Mike covered his face, which was a little painful from being beaten, and asked Black Raven uncertainly. "You mean, you want me to go, to eat?" The Black Raven nodded impatiently, then continued to preen its feathers. Seeing this, Mike no longer hesitated. He dragged his only remaining right leg and crawled under the light mist with difficulty. Looking up at the light mist above his head, Mike was about to ask the raven how to eat when the light mist above his head poured into Mike's body like a child who had been wandering for a long time and finally found his biological parents. Mike only felt a warmth filling his whole body, and his left leg, which had been eaten by the split soul, grew back with the nourishment of the warm current. And this warm current did not disappear after repairing Mike's injuries, but instead flowed towards Mike's brain. Boom! Mike felt as if his brain was hit by a hammer, and then he knew nothing. Chapter 137. Grave. Long passages of text flooded into Mike's mind. These words were neither powerful spells nor unique spell-casting techniques, but Ms. Ravenclaw's understanding of magic. What is magic? Mike had also thought about this question in the dead of night. Originally, he believed that magic power was a mixture of a person's physical and mental strength, that is, the combination of the two gave birth to the magic power that could cast all kinds of magical spells. This also explains why the magic power of a young wizard will continue to grow rapidly until he reaches adulthood at the age of 17. This is because before the age of 17, a child's body and mind are constantly developing and becoming stronger. Naturally, the magic power based on these two will also continue to grow stronger. As for the few old wizards like Dumbledore whose bodies have aged but whose magical powers are extremely amazing, it is because they have made their mental power stronger and stronger through continuous practice. The strong mental power not only strengthens their own magic power but also feeds back to their physical strength, delaying the aging of their bodies. This also explains why powerful wizards live longer than ordinary people. But after accepting Ravenclaw's understanding of magic, Mike discovered that his original understanding of magic was completely wrong. Magic is magic, and it is not a mixture of physical and mental strength at all. Magic exists in the cells of both Muggles and wizards. The only difference is that the magic in wizards is very active and grows stronger as their bodies and minds grow. Strictly speaking, wizards are more like the product of a genetic mutation, but this genetic mutation is benign and will bring powerful power to the mutant. This is one of the reasons why the concept of pure blood supremacy has been so popular in the past few hundred years, because if this kind of genetic mutant combines with another genetic mutant, there is a high probability that their offspring will also be genetic mutants. On the contrary, if a genetic mutant combines with a normal person, it is very likely that a normal person who cannot use magic will be born, the so-called dud. Magic is not a dead thing. It is like a group of naughty children. In addition to using mental power to control them forcibly, if you want to control them freely, you also need to understand them and make friends with them. Spells, wands and even emotions are tools to control the magic power and release it the way the wizards want. With these tools developed by the predecessors over countless years, people in later generations can manipulate the magic power more conveniently to release spells. After figuring this out, Mike slowly woke up from the endless darkness. The moment he opened his eyes, a hint of blue flashed in his bright pupils. Mike had no idea of this and quietly came out of his occluded state, feeling the magic within him. After gaining Ravenclaw's understanding of magic, Mike discovered that he could actually sense the emotions of the magic in his body. Those magical powers seemed to have self-awareness, playing and frolicking in every blood vessel of Mike, conveying emotions of joy to him. Mike tried to use his mental power to send them the emotion of playing together. Unexpectedly, these magic powers seemed to understand what Mike meant. They all gathered around Mike's mental power and rotated around him, very active. Feeling the active magic around his own mental power, McFly was inspired and unconsciously recited his most familiar spell. The flames are blazing. A dazzling purple flame gushed out from the tip of the blackthornwood wand, forming a noble and gorgeous purple phoenix in the air. This phoenix made of purple flames is almost an enlarged version of Dumbledore's phoenix fox. It has 4 purple tail feathers trailing behind it, and the patterns on each feather are clearly visible. It is hard to believe that it is made of flames. The purple phoenix flies and hovers in the air, and makes a cry from time to time. Listening to the clear chirping sounds, Mike couldn't help but laugh. These sounds were created by him manipulating the magic power and using the principle of flames heating the air. His ability to control magic has greatly improved after absorbing Ravenclaw's understanding of magic. It's a pity that what he received was only the understanding of magic, and Mike did not receive the deeper knowledge of how to control magic. Otherwise, Mike would have become a master of spells. The light of the purple phoenix illuminated the entire night sky, and thanks to it, Mike could also see the environment he was in now. Behind him was the huge stone door, and the light of the magic lighting stone inside the stone door was faintly visible. Mike was surrounded by lush trees, and occasionally a pair of small eyes with glowing lights flashed through the trees, glancing at the purple phoenix in the sky before disappearing. A little further in front of Mike was a large lawn. The lawn was very flat and was planted with a variety of beautiful flowers. Mike could smell the rich floral fragrance emanating from there from a long distance away. In the center of the lawn is a huge stone platform. The platform is made entirely of black stone, and it faintly reflects purple light under the illumination of the purple phoenix in the sky. Suddenly, Mike felt a tightness in his chest. Knowing that this was a sign that his magic power was about to run out, Mike quickly dispersed the purple phoenix in the sky and used fluorescent flashing lighting instead. The phoenix in the sky gave a final melodious cry before it turned into sparks that floated down the sky and disappeared before it hit the ground. The forest without the purple phoenix returned to its original pitch-black darkness. Only then did Mike realize that the night sky above his head was also pitch black, with no trace of the moon or stars. Mike suppressed his doubts and came to the black stone platform with the help of the weak fluorescent light. When he got closer, he found that there was another small platform on the platform, which was also made of black stone. And on this small platform, there was a European-style long sword. Sword of Victory and Oath. Mike couldn't help but exclaim the moment he saw the long sword. He was very familiar with the appearance of the long sword. It was the strongest silver sword that almost killed him, the Sword of Victory and Oath. Mike, who had not activated the brain occlusion technique, could no longer suppress his inner joy. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the side of the European sword. Looking at the sharp sword without a scabbard, inserted straight into the black stone platform in front of him, Mike became more certain that this was the Sword of Victory and Oath that he had been thinking about day and night. It was also the strongest silver sword that could destroy the crown. At the same time, Mike also noticed that on the black platform directly below the holy sword, there was a mysterious text engraved with the words that Mike had seen in the meditation method given by the raven statue. Rowena Ravenclaw and Gerald of Rivia's tomb. Chapter 138. Returning with a full load. Rowena, Ravenclaw, 970, Gerald of Rivia, 884–983. Below this long paragraph of text are 2 patterns similar to family crests, namely the raven representing Ravenclaw and the wolf head pendant worn on the chest of the white-haired man in the square. Seeing this, Mike immediately understood the purpose of this pure black stone platform. It was actually a tomb, the joint tomb of Ms. Ravenclaw and a man named Gerald. Based on the black wolf head pattern on the tomb and the Sword of Victory and Oath that served as a tombstone, Mike was almost certain that the white-haired man in the square was Gerald's magical mirror image. At the same time, Mike also noticed that the man named Gerald had died in 983 at the age of 99. But the date of Ravenclaw's death was not written. Obviously, Ravenclaw was very confident that he could come back. Thinking of this, Mike sneered and said, "When I get back, I will kill you completely." As he spoke, he threw a piece of broken bone at the stone slab beneath him. A faint beam of light hit the stone slab, and 4 more numbers appeared behind the number that read Ravenclaw's death age, 1992. Looking at the number behind Ravenclaw on the slate changing to 970-1992, Mike nodded with satisfaction. Now Mike's control over magic has improved qualitatively. Before he absorbed Ravenclaw's understanding of magic, Mike would never have been able to do such an extremely difficult task as engraving with the crushing spell. After changing the numbers on the slate to a level that satisfied him, Mike refocused his gaze on the Sword of Victory and Oath. Whether he could truly kill Ravenclaw depended on this strongest silver sword. Thinking of this, Mike grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, adjusted his standing posture to better exert force, and then pulled hard. "Okay." Mike groaned unconsciously due to the excessive force, but the Sword of Victory and Oath was still stuck on the stone platform, motionless. After a long stalemate, Mike finally gave up this futile effort, gasping and staring at the Sword of Victory and Oath in front of him, looking helpless. Suddenly, Mike seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his forehead and said, "I'm really stupid. I'm a wizard." After saying that, he picked up the magic wand, pointed it at the hilt of the sword and shouted, "Excalibur is coming." The flying spell is a spell that can make objects fly into your hands. The limitation is that it can only be used on things you have touched. The flying spell is usually used in daily life to get items that you are too lazy to take, but it can also have unexpected effects in many cases, just like now. As Mike chanted the spell of the flying curse, the Sword of Victory and Oath began to tremble slightly. As the vibration of the sword became more and more intense, cracks spread from the connection between the sword and the stone platform. Base. A clear sword sound was heard, and the sword of victory and oath flew towards Mike with pieces of shattered black stone. Because the speed was so fast, there was even a faint sound of breaking through the air. Mike quickly used the barrier to take the sword. Controlling the sword of victory and oath to slowly fly into his hand, Mike gave a sincere smile. The length of this sword including its hilt is estimated to be about 120 centimeters. It is a two-handed sword, but it is slightly thinner than the ordinary European two-handed sword. However, its weight is not light at all. Perhaps it is because it uses a material with a higher density than iron. Mike picked it up and found that the weight of the sword was about 3 kilograms. Although Mike can pick up a sword of this weight, he cannot use it in real combat. After all, although the weight of 6 pounds may not seem very heavy, if you are really asked to swing a pound sword, you will not be able to make more than a few swings. You should know that according to the classification of European longswords, a 3-kilogram longsword is already considered an extra-large heavy sword. But Mike obviously didn't regard this problem as a trouble. At this moment, he was holding the sword of victory and oath and looking left and right. After playing with the sword of victory and oath for a while, Mike finally felt tired. He carefully put the sword into the bag of the traceless extension spell and began to think about the next crucial issue. How would I get back to Hogwarts? Judging from the various anomalies that Mike noticed after entering this area, this should be a completely enclosed space, and Mike has not learned the apparition spell, so he can't escape at all. Seeing that he seemed to be trapped in this area, Mike walked back and forth anxiously on the stone platform, thinking of a solution. Suddenly, Mike felt as if he had kicked something, and he tripped and almost fell. Mike leaned over to see what had tripped him, but he saw a pure black stone ring embedded on a stone slab that Mike had just passed. Since the ring and the stone slab were both black, the ring could not be found without careful observation. Mike's eyes moved slightly when he saw this, and he remembered his strong luck ability that he hadn't had for a long time. He was delighted and reached out to grab the ring. Unexpectedly, as soon as Mike's hand touched the ring, Mike felt like he was thrown into a drum washing machine in use, and a familiar feeling of dizziness suddenly came over him. At this time in the Hogwarts Great Hall, George and Fred were playing a game pretending to be Dumbledore. George was seen wearing glasses and a fake beard very similar to Dumbledore's, standing in front of the podium in the auditorium, giving a pretentious speech. Fred was sitting at the long table belonging to Gryffindor in the audience, watching George and clapping from time to time. Suddenly, a distorted light appeared beside the podium. The ball of light and shadow kept twisting and spinning, and finally Mike jumped out of it. George and Fred were startled by Mike's sudden appearance and stared at him blankly. Mike didn't expect that he would be teleported to the Hogwarts Great Hall and bump into George and Fred. The three of them looked at each other in silence for a long time. Finally, George reacted. He stepped forward, grabbed Mike's shoulders, and suppressed his excitement and said, "Merlin's beard. Have you learned to apparate?" "Silly George, there are restrictions in Hogwarts and you can't apparate at all," Fred retorted. The two argued for a while before asking Mike in unison, "How did you do that?" Facing the questioning of these two people, Mike hesitated for a long time and couldn't think of how to answer them. He couldn't just tell them that he had fought a battle with Rowena Ravenclaw's soul, right? "Did you find some special secret passage?" George seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Mike's grim expression and asked anxiously, "Can that secret passage teleport you directly to the auditorium in a similar way to apparition?" How should I say this?" Mike still hadn't thought of an excuse to fool them. "Please, Mike, tell us." Fred also came over at this moment. "A brand new secret passage, this is so cool. I will lose sleep if you don't tell me." Seeing that Mike was still thinking of an excuse, George poked Fred with his elbow. The two looked at each other and seemed to have reached some consensus. "How about this, Mike, let's make an exchange." George took out a neatly folded sheepskin from his arms and said to Mike, "This is the reason why we have not been caught during our night walks in Hogwarts for so many years. As long as you tell us the secret passage, we can share it with you." Looking at the parchment in George's hand, Mike knew that this was the legendary Marauder's map. Although Mike was also eager to get this magical living map, he had no secret passage to teleport to exchange with George and others. "There really is no secret passage. You have to believe me," Mike said helplessly. "I just went to the kitchen to have a midnight snack. When I passed the door of the Hufflepuff common room, I was suddenly teleported here." The Weasley brothers were both highly intelligent and EQED, and they knew Mike was unwilling to speak after hearing what he said. However, they did not continue to force Mike to make up more lies to deceive them. The two looked at each other and reached a silent agreement again, then said to Mike, "Okay Mike, we'll go there and take a look. As for this is the Marauder's map. It not only marks most of the secret passages in Hogwarts Castle, but also monitors the movements of everyone in the castle in real time." George added, "If you need it, we can lend it to you for a while." Mike was relieved to see that the Weasley brothers did not continue to ask questions. He smiled again and said, "Forget it. I think you need it more than me. Well, come back and ask us when you need it. Our promise is valid for a long time." George took the Marauder's map back into his arms and said, "By the way, it's getting late. It's almost dawn. You should go back early." Mike nodded. He was very sleepy after going through so much tonight and needed sleep. As for the matter of destroying the crown, Mike planned to let it live for another night, and then go to the room of requirement to deal with it when he had recovered his strength tomorrow. Mike was about to turn around and leave when he found that George and Fred didn't seem to have any intention of going back and were still playing in the auditorium. "Aren't you going back yet?" "Of course not, the wonderful speech is only halfway through." Fred bowed to George, who was dressed as Dumbledore, and said, "You said so, Mr. Headmaster." "Of course. George," George said, imitating Dumbledore's voice, "now go sit down at the long table." After saying that, both of them burst into laughter. Mike sighed upon seeing this, ignored the two of them, quickened his pace and entered the dark corridor. Chapter 139. In the History of Magic class on the second day, Professor Binns was talking to a group of young wizards in the audience. Although Professor Binns was very interesting in his talk, the boring history of magic was obviously not what the young wizards were interested in. Coupled with Professor Binns' unique voice that sounded almost invariant, most of the young wizards in the audience fell asleep. Faced with such behavior from the audience, Professor Binns had no intention of stopping it and just kept on lecturing. Professor Binns is a well-known hard-working employee at Hogwarts, and also the first ghost professor in the history of Hogwarts. This old man had a very poor memory due to his old age. Although he often made a lot of jokes in his daily life, he had a very good memory for professional knowledge. It can be said that the entire history of the magic world for thousands of years is all stored in his little head. According to legend, this old professor chose to turn into a ghost and continue teaching students after his death. His professionalism made successive Hogwarts headmasters allow him to continue to serve as professor of history of magic. It's just that the Alzheimer's disease he suffered during his lifetime seemed to have passed on to the ghost that was born after his death. Now he only remembers to go to class and leave get out of class every day, and doesn't care about the so-called classroom discipline at all. Even the exam papers for history of magic were prepared and marked by someone else every year, because Professor Binns prepared exactly the same papers every year. At the beginning, the students tried hard to listen to the lectures out of respect for the ghost professor, but after a long time, most of them succumbed to his hypnotic voice. Professor Binns on the stage finally finished teaching today's course, assigned the same homework to everyone in the audience every year, and then floated out of the classroom. Seeing this, the students who were not asleep in the audience began to pack up their things and prepare to leave the classroom. This was the last class of the day, and they could have fun afterwards. "Mike, wake up, get out of class is over." Franklin gently patted Mike who was sleeping soundly on the table. Mike, who was suddenly awakened, raised his head and leaned back in his chair, which scared Franklin who was standing next to him. After looking around for a while, Mike finally remembered that he had fallen asleep in the History of Magic class. He rubbed his face and asked Franklin, "Is get out of class over?" "Yes." "You don't look well. Why don't you go to the dormitory and sleep for a while? I'll bring you dinner," Franklin replied. Hearing this, Mike nodded, patted Franklin on the shoulder and said, "Then I'll go back to the dormitory first. You don't have to bring me dinner. I will take care of it myself later." After saying that, Mike walked out of the classroom, but his destination was not the Ravenclaw common room, but the room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. It was already past 5 in the morning when Mike went to bed last night, and he had to get up for class in 2 hours. Originally, according to Mike's mental strength, 2 hours of sleep would be enough for him to get through the day, but unfortunately he had fought 2 high-intensity battles in a row last night, which made him consume too much energy. "Fortunately, I slept for a while in the History of Magic class, otherwise I might not be able to solve the problem of the crown today." Arriving at the door of the room of requirement, Mike closed his eyes and silently repeated 3 times in his mind, I need a place to hide something. When he opened his eyes again, a wooden door appeared in front of him. Pushing open the wooden door and entering, I saw a vast space filled with all kinds of strange things. Winding paths extended through these piles of junk, like a maze. Through magical perception, Mike also discovered that there were many magical items hidden in these junk, but most of these magical items exuded malicious magical auras and were obviously not good things. Mike, who had been here once, was familiar with the route and followed the mark he had taken last time to the box containing the crown. The box was open, and a gorgeous crown lay quietly inside. Everything was the same as when Mike left last time. But Mike was still worried. He carefully observed the box for a long time and found that the several small traps he had set up before were not triggered. He nodded with satisfaction. It looks like no one has been here since that time. Mike murmured something, and stretched out his hand to pull out a European-style longsword that was shining with cold light from the bag of the traceless stretching spell. The jaw of this European-style longsword is golden yellow. It is the sword of victory and oath that Mike pulled out from Ravenclaw's grave. As Mike drew out the sword of victory and oath, the main soul of Ravenclaw inside the crown seemed to understand what Mike was going to do. A dazzling blue light flashed from the gem on the surface of the crown, and at the same time Mike heard a familiar female voice. "It's you again, a young man with extraordinary talent. You crave power, don't you? Stay with me, and I will make you the most powerful wizard in the world." Mike's pupils began to dilate when he heard this, and his originally stiff body gradually relaxed. The female voice saw that there was something going on and continued, "Come on, put me on. I will make you the king of the world." Mike's pupils shrank instantly, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mike had already entered a closed brain state long before he entered the room of requirement, and he pretended to be bewitched just to play a trick on the other party. Mike just had a sneer on his face and remained silent. He held the sword of victory and oath tightly in both hands, raised it high above his head, turned it over, switched to holding it with the backhand, and stabbed it hard at the crown in the box. Ding! The tip of the sword suddenly pierced the largest gem on the crown, making a crisp sound. The sword of victory and oath did not penetrate the gem, but Mike clearly saw that at the junction of the sword tip and the gem, fine cracks were spreading rapidly. No! A dazzling blue light leaked out from the gap, and at the same time Mike heard the voice of the Lord of Ravenclaw again, but this time there was a hint of despair in her voice. Mike didn't care, raised the sword of victory and oath and stabbed down again. This time, the blade of the sword went straight through the crown, and the cracks on the gem spread across the entire crown at an even faster speed. Finally, in a dazzling blue light, the Ravenclaw crown exploded and turned into fragments all over the ground. However, the battle was not over yet. A black mist transformed into the appearance of a Ravenclaw lady and rushed towards Mike with another much lighter black mist. This sudden change also scared Mike. He didn't expect that Ravenclaw's main soul was so strong that it could attack others even after the Horcrux was destroyed. He instinctively slashed at the black fog with his sword, and the sword of victory and oath burst out with dazzling white light the moment it came into contact with the black fog. There was a sound of water being poured on red-hot metal, and the two black mists disappeared under the illumination of white light. From dust to dust, the legendary wizard Rowena Ravenclaw passed away. Chapter 140, Ms. Grey's Repayment. Mike looked carefully at the sword of victory and oath in his hand, which was still emitting a faint white light. He did not expect that this strongest silver sword could actually cause damage to the soul. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from my face. Dang dang! The sword of victory and oath slipped from his hand. Mike squatted down with his hands covering his face, and let out an uncontrollable cry of pain. Through the gaps between his fingers, Mike found that a cracked old dressing mirror beside him was reflecting his current appearance. The horrible claw marks on Mike's face were emitting a strange blue light. Gradually, the blue light gradually disappeared, and the claw marks also gradually faded until they finally disappeared. At this time, Mike's underwear was already wet with cold sweat. Leaning against a cabinet and breathing heavily, Mike felt an irrepressible joy in his heart. The raven claw marks on my face have been removed. I finally don't have to worry about waking up in bed one day and finding myself suddenly turned into a woman. The excitement in his heart could not be calmed for a long time, but Mike had not forgotten what he had to do. He stood up and put the sword of victory and oath that had fallen on the ground into the seamless extension spell bag. Then, after thinking for a while, he took out a new seamless extension spell bag and collected all the crown fragments scattered on the ground. I heard from Ms. Grey that this crown, which Ms. Ravenclaw used as the main soul container, was made of very precious magical materials, so these fragments should also be valuable. After doing all this, Mike hummed a little tune and walked out of the room of requirement with light steps. As soon as he opened the door of the room of requirement, he saw Ms. Gray waiting at the door with an anxious look on her face. Seeing Mike come out alive, she immediately said excitedly, "You did it." Seeing that Ms. Gray was so excited that she couldn't control herself, Mike suddenly became playful and said to her with a meaningful expression, "Helena, Ms. Gray's real name, you are really my good daughter." Ms. Gray's face changed drastically when she heard that. She turned around and floated into the wall and disappeared. Seeing this, Mike laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Ms. Gray, who had not walked far, also noticed something unusual when she heard Mike's laughter. You know, her mother was a person who paid great attention to etiquette, and even after she was successfully reborn, she should not have laughed so rudely. Suppressing the deep fear in her heart, Ms. Gray carefully poked her head out from the wall. However, Mike at the door of the requirement room's laughter had gradually stopped, and he was now leaning against the wall to recover his breath. "You lied to me!" Ms. Gray yelled. Mike saw that Ms. Gray looked angry and embarrassed, so his laughter, which had almost stopped, became louder again. Finally, he stopped when he saw that the expression on Ms. Gray's face was getting uglier and uglier, as if she was about to explode at any time. "Don't be angry, I was just joking." Mike waved his hand and said, "I have destroyed the crown, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Of course I know that the crown has been destroyed by you. As the former owner of the crown, I have sensed it a long time ago." Ms. Gray's face was still very ugly. "I originally wanted to give you, the warrior, some rewards, but I didn't expect you. You dare to tease me like this." Mike's expression changed slightly when he heard it, and then he put on a gentle smile and said to Mrs. Gray, "Don't be like this, we are friends. As a warrior of the princess, I went through life and death several times and finally defeated the devil with great difficulty. I am very sincere, if you don't believe me, just look at it." Mike raised his right hand to signal Ms. Gray to see his sincerity. The sword of victory and oath appeared in Mike's right hand at some point, and the tip of the sword was facing Ms. Gray. Obviously, this was what Mike called sincerity. Ms. Gray, who was pointed at by Mike with the sword of victory and oath, showed a look of horror on her face and unconsciously took 2 steps back. "Oh? It seems that you not only recognize this sword, but also know that it can kill ghosts." Mike showed a strange look on his face. "Could that Gerald be your father?" Ms. Gray became very excited when she heard this and quickly denied it. "He is not my father. He is just an ungrateful man. It is my mother. I'm not interested in these trivial matters." Ms. Gray was interrupted by Mike before she finished her words. "Let's get back to the topic at the beginning. I heard that you plan to pay me." Ms. Gray was stunned for a while after hearing this. She looked at the coldly shining sword of victory and oath and said unhappily, "Where is your greed pendant? This is your reward." Mike's face changed when he heard that. The greed pendant had shown its magic in front of him many times, and many times Mike would have died if it weren't for it. Mike has always thought that this is the special function of the greed pendant, so he always carries it with him. But the last time when he was fighting against the Ravenclaw soul, the greed pendant turned into a living raven in front of him, and was called a traitor by the Ravenclaw soul. This made Mike suspicious of the greed pendant, and he put it in the traceless extension charm bag since returning to Hogwarts. Taking out the greed pendant from the traceless extension spell bag, Mike said to Ms. Gray, "Do you know its secret? This is the last living nightmare raven in the world. As long as you gain its recognition and sign a contract with it, you can command it." Ms. Gray said in a bewitching tone, "You should have experienced its abilities. Not only can it drag people into an unsolvable illusion, but it is also naturally able to restrain spirits. Then how do we sign a contract with it?" Mike, who had personally experienced the effects of the nightmare raven, asked hurriedly. "Do not know. You don't know?" Mike yelled. "Of course, this nightmare raven is actually my legacy. It was my mother's gift to me as an adult. But she didn't tell me how to sign the contract in order to test me, so it came to you." Ms. Gray laughed when she saw Mike's frustrated look. "Otherwise, how could it be your turn? You know, a nightmare raven can only have one owner in its lifetime." Seeing Ms. Gray's gloating expression, Mike was furious. He put the sword of victory and oath on Ms. Gray's neck and shouted, "Is this what you call reward?" The sword of victory and oath seemed to be able to sense Mike's anger at the moment. As soon as the sword touched Ms. Gray's illusory body, it emitted a faint white light and quickly began to dissolve Miss Gray's soul. Miss Gray cried out in pain and flew back. Seeing that Mike was about to step forward, she hurriedly said, "Don't. As long as you can gain the sincere approval of Nightmare Raven, the contract between you will be automatically signed. This is what my mother told me." Seeing that Miss Gray did not seem to be lying, Mike snorted coldly, put away the sword of victory and oath, and walked straight out of the corridor on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, leaving Miss Gray staring blankly at his receding back, her eyes filled with joy of surviving a disaster. Chapter 141. Pendant and Invitation. In the Ravenclaw boys' dormitory, Mike was lying on his back on the bed, staring blankly at the greed pendant that he had fixed in midair with a levitation spell. Now several days had passed since he destroyed the crown, and he had been studying the greed pendant during these days. It was already mid-December, Christmas was approaching, and the little wizards of Hogwarts once again welcomed their long-awaited Christmas holiday. This Christmas, Mike still chose to stay in school. His purpose was to study the greed pendant carefully and get familiar with his own strength after his magic control ability increased dramatically. The latter went very smoothly. After several days of high-intensity training, Mike was thoroughly familiar with his current strength. However, the former did not go very smoothly. According to Mike's understanding, since this greed pendant has helped him escape from danger time and time again, it should have recognized him. However, things were obviously not as simple as Mike thought. In the past 2 days, Mike tried every possible way to trigger the pendant. Mike even dripped his own blood onto the pendant as per the legend about signing a contract with the mythical beast, but still got nothing. The cold wind outside the window blew against the glass window, making gusts of wind. At this moment, Mike's dormitory was as warm as spring under the effect of the warming spell. Lying on the bed in such a comfortable environment, Mike felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and the greed pendant floating in front of his eyes became more and more blurred. Finally, Mike fell asleep due to the sudden sleepiness, and the blackthorn-wood wand in his hand slipped to the ground. As the wand fell out of his hand, the levitation spell that fixed the greed pendant in midair also lost its magic supply. Snapped. The greed pendant fell into Mike's open mouth with perfect accuracy. Mike jumped up from the bed instantly. The greed pendant was stuck in his throat. If Mike hadn't reacted quickly, he would have swallowed it. Bah! Cough cough cough. After spitting the greed pendant onto the ground, Mike started coughing violently. The greed pendant is a relic of Miss Gray and is nearly 1,000 years old. Generally speaking, no one would clean this kind of collected antiques unless there was something wrong. In any case, Mike has never cleaned the pendant since he got it. Thinking of this, Mike felt nauseous and picked up the cup of water beside him and started rinsing his mouth. Just as Mike was rinsing his mouth, the pendant he spit onto the ground began to emit a faint blue light. In this blue light, the raven-shaped pendant continued to twist and grow, and finally turned into a living raven. The raven's feathers were wet, as if it had just come out of the water. It was staring at Mike's back with anger in its eyes. Gah! The raven transformed by the pendant let out a strange cry and flew onto Mike's back, and began to flap his head hard with its pair of broad wings. Mike was startled by the sudden attack. He instinctively summoned his wand to fight back, but he remembered that he had already put away his wand sheath. He had no choice but to use his hands to grab the raven on his back. However, this raven was very clever. When it saw Mike trying to catch it, it chirped again and turned into a puff of black smoke and floated onto the desk. Mike, feeling relieved, immediately picked up the wand beside the bed and pointed it at the black smoke on the desk that had turned into a raven. Looking at the familiar look of disdain from the raven, Mike couldn't believe it. He turned his head and glanced at the place where the pendant was before. Seeing that there was nothing there except a water stain, he said in surprise. "It's you." The raven on the desk gave Mike a very human look and ignored him. At this moment, Mike also realized that this raven was the transformation of the greed pendant. He put away his wand, rubbed his hands, and asked with a smile, "Why did you suddenly come out? Do you mean that you recognize me and want to sign a contract with me?" Quack, quack, quack. Unexpectedly, the raven reacted violently upon hearing this. It stretched its wings and began to scream strangely, as if accusing McDiary of a crime. After saying that, he used his beak to sniff the wet feathers on his wings, and immediately shook his head in disgust, as if his feathers were very smelly. Mike had no idea what was going on, so he quickly apologized to the raven and even offered food to bribe it. But no matter how Mike tried to persuade Raven, he just looked like, "I'm angry, I can't be appeased." Suddenly, there was a sound of a bird's beak hitting the glass window, which startled Mike, and the raven was so scared that it turned back into a pendant. Mike looked out the window and saw an owl knocking hard on his window with a letter on its legs. I quickly opened the window, and the owl came into the room with the biting cold wind outside the window. Mike closed the window again and looked at the wet owl, frowning slightly. "Keep warm and keep warm." As the warming spell was released, a cloud of mist suddenly rose from the owl's feathers, and its body, which had been trembling slightly, returned to normal. Ignoring the owl's grateful look, Mike reached out and took off the letter tied to its leg, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. Mike bet this letter was definitely the most gorgeous letter he had ever received. The envelope of the letter was made of some special black paper. It was clearly delivered in the snow and felt very dry and slightly warm. Mike used his magic sense to scan it and did not find any magical aura, which proved that the letter was not cast with any magic. It was covered with delicate patterns painted with gold powder, and there was a big F on the letter stamp. Mike recognized the symbol. It was the mark of the Foley family. After opening the envelope and reading the entire letter, Mike's frown finally relaxed. "Dear Mr. Mike Townley, the Foley family will hold its annual Christmas dinner at the Foley Family Manor on December 1992, 12. You are specially invited to attend. Thank you. Mario Foley." In addition to this invitation, there was another letter from Abbott in the envelope. Unlike the concise invitation written by Uncle Mario, this letter from Abbott was long-winded, and his general meaning was that Mike didn't need to go to the dinner on his own, and he would come to pick him up in person. After putting the letter away solemnly, Mike picked up the greed pendant and asked softly, "Why did you change back? Come out quickly, we haven't finished discussing our business yet." However, no matter what Mike did, the greed pendant did not change at all, as if the raven that suddenly appeared before did not exist at all. Chapter 142. Heading to the manor. In the hall of Hogwarts Great Hall, Mike was walking out of the castle accompanied by Professor Flitwick. Mike was obviously dressed up today, wearing a well-fitting black suit, looking extremely capable. This suit was specially made for Mike to attend the dinner held at Foley Manor tonight. Originally, Mike was planning to buy a dress in Diagon Alley, but when he actually arrived at the shop that specialized in selling dresses in Diagon Alley, he was stunned. All the samples in the store are almost all British ancient dresses. The women's dresses are quite beautiful, but the men's dresses are really unbearable to look at. You know, many men's dresses in British ancient dresses are worn with stockings or high heels. In desperation, Mike had to go to a tailor-made suit shop in London and asked the tailor there to tailor a black suit for him. Making a tailor-made suit is a very time-consuming task. Even in Mike's previous life, when modern technology was extremely advanced, it would take nearly 2 months to make one. But Michael doesn't have that much time to wait, because the dinner will be held next week. Finally, after Mike paid the custom suit shop a large sum of overtime pay, the manager finally agreed with a smile on his face. However, he also asked Mike to come to the store once a day to try on the suits during this week, otherwise the suits might not fit. Finally, after going through so much hardship, Mike finally put on the suit, and the effect of the suit was very good. As soon as Mike appeared in the auditorium wearing the suit, he attracted the attention of his classmates. If Professor Flitwick was still beside him, they would have surrounded him long ago. "Are you really not going, Professor Flitwick?" Mike asked, straightening his cuffs. "I'd better forget it. You are enough as my representative." Professor Flitwick patted Mike on the back and brushed off the dust that didn't exist in the first place. "Besides, I prefer the Christmas dinner at Hogwarts to that kind of aristocratic dinner. Well, let's go. Abbott must be waiting anxiously." After hearing this, Mike stopped persuading her. He bent down, gave Professor Flitwick a hug, and then walked out of Hogwarts Castle. In an open space in front of the castle, an extended black Lincoln was parked quietly. A group of little wizards who had chosen to stay in school like Mike had already gathered around it. It was the first time they had seen such a luxury car, and they couldn't help but feel curious. The driver who was waiting by the car spotted Mike and hurried forward to open the door for him. After Mike nodded to him and got into the car, the driver rubbed his hands and came to the driving seat. As soon as Mike entered the car, he found Abbott, wearing a black suit, sitting upright on the leather chair in the car. "Oh, you look so handsome." Abbott greeted, "Are you ready? If you are, we will set off." Mike nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "Why did you suddenly think of inviting me to the dinner? Is there something going on? You worry too much." I just suddenly wanted to meet you. Abbott showed a strange smile on his face, but this dinner tonight is indeed a little special. What special method? Abbott looked over at Mike with a strange expression on his face and whispered, let me tell you, including the dinner party held by our family, the dinner parties held by the big families during this period are essentially large-scale blind date activities, and their purpose is to find suitable spouses for the heirs of the big families. As you know, the entire British wizard aristocracy circle is now almost all relatives. If everyone continues to intermarry like this, sooner or later the children born will be deformed. So you need some fresh blood. Mike's face darkened. And I am that fresh blood, or one of the fresh bloods. Mike's tone was a little unfriendly. He originally thought that Abbott asked him to attend the dinner because he had something to discuss with him in person, but he didn't expect that he wanted to pull him over to be a stud. No, no, no. You misunderstood. You are definitely not the so-called fresh blood, but our VIP. The fresh blood this time is actually the daughters of some wizard families in France. Abbott on the opposite side saw that Mike had misunderstood and hurriedly explained. If you think about it carefully, you will know that the heirs of various wizard families are mostly male. Why would they let you be the fresh blood? You can't help them have children. After Abbott finished speaking, he saw that Mike's face was a little red, knowing that he had understood what he meant, and then he continued. I invited you here just to let you show your face in the British wizard aristocratic circle. There is no other intention. Don't let your imagination run wild. Of course, if you see a girl you like at the party, you can go after her. Don't worry about her being discriminated against because of your ancestry, because you are a friend of our Fry family. Mike felt warmed at the sight of Abbott's proud expression when he talked about the Foley family, and said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. What are you talking about? We are friends for life. Abbott punched Mike on the chest and said with a smile, come on, let's not talk about this. Let me tell you about my experience in the Auror Corps. After what happened last time, I was promoted and now I am the captain of the Auror Corps. Seeing that the two were talking happily, the driver started the stretched Lincoln and drove out of Hogwarts. The road leading to the outside world from Hogwarts is not easy to walk on, especially in this season. Almost all the roads are covered with a thick layer of snow. The ground under the snow is also bumpy and slippery. But this black extended version of Lincoln is obviously not an ordinary vehicle. Like the night bus that Mike has ridden, it is a modified magical car. But this car is much more advanced than that shabby night bus. No matter how bumpy the road is when driving, people sitting in the car can't feel any vibration of the car body. The stretched Lincoln turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the Hogwarts castle. Just when Mike thought they would drive all the way to Foley Manor, the black Lincoln suddenly slowed down. Don't worry, the fun is yet to come. Abbott saw Mike's puzzled expression and explained, this is the latest modified official vehicle of the Ministry of Magic. If it can only be driven like a night bus, it would be too useless. As soon as Abbott finished speaking, the driver sitting in the front seat pressed a button, and then the 6-meter-long black Lincoln turned into a distorted ball of light and shadow and disappeared in the wind and snow. By the time Mike reacted, the black Lincoln had already stopped in a manor. Chapter 143. Large blind date scene. At this time in the Foley Manor, large tracts of flowers and lawns covered the entire perimeter of the manor. Children were playing freely on the lawns, and sometimes a glowing firefly flying by would cause them to exclaim in surprise. The refreshing fragrance of flowers filled his face, and the scene before him almost made Mike think he had traveled back to spring again. The scenery here formed a sharp contrast with the snow-covered Hogwarts castle. Our family's manor is pretty good, isn't it? Abbott pointed to a sculpture in the distance and said to Mike, there are more than 22 magic sculptures in the entire Foley Manor. The heat-insulating magic patterns on these sculptures keep the temperature here at a pleasant degrees all year round. Mike used his magic perception to look at the sculpture, and sure enough, he found a large number of magic patterns shining with magical light on the sculpture, which surprised him. With such a large area, how much magic power does it take every day? Mike exclaimed, is this how much money the deputy director of the Auror office makes? To Mike's surprise, Abbott showed an embarrassed look on his face after hearing what Mike said. Ahem, we are friends so I won't hide it from you. Abbott coughed twice and said, in fact, these magic devices consume too much energy, so they are only activated when there is a large banquet in the manor. The lawns and flowers you see now were actually just arranged yesterday. Seeing the surprised look on Mike's face, Abbott quickly changed the subject and said, let's not talk about this for now. I'll take you to see my father. He has been talking about you for a while. After that, he pulled Mike straight into the villa in the manor. Along the way, many gorgeously dressed guests cast curious looks at Mike. They didn't understand who had such a big face to be personally brought into the villa by today's host, the eldest son of the Foley family. The interior of the villa is even more luxurious than the outside. The huge magic chandelier emits a soft light, providing light for the young men and women in the hall. Although Uncle Mario's invitation said it was a dinner, in fact, this dinner was more like a buffet-style tea party. A large number of delicacies were placed on a huge long table for guests to help themselves to. And every time someone took a plate of food, another plate of the same food would reappear. Young men and women in luxurious dresses gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. When they got excited, they would take the wine handed to them by the waiters and toast each other. Mike also found familiar faces in the crowd. Draco and Chris, who had fought with Mike in the 1st grade, were also at the party. Next to them was a girl with short hair who was looking at Draco with infatuated eyes. This should be Pansy. Unlike other boys, due to their age, Draco and Chris did not actively approach the girls at the party to chat, but the 3 of them gathered together to chat and laugh. I don't know if Draco was born with a strong 6th sense, but he actually noticed Mike's gaze. When their eyes met, Draco's face suddenly turned dark. He instinctively glanced in one direction and then returned to his bossy look, smiling at Mike with a somewhat provocative smile. Following Draco's gaze, Mike discovered that Draco's father Lucius and mother Narcissa were talking to Uncle Mario. "Dad, Mike is here." Abbott greeted Uncle Mario from a distance. Uncle Mario was stunned for a moment when he heard his son's voice, but then he quickly reacted and ignored Lucius and his wife. He quickly walked over and hugged Mike. "Oh! Our handsome boy is finally here." Uncle Mario patted Mike on the back and said, "Is your teacher still unwilling to come this time? He is such a stubborn old man. I was thinking of finding him a wife." Mike was already a little breathless from being hit by Uncle Mario, and when he heard the second half of his sentence, he couldn't catch his breath and started coughing violently. Now he finally understood why Professor Flitwick was unwilling to attend the dinner party. It turned out that Uncle Mario, the eccentric old man, wanted to help him introduce a wife. "What's wrong with you? Do you have a cold?" Uncle Mario asked nervously when he saw Mike coughing, and then he patted Mike's back even harder. Mike, whose back was hurting from being slapped, was about to stop it when a pleasant female voice came over. "Mr. Foley, is this the charms genius you were talking about?" Narcissa said with a smile, holding Lucius' arm. "What a talented person! I heard that you are a sophomore this year like our Draco. You must teach him well. He is doing very badly in charms. Yet, Draco only thinks about Quidditch all day and has neglected his studies." Lucius said with a fake smile, "Draco, your classmates are here, why don't you come over and say hello?" Draco, who was not far away, had been watching Mike silently. He was extremely displeased to see that his parents, who knew that he had a grudge against Mike, were still friendly to Mike. Now that he heard his father calling him, he could no longer bear it. He walked forward angrily and was ready to ask his father why he didn't help him. No one knows a son better than his father. When Lucius saw Draco's angry look, he knew that his son's temper might flare up again, so he quickly gave him a vicious look, which made Draco look like a quail. Seeing how scared Draco was of his father, Mike wanted to laugh. However, it was not appropriate to provoke Draco at this time, so he smiled and said, "Uncle Lucius, you must be joking. Draco's grades in school are not the best, but he has always been at a first-class level. I'm afraid I can't teach him anything. Of course, if he quits playing Quidditch, I believe Draco will be able to make further progress in his studies." "Yes, Uncle Lucius, Draco's grades are good enough. At least better than mine, right?" Chris continued what Mike said and shook hands with Mike after that. Hearing Mike and Chris praising their baby son, Narcissa covered her mouth and laughed happily. Infected by this laughter, the expressions on Draco and Lucius' faces became much more natural. Lucius was just about to continue praising Mike and Chris in response to their previous business compliments when he heard a commotion not far away. "You filthy bastard! You are worse than a mudblood and yet you dare to disgrace yourself in a place like this." Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw many people gathered in the middle of the hall, and in the center of the crowd were 2 girls. One of them had an average appearance and a few freckles on his face. At this moment, he was glaring at the other girl and swearing at her. The other person had a pair of deep blue eyes and long, waterfall-like silver hair that sparkled with starlight under the light. The pansy in this book adopts the image of Pansy in the movie version of Prisoner of Azkaban, that is, the black-haired little girl played by Genevieve Gaunt, instead of the ugly one in the original book and subsequent movies. Chapter 144, Hibiscus and Christmas Gifts. The moment he saw the girl, an inexplicable desire to get close to her rose from the bottom of Mike's heart. Relying on his strong mental power to forcibly suppress this desire, Mike quickly entered a closed brain state, which made him feel much better. Turning his head to look around, he saw that the Lucius couple and Uncle Mario all had clear eyes, and were not affected at all. Abbott's eyes were also originally dazed, and he was in a state of bewitching, but the tulip-shaped brooch on his chest suddenly flashed, and Abbott returned to normal the next moment. But Draco and Chris were not so lucky. Under Pansy's incredulous gaze, the two men walked towards the girl with dull eyes and silly smiles on their faces. Seeing this, Lucius forcibly grabbed the two of them, took out his wand with some disappointment and cast a awakening spell on them, which made them wake up. Draco, who had returned to normal, also realized his previous loss of composure. He hid behind his father with a look of horror on his face, not daring to look in the direction of the girl again. Facing Draco's behavior, Lucius felt very embarrassed and pulled Draco a few times to make him normal. However, he didn't expect that Draco might be really frightened this time, and he held his father's thigh tightly, making Lucius even more embarrassed. Ahem. I know that girl. She's the eldest daughter of the French Delacour family. Lucius coughed twice to try to ease the embarrassment. Her grandfather married a Vila, which resulted in her having a quarter of Vila bloodline. So she also has some unique talents of Vila, such as being able to charm men. After listening to Lucius' explanation, Michael immediately understood who the silver-haired girl was. She was Fleur, the champion of the French Magic Academy Beaux Batons in the Triwizard Tournament. Because the appearance of the actor in the movie was very different from the silver-haired girl in front of him, Mike did not recognize this Beaux Batons warrior at first. While Mike and the others were talking, new developments occurred. Furong didn't react to the freckled girl's scolding, she just looked at her coldly. The freckled girl was even more angry when she saw Furong's expression. Maybe she felt that talking was not enough, so she raised her hand and wanted to hit Furong. Stop! At this moment, a handsome young man with a slicked back hair grabbed the freckled girl's hand and slapped her in the face with his backhand. How dare you hit me? You hit me for this bitch. The handsome young man did not respond at all to the freckled girl's questioning. At this moment, he was fawning around Furong, as if he wanted to get praise from Furong. However, Furong did not give him a good look. She rolled her eyes at him and ran out of the hall. Those young men who were fascinated by Furong wanted to chase after her, but were held back by their elders and the female companions around them. Isn't that the boy from the Bullet family? It seems that he is quite fascinated by that half-Vila. Uncle Mario said to the boy with slicked back hair. Yes, he just hit Ladier. It looks like the marriage between their two families is going to fail this time. Narcissa agreed. After saying this, she seemed to have thought of something, and warned Mike and several other boys, you have to be careful with that woman. You should know that Vila are very evil creatures. They are good at transforming, and often turn into young and beautiful women to seduce men. When those men are completely fascinated by them, the Vila will eat them. So the person with Vila blood is destined to be a bad person. Normally, wizards from big families would only treat Vila as pets no matter how much they liked them. I don't know what made old Delacour crazy to marry such a magical creature. Isn't he afraid of tainting his family's bloodline? You know, they are magical creatures, and the blood of their children is even more filthy than that of muggles. Mike, Uncle Mario and others looked at Narcissa unfriendly when they heard this, and Lucius even poked Narcissa with his elbow. Perhaps because she said it so easily, Narcissa actually forgot that there was a muggle-born person named Mike at the scene, and that Mike was also a distinguished guest of today's host, the Foley family. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Seeing Mike and the others looking at her unkindly, Narcissa reacted quickly, I'm really sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to discriminate against you. It's okay, I believe you are not the kind of person who discriminates against muggles. Mike said politely, but the smile on his face was unusually cold. Everyone present could see that Mike was very unhappy at this moment. Okay, Lucius. You guys go and do your work first. Mike and I still have some things to discuss. Uncle Mario's face wasn't looking good either, and he directly gave Lucius an order to leave. Mr. and Mrs. Lucius were completely helpless when faced with Mario, the deputy director of the Auror office, who also had an extremely noble bloodline, and they left the hall in disgrace. After Mr. and Mrs. Lucius left, Uncle Mario's expression looked a little better. He first apologized to Mike, claiming that Mike had been wrong today. He then said that he would have people from the Ministry of Magic conduct a surprise inspection of Malfoy Manor tomorrow to see if there was anything related to the dark magic to help Mike vent his anger. Hearing this, Mike immediately understood why Lucius was so afraid to fart in front of Uncle Mario. As a person with a serious criminal record who still hasn't cleaned up his farts, it's natural for him to be afraid of Mario, a high-ranking official in the police department of the wizarding world. The atmosphere on the scene returned to normal only after Mike made it clear that he didn't care. With Uncle Mario's introduction, Mike got to know almost half of the pure-blood nobles in the British wizarding world. The party lasted until late at night, and it was not until the end of the party that Mike slipped out of the villa to get some fresh air when Uncle Mario went on stage to speak. Call. In a remote corner of the Foley Manor, Mike loosened his tie and exhaled. Mike has never liked these aristocratic social dinners. There are so many rules at these banquets that if you make the slightest mistake in etiquette, you will be considered a country bumpkin. Suddenly, Mike heard what seemed to be a woman crying in the woods ahead and hurried over to look for the source of the sound. I saw Furong squatting alone in the dark grove, her shiny silver hair gleaming, extremely conspicuous. Perhaps it was a talent brought by her Vila bloodline. Fleur's perception was extremely outstanding. Mike was discovered by Fleur as soon as he entered the grove. Who are you? You are Fleur Delacour, right? I just saw you in the villa. Facing Fleur's exclamation, Mike said calmly, sorry, were you crying just now? Fleur hurriedly wiped the tears from her face and said, I'm not crying. And you haven't answered me yet. Okay, you're not crying. I must have heard you wrongly. Mike, who had activated his magical perception, saw all of Furong's little movements. Although he wanted to laugh in his heart, he kept a serious expression on his face. I'm Mike Townley, a second-year student at Hogwarts, a mudblood. In the darkness, Furong was obviously stunned when she heard the word mudblood, and the disgust hidden deep in her eyes also eased a little. This is impossible. How could a wizard of Muggle descent be invited to attend the party tonight? As if wanting to see Mike's face clearly, Fleur came to a distance in front of Mike. Abbot Foley is my good friend. You are the one who really shouldn't be here. As far as I know, today's banquet is essentially a blind date. With your bloodline, no pure-blood family would be interested in you. Seeing that Fleur didn't follow his lead and use the insulting term mudblood to refer to him, Mike smiled and said half-jokingly. Hearing Mike's words, Furong's bright eyes dimmed. If my mother hadn't forced me to come, I wouldn't have come. After saying this, she seemed to be getting angrier and angrier. She kicked a big tree next to her and continued, she always wanted me to marry a pure-blood wizard, and the purer the better, saying that it would dilute the Vila bloodline in our family. Well, it seems that your mother is a little too conservative. Mike said, but your mother should also have Vila blood. Why is she so persistent in pursuing the purity of her bloodline? She's a lunatic. Fleur came up to Mike and said with her eyes wide open. In her words, it's because of our Vila bloodline that we are discriminated against everywhere. That's why we have to find pure-blooded wizards to marry in order to purify the bloodline of our offspring. Otherwise, our offspring will always be discriminated against in the future. Mike was a little surprised when he heard this, but he was soon relieved. Mike had seen this kind of situation in his previous life in women who came from families that favored boys over girls. Even though they had suffered from the idea of favoring boys over girls, they still liked boys. Once they gave birth to a girl, they would look down on the child just like her parents. I don't think so. Times have changed. Blood equality will be the mainstream of the future. If those ancient pure-blood nobles choose to continue to stick to their corrupt blood, they will surely be submerged by the tide of the times. Mike said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Do you really think so? Mike's words were indeed to Furong's liking. For the first time today, a smile appeared on Furong's face. By the way, why aren't you fascinated by me? Maybe it's because you're not pretty enough. You are lying. In the quiet and deserted grove, the two people who were chatting happily sat together unconsciously. At this moment, they heard a middle-aged female voice outside the woods calling Furong's name anxiously. Furong's face changed drastically when she heard this, and she hurriedly said to Mike, "Oh no! It's my mother, hide quickly." After saying that, he looked around in panic, helping Mike find a place to hide. Mike laughed when he saw this, and patted Fleur gently a few times to signal her not to panic. Then he picked up his wand, cast an illusion spell under Fleur's surprised gaze, and disappeared into the woods. And at the moment when Mike disappeared, Furong's mother also found Furong in the woods. "So you're here. You're such a worry, how come you came out without a word? I had to look for you for so long." The middle-aged woman was obviously relieved after finding Furong, and complained, "Come back with me quickly, the party is over, if we don't leave now we will miss the carriage." Fleur seemed to be very afraid of her mother. She lowered her head and accepted the scolding in silence. But Mike noticed that Fleur secretly stuck out her tongue when her mother was talking, looking naughty. "Oh, I see." Furong responded immediately after hearing her mother's words, but her eyes kept looking at the place where Mike was just now, and she even stretched out her hand there, as if she wanted to confirm whether Mike was still there. Looking at her cute appearance, Mike couldn't help but grab the hand that Furong extended, wanting to see her startled because her hand was suddenly grabbed. But Furong's reaction surprised Mike. Instead of being scared, she scratched Mike's palm, smiled at where Mike was, broke free from Mike's hand, and ran to her mother with a smile. Mike was left alone, staring blankly at the mother and daughter walking further and further away. Feeling the remaining sensation on his palm, Mike couldn't help but sigh that Fleur was indeed a romantic French person, much more open-minded than the British. You know, tickling the palm of the opposite sex means hoping to develop a deeper relationship with that person. At this moment, the sky was already turning pale. Seeing that the mother and daughter had gone far away, Mike lifted the disillusionment curse and returned to the villa. Rejecting Abbott's request to stay, Mike returned to Hogwarts in a black Lincoln. When Mike returned to the dormitory, he was shocked to find that it was already filled with Christmas gifts of all sizes. He decided not to sleep and just started opening the gifts. The Christmas gifts that Mike gave out had been purchased when he went out to get his suits tailored, and he handed them all over to an owl rental shop in Diagon Alley, asking them to deliver the gifts to their owners on Christmas Eve. Mike has never been good at choosing gifts. Apart from the pair of emerald earrings he carefully selected for Penelope, the gift he gave to everyone, including all the faculty and staff of Hogwarts, was a magic candy gift package, Christmas Special Edition, from Honeyduke's Candy Shop. The gifts Mike received this year were obviously much more than last year, but most of them were Christmas cards, most of which had pictures of Santa Claus on them. It went without saying that these gifts were sent by wizards of Muggle descent. Among all the gifts, the one that Mike was most satisfied with was a complete set of Fire Master's Guide given by Professor Flitwick. It contained a lot of advanced knowledge about fire spells, which was of great help to Mike. What surprised Mike the most was that Professor McGonagall also gave him a gift, and the gift was very valuable. It was a notebook full of knowledge about transfiguration. This notebook looks quite old, the color on the cover has faded, and the handwriting on it doesn't look like Professor McGonagall's. Mike compared the handwriting of all the professors at Hogwarts but couldn't find a match. Finally, when he found a notice written by Dumbledore and compared it, he was surprised to find that the notebook was actually written by Dumbledore. Chapter 145. The vacation is over. The notebook given by Professor McGonagall was actually written by Dumbledore? Mike was so excited when he discovered this that he almost jumped up. As Dumbledore was recognized as the strongest white wizard in the wizarding world, there was no need to explain the value of the notebook he wrote personally. Excited Mike couldn't wait to flip through the Transfiguration notebook. The notebook was not thick, and Mike finished reading the whole notebook in one morning. But what disappointed Mike was that this notebook should be the experience notes written by Dumbledore when he was studying Transfiguration in school. Most of the records in it were some basic Transfiguration, and there was no advanced knowledge that Mike expected at the beginning. It can be seen that Dumbledore was definitely a fanatic fan of Transfiguration in his many years. In addition to the Transfiguration class notes, his notebook also recorded many anecdotes about Transfiguration. For example, the notes clearly record that Transfiguration was originally a crude version of an alchemical spell invented by an alchemist for use in combat and daily life. However, after being supplemented and expanded by countless wizards in later generations, Transfiguration has been separated from the alchemical system and has become an independent spell subject. Although this notebook cannot make Mike's strength increase rapidly in a short period of time, many tips recorded in it have benefited Mike a lot. There are even some training methods that can improve the deformation accuracy in the long term. But these methods require persistent training, so Mike can only take it slow. Compared to the long-term transfiguration notes, the Flame Master's Guide given by Professor Flitwick seems a bit simple and violent. The Fire Master's Guide is a series of books written entirely by Ace D. Newgate, known in modern times as the Fire Master, with the help of his father, Edward Newgate. Edward Newgate died before the book was published, and Ace Newgate died a few years after it was published. When this book was first published, it caused a sensation in the entire European wizarding world. Before that, although many powerful wizards understood the power of the fire spell and often used it in actual combat, no one was willing to teach this knowledge to ordinary wizards. Therefore, the Fire Master's Guide became a sacred book for ordinary wizards, and Ace Newgate and his father Edward Newgate were both given the title of Fire Master. But if you think that the Guide to the Master of Fire is just a cheap welfare for the common people, you are wrong. In fact, the Newgate family sells the Guide to the Master of Fire at a very high price. A set of 7 books costs a total of 1,000 gold galleons. If you buy them separately, you will need 200 gold galleons per book. The Newgate family has made a fortune from this set of books over the past few decades. Shortly after the book was published, Hogwarts discussed with the Newgate family about including the Fire Master's Guide in the school library, but was rejected by the Newgate family because doing so would affect sales. Mike couldn't help but curl his lips after learning about this history. This was because the headmasters of Hogwarts over the past few hundred years were relatively gentle. If Ms. Ravenclaw was still in office, the Newgate family would have probably died out long ago. But having said that, although it is so expensive, the Fire Master's Guide is worth the money. This set of books records in detail the various variations of the fire spell, including the exploding fireball and incendiary fireball that Mike had used. This set of books gave Mike a lot of inspiration. Before this, Mike was a fireball maniac who only knew how to use fireballs to blow people up. But after reading this set of books, Mike truly understood the art of fire. The damage caused by fire is not limited to burning and explosion. Fire consumes oxygen while burning. As long as this feature is used well, it can cause creatures to enter a state of suffocation. And when the flame burns, it will heat the air. The hot air rises and the cold air falls. The interaction between the hot and cold air will form wind, and the wind will intensify the fire. This will form a virtuous cycle and infinitely enhance the power of the flame. But it is easier said than done. To achieve this requires extremely strong control and countless times of practice. Even though Mike's magic control has made great progress after the Ravenclaw trial, it is still not easy to do this. Mike spent the rest of the Christmas holiday in the Room of Requirement, practicing the subtle control of the fire spell so hard that he forgot about time. It wasn't until Penelope appeared in front of him that he realized the Christmas holidays were over. "Why are you here?" Mike looked at Penelope in surprise and asked, "Oh. Christmas vacation is over, right?" Penelope realized what was going on when she saw Mike looking as if he didn't know what year it was. She sighed and said helplessly, "You started it again. You taught me not to practice spells too hard not long ago, but now you're practicing to the point where you've even forgotten the time. You can't even take care of yourself after I left. You look so miserable, you must have missed your meals in the past few days." Mike rolled his eyes, raised his hand, cleaned himself up and released himself, restoring his messy hairstyle and clothes to the way they were before he entered the Room of Requirement. "You're still not happy? You didn't come to dinner tonight? Luckily I brought you some food." Penelope put a few plates of food in front of Mike and said, "Eat quickly. The first round of the duel competition is about to begin tonight. I have to go to participate in the competition later." As she spoke, Penelope's hand stroked her long hair intentionally or unintentionally, revealing the emerald earrings on her ears. Seeing this, Mike knew what Penelope meant. Although he was hungry, he didn't even look at the steaming food on the table. He stepped forward, hugged Penelope's waist and said, "My taste is not bad, do you like my Christmas gift?" Penelope didn't resist Mike's embrace. She took the ends of her hair and twirled them around her fingers, looking thoughtful. After a while, she said coquettishly, "Well, it's okay. Hey, as long as you're satisfied." Mike heaved a sigh of relief when he saw a smile on Penelope's face. He returned to the table and started to eat voraciously. "Let me eat a few bites first. I'll go to the stadium with you in a moment." Penelope didn't say anything else. She smiled and came behind Mike and rubbed his shoulders. As Penelope rubbed the skin, he seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly increased the strength of his hands, pinched the numb tendons on Mike's shoulders, and asked in a sharp voice, "Where is the scarf I gave you?" Chapter 146. Duel Contest Begins. Mike almost choked on his food when he heard this, and he coughed for a long time before he recovered. The scarf that Penelope was talking about was the Christmas gift that Penelope gave to Mike. The scarf was made very roughly and it seemed that it was sewn by Penelope herself. Although this scarf is prickly and uncomfortable to wear, Mike still likes it very much and wears it around his neck whenever he goes out. Let go. Don't pinch me. Mike shrank his neck and took out a khaki scarf and said, "Look, isn't it right here? I wear it every day." Seeing that Mike was carrying the scarf he had knitted himself, Penelope loosened her grip. Mike took the opportunity to finish all the food on the table, let out a long sigh, and then took Penelope's hand and went to the duel competition venue. Unlike the first duel demonstration before Christmas, the official venue for the duel competition was set at an open space behind Hogwarts Castle. This was originally the training ground for spell application and practical classes, or practical classes for short. The practical class was originally an elective course at Hogwarts. It is said that this course was a popular course at Hogwarts and was very popular among young wizards. However, because this course is too dangerous and there have even been several serious deaths, Hogwarts was forced to cancel this course more than 200 years ago due to protests from many parents. Instead, the Defense Against the Dark Arts course was introduced. This course was originally an elective course, and it was a niche course. However, after absorbing some of the content of the practical course, it became a popular course, and after the Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald wreaked havoc, it became a compulsory course. After the practical classes were cancelled, the dedicated practice field for the practical classes naturally became abandoned. Although it had been abandoned for more than 200 years, fortunately, there were originally a large number of protective devices on the field that could release magic shields. With a little modification, it became the best venue for this duel competition. The competition had already begun when Mike and Penelope arrived. On the huge venue were circular arenas with a diameter of about 10 meters. Pairs of students were fighting fiercely on the arenas. There were audiences in groups of 3 or 4 below the arenas, who would applaud or boo from time to time depending on the performance of the contestants on the arenas. In the center of the venue, Lockhart and a group of logistics staff of the dueling club were recording the outcome of each duel. Next to Lockhart was a senior student holding a magic loudspeaker. Whenever an arena was vacant, he would start calling out the names according to the list that had been prepared long ago. The students whose names were called would need to rush to the designated arena to duel. Since Penelope's match had not yet begun, the two of them kept moving between the various rings to watch the fun. It would have been fine if I hadn't seen it, but as soon as I saw Mike I wanted to laugh. The duels between first to third year wizards were like something out of a comedy movie, like Ron's match against a Hufflepuff wizard. The two people on the stage held their wands tightly and stared at each other seriously. An invisible sense of tension spread out. Driven by this impending atmosphere, many audiences in the audience swallowed silently. But the situation changed 360 degrees when the referee announced the official start of the duel. I saw 2 people on the stage. You cast a teeth-stuffing stick spell, a curse that can make people grow huge front teeth, and I cast a Tarantella dance spell, a curse that can make people spin and jump non-stop. Then the 2 people on the ring who had not yet learned how to protect themselves with armor were cursed one after another. One of them started dancing awkwardly and was unable to wave his wand, and the other grew huge front teeth and was unable to recite spells, which caused everyone below the ring to laugh wildly. As both of them lost their ability to fight, the senior student who was acting as the referee was in a dilemma. Fortunately, Ron's wand was broken by the Whomping Willow when he and Harry drove the flying car to school at the beginning of the semester, so the duration of the spell was greatly reduced, and the dancing wand soon stopped, which made the referee relieved and announced that Ron had lost. Ron almost cried after stepping down. His long front teeth were stuck between his upper and lower jaws, making it impossible for him to close his mouth. It was difficult to swallow without being able to close the mouth. Poor Ron couldn't even swallow his saliva and could only watch a stream of crystal saliva slowly slide down from the corner of his mouth. Harry looked at Ron's drooling mouth, and his mouth twitched constantly. He tried hard to hold back his laughter, patted Ron's shoulder as a comfort, then quickly turned around and covered his mouth. Looking at Harry's shoulders shaking wildly, Ron really cried this time. Many senior wizards were not much better in duels. Although the spells they used were no longer mischief spells, but instead were truly lethal offensive spells such as the disarming spell, the fire spell, the explosive spell, etc., most of the senior wizards simply lacked practical experience. This caused the battle between them to become a turn-based system common in RPG games. You cast a disarming spell and I block it with my armor. Then I cast a fire spell and you block it with your armor. There were the fewest spectators under these arenas, and even their referees yawned in boredom. Compared to their boring fights, the duels between the younger wizards were obviously more interesting. Just as the two were strolling on the field, Pinello's name was called in the center of the field, which indicated that Pinello's game tonight was about to begin. When Penelope heard her name, her body stiffened noticeably. Mike, sensing Penelope's abnormality, pinched her little hand, signaling her not to be nervous. Penelope gave a forced smile to show that she was fine, and took Mike's hand to the designated ring. Although she said it was okay, Mike could still clearly feel Penelope's nervousness. It was already early January, but the palms of their hands holding together were full of sweat, all from Penelope. When the two arrived at the designated ring, Penelope's opponent had already arrived and was waiting there. The moment she saw her opponent, the expression on Penelope's face obviously relaxed. Because her opponent was Hermione, a second-year wizard. Hermione's expression on the ring was extremely ugly at the moment, forming a sharp contrast with the ease on Penelope's face. But what was surprising was that when Hermione saw Penelope and Mike coming to the ring hand in hand, the expression on her face turned into gnashing of teeth, and anger burned in her eyes. She looked at Penelope and Mike as if she wanted to burn them to death with a fire. The situation became even worse after Penelope accidentally or intentionally lifted her long hair to reveal the emerald earrings on her ears. Penelope walked onto the ring calmly and couldn't help but laugh at the anxious look on Hermione's face. The referee in the audience saw that the two contestants were in place, so in order to save time, he did not let them perform the wizard duel ceremony and directly announced the start of the competition. Chapter 147. Which vs. Which? Following the referee's command, Penelope and Hermione on the stage started moving. Different from the other students on the arena who put on armor to protect themselves first in the duel, these two girls were extremely tough and started with offensive spells. But Penelope's casting speed was obviously much faster than Hermione's. Hermione had only released half of the disintegration spell when Penelope's disarming spell turned into a red light and attacked. Knowing she couldn't resist, Hermione had to interrupt the spell and rolled over to avoid the disarming curse. The floor of the duel competition arena is made of soft sand to minimize the damage to the young wizards when they fall. At the same time, there is a special senior student serving as a referee next to each arena, and this senior student is also responsible for protecting the safety of the students on the stage. After all, the times have changed, and students' parents are very scary creatures. If the young wizards are injured on a large scale in the competition, the duel competition will have no choice but to be closed. However, the sandy ground is safe, but if you fall on it, you will inevitably get a lot of sand on you. This is the case with Hermione at the moment. After she rolled over to avoid Penelope's attack, her robe was covered with mud, making her look extremely embarrassed. Some of the audience members laughed at this. Although Hermione's face turned red, she knew that she was in a competition. She resisted the urge to release a cleansing spell on herself and released an armor shield instead. Although this action temporarily helped her resist the subsequent spells shot by Penelope, it also caused her to fall into a slow death. Although Hermione was also gifted and had learned armor protection in the 2nd grade, it was obvious that she had only learned it not long ago. Not only was the release speed slow, but the strength of the shield was also not high. Often, 2 spells from Penelope could cause the surface of the shield to crack. In desperation, Hermione could only continuously release the armor protection to reset the shield, while at the same time she had to keep running in order to avoid some attacks. She had no chance to fight back at all. Compared with Hermione, who was jumping up and down in a panic, Penelope could be described as strolling in the garden at this moment. The two of them, one attacking and the other defending, were in a stalemate. Mike in the audience nodded slightly. He could see that Hermione and Penelope's abilities were above the average level of their grade. For wizards of Muggle descent, it was not easy to achieve this. There is no need to say much about Penelope's strength. It is natural that her strength has skyrocketed after Mike specially made a training plan for her. Even though Hermione was beaten to the point where she had almost no ability to fight back, it was actually very impressive that she could do this. You have to know that Penelope is 3 years older than Hermione. Not only does she have much more magical power, she also masters many spells that Hermione doesn't know. With all these advantages combined, this duel was actually no suspense at all. Just as Mike was watching the duel on the stage intently, a familiar voice came to his ears. "Dude. It's a shame you didn't come to see my game." Mike turned his head and saw Franklin with his hands on his hips, looking very proud. Beside him were two people, Harry and Ron. Ron was obviously in much better condition now. His long front teeth had shrunk a lot, but they had not completely disappeared. Mike knew at a glance that this was probably the work of the senior students who served as temporary medical team members in the middle of the field. If it was Madame Pomfrey who did it herself, Ron should have returned to normal by now. But at least Ron could close his mouth now, and he would not continue to drool like before. "What's wrong? Did you lose again?" Mike joked to Franklin and the others, and Harry, "Is your game over too?" "Of course I won. What I meant was that it was a pity that you didn't see me on the stage." Franklin explained hastily, "Harry also won. His stage was right next to mine." When Harry heard Mike asking him, he wanted to answer, but seeing that Franklin had already said it first, he stopped talking. He gave Mike an awkward but polite smile and continued to stare at the ring nervously. He was very worried about Hermione on the stage, because Hermione looked so embarrassed at this moment. Mike followed his gaze and saw that the two women on the stage would probably fight for a while, so he asked, "Harry, how was your last visit with Dumbledore to the families of those sacrificed seniors?" "It went quite smoothly. Those uncles and aunts were actually quite nice. They all forgave me." Harry answered Mike's question with a wry smile, while his eyes kept drifting towards the ring. "He's lying." Ron, who was standing by, was extremely excited. He jumped out and said incoherently, "Those old guys are simply vampires. They asked for 1,000 gold galleons from each family." "Shut up, Ron. Those are human lives." Harry retorted, "They have lost their son forever, and that can't be replaced by gold galleons. Forget it, just think of it as spending money to buy peace of mind." Mike also understood the truth of the matter from the quarrel between the two, and couldn't help but persuade, "At least Harry, after spending this money, you won't be unable to sleep because of guilt, right?" Harry saw that Mike approved of his behavior and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Ron was very angry. In his opinion, Harry had wasted his money. Hogwarts had already given compensation to the parents of those students, but Harry still went out of his way to give them the money. I saw his mouth opening and closing as if he had a lot to say but couldn't. Perhaps because he was too excited, a sticky saliva slid from the corner of his mouth again. Ron realized that he had lost his composure again and quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, covered his mouth and ran away. Mike looked at the direction he was heading and guessed that he should be going to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Seeing this, Harry wanted to chase after her, but he heard the referee announcing that Penelope was the winner. When I looked over at the sound, I saw Hermione still running and frozen there without moving. It was obvious that she was petrified. After the referee announced her victory, Penelope removed the petrification spell for Hermione with a victorious smile on her face, and used a clean-up spell to help Hermione tidy up her muddy robe. Harry was about to go over to comfort Hermione, but he saw Hermione covering her face and running away as soon as she returned to normal. Looking at Hermione and Ron running in different directions, Harry grabbed his hair in distress, not knowing who to chase. After some mental struggle, Harry still chased in Ron's direction. Chapter 148. The time of slacking off is over. Mike looked at Hermione walking away alone and couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. He wondered whether he should go and comfort her. He seemed to have seen Hermione crying just now. But a slight pain interrupted his thoughts. "What are you thinking about?" Penelope asked softly in Mike's ear, while one hand was twisting the soft flesh on Mike's waist. Although he didn't feel much pain, Mike still pretended to be in unbearable pain and begged for mercy with gnashing teeth. "Ah! No, I was just thinking that it's getting late, why don't we go back to the dormitory and rest quickly?" Penelope rolled her eyes at Mike but said nothing else. She took Mike's arm and walked towards the exit, leaving Franklin, a single dog, silently eating dog food. On the way back, Mike looked at the beauty beside him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Penelope's emotional intelligence is really high. Just now, I saw that I was staring at Hermione and I was obviously very angry, but I didn't really twist her hard. I expressed my dissatisfaction to myself, but I didn't express it excessively. I like this kind of sensible girl. Mike thought to himself. As if she noticed Mike's eyes, Penelope shyly let go of her hand that was around Mike's arm, seeming a little embarrassed. Mike wouldn't let her succeed, so he quickly held Penelope's hand again. As the two were flirting all the way to Ravenclaw Tower, they met two acquaintances at a hidden corner on the road. Cedric and Chu Zhang were holding hands and whispering in a shadowy place. Everyone was watching the duel competition at this time, so they were very brave. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and it seemed that they were about to kiss. Suddenly, Chu Zhang seemed to notice Penelope and Mike out of the corner of his eye, and then his face changed drastically, and he blushed and hid behind Cedric. Cedric was a little confused by her sudden action, until he saw Mike and Penelope walking towards him and understood the reason. "It seems like we've ruined your plans," Mike said sarcastically with a weird smile. "It's good that you know." Cedric shrugged and shook hands with Mike. "Long time no see. Did you just come back from the game?" "Yeah, didn't you go to see Chu Zhang's game? Her first match is scheduled for tomorrow." Cedric said helplessly, "The schedule for this duel tournament is a bunch of shit. I bet the person who designed the rules must be illiterate." "Hey? What do you say?" Mike felt a little confused when he heard this. He had been spending all the time in the room of requirement these days and didn't know the schedule of the duel tournament. Seeing this, Cedric didn't ask Mike why he didn't even know this, and started explaining directly. It turned out that this duel competition had too many participants and they had to leave 2 months for the students to prepare for the exam, so the competition committee directly stipulated that the first round of competition would last for a month. During this month, an elimination match would be held every night at the venue of the competition, and finally 8 contestants would be selected. Then these 8 contestants will duel through random drawing, and the winner will be selected together with the seeded players from each college to form the real top 8. Finally comes the semi-finals and finals. This directly led to a sharp increase in the intensity of the first round of matches. Mike smacked his lips when he heard this. The first round of this duel competition was indeed very unfriendly to the contestants who were selected. Those who were eliminated in the first game were fine, but those who won consecutive games had to fight continuously in just a month. Many people had not yet recovered from the injuries they suffered in the previous game and had to fight in the next game with injuries. And Mike estimated that by the end of the first round, everyone playing would have some injuries. Because the Hogwarts infirmary is not large, it is usually easy to treat minor illnesses such as headaches and fevers, and injuries caused by naughty children. However, once the number of casualties increases, it will definitely be too busy to handle it. This is why Lockhart organized some senior students to form a temporary treatment team. Judging from the fact that Ron's front teeth had not fully recovered, the level of this temporary medical team was really worrying. But these actually have nothing to do with Mike and Cedric. The two are seeded players of their respective colleges. They don't have to participate in such high-intensity competitions at all and can directly advance to the semi-finals. The reason why Cedric felt that the schedule was lame was that he felt more sorry for Chu Zhang. Thinking of this, Mike joked, "I didn't expect you to really take away our Ravenclaw's pearl. How is it? Tell me quickly, how far have you developed?" Cedric showed a smug smile on his face, as if he had thought of something. He turned his head and glanced behind him, and saw that Chu Zhang had been pulled not far away by Penelope. At this moment, the two girls were whispering to each other, and they would secretly look at Mike and Cedric from time to time. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I've said it before. With my conditions, Chu Zhang will definitely choose me." Cedric whispered, "Compared to me, Roger Davis is simply a world apart. I used a little trick to make Chu Zhang leave him." Cedric became more and more excited as he spoke, and he put his arm around Mike's shoulders and wanted to explain to him the so-called trick he had played. "Mike, Roger asked me to tell you to attend the next Quidditch training." Chu Zhang, who was standing by, had come to the two of them without them noticing. "You've missed several months of training. The Quidditch finals will be coming up soon. We need you." Cedric was so frightened when he suddenly heard his girlfriend's voice that he trembled. "What's wrong with you?" Chu Zhang couldn't help but ask when she saw her boyfriend was behaving a little abnormally. "Nothing, Mike and I were just..." Cedric reacted quickly, cursing the guy who made the schedule for the duel tournament. The puzzled look on Chu Zhang's face slowly faded after hearing this, and she stared at Mike, waiting for Mike's answer. This time, her Quidditch captain Roger Davis gave her a death order, and she must let Mike go back to training. Roger himself had come to see Mike several times before, but was always brushed off by Mike. After a few times, Roger thought that the reason why Mike rejected him was because he was not charming enough, so he sent Chu Zhang, who had the highest charm attribute in their team, hoping to use the beauty trap to get Mike to go back to training. "Mike, you should go to training." Pinello gently shook Mike's arm and advised. Seeing this, Cedric also reacted and advised, "Yes, I heard that you are good at Quidditch. I really hope to meet you on the field." Mike was deeply conflicted. After obtaining the Transfiguration Notebook and the Flame Master's Guide, Mike needed to spend a lot of time practicing spells and had no time to participate in Quidditch training. But looking at the expectant eyes of the three people, Mike couldn't refuse. Finally, Mike gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Remember to notify me next time you train." Hearing the sound, Chu Jong and Penelope both cheered, but Mike's heart was bleeding. Goodbye, my idle time. Chapter 149. The Conspirators Peep. A month later, on the Quidditch field, a match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was in full swing. This was a very ordinary game in the Hogwarts Quidditch League. In the past, not many people would come to watch such games except for the Quidditch fans of the school, especially during the dueling competition. But today, the audience seats were full of spectators, which was unusual. Because just yesterday, the first round of the duel competition that lasted for a month finally ended. The draw for the next round of competition will not take place until a week later, and the 8 winners who have worked hard for a month can finally have a good rest. Since the dueling competition was off for a week, everyone's attention was turned back to the long-lost Quidditch game. That is why the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff received so much attention. My eyes returned to the field again, and I saw a huge magic billboard with black background and white letters clearly indicating the current game data: Ravenclaw 92 points, Hufflepuff 13 points. A crystal snowflake slowly fell, and it was very obvious against the black billboard. Suddenly, a pure black iron bludger whizzed past and smashed the snowflake into pieces. In midair, Hufflepuff seeker Cedric jerked his broomstick to the side and narrowly avoided the quaffle that was flying towards him. "Mike! You're too cruel!" Cedric stabilized his body and yelled at Mike below. Seeing that the ball he hit with all his strength did not knock Cedric down, Mike smacked his lips, completely ignored Cedric's roar, and looked for the next bludger. Mike has been participating in Ravenclaw Quidditch training for a month. After officially joining the training, Mike finally understood why Roger insisted on participating in the competition himself. It's not because the Ravenclaw team has reached a critical situation where they will lose everything if they lose one game and are waiting for Mike to be the savior, but because the Ravenclaw team's performance this year is exceptionally good. You heard it right, it is because the Ravenclaw team has good results that they need Mike, a genius player with amazing performance, to participate in the competition. The Ravenclaw team's performance in previous years was not outstanding, and it always ranked third. After all, you can't expect a group of top students to have excellent academic performance and excellent physical education performance at the same time. But this year, because the Slytherin team had a seeker like Draco who came in through the back door, even after updating all the equipment, the results were still not very good. The Ravenclaw team relied on the brainless hitting method, for players, invented by Mike to dominate the field and suddenly became the second place in the standings. Such results made Roger think about winning the Quidditch Cup, so he invited Mike back, hoping that with Mike's joining they could go further. But the truth is cruel, Mike's super high precision shots did win many points for the Ravenclaw team in the beginning, and they even defeated the favorite to win the championship, Gryffindor. But after a while, Mike was surprised to find that the dodging ability of the players from other teams had improved by leaps and bounds, and now even if he tried his best, he might not be able to knock them off his broom 100%. Afterwards, Mike learned from gossip expert Lee Jordan that the day after he took the court, the teams from the other 3 colleges began using real bludgers for a hellish dodgeball training. Only then did Mike understand why those players' faces were covered in bruises, and why they looked at him with such resentment. The focus returns to the field again. Seeing that Mike completely ignored him and flew straight to the next bludger, Cedric felt something was wrong and stopped looking for the golden snitch. He quickly distanced himself from Mike. After all, if you really get hit by Mike, it's no joke. But Cedric's worry was unnecessary. After controlling the bludger, Mike did not rush to launch the next attack. Instead, he slowly approached Cedric and carefully observed his movements. In fact, Mike's goal was not to shoot Cedric down, but to harass him so that he had no chance to catch the golden snitch. This was certainly due to the friendship between the two men, but more importantly, it was because Cedric's teammates were too weak and were completely crushed by Mike's teammates. To use a popular phrase from the previous life, the Hufflepuff team is like Cedric the Great leading 6 teams. In the past, almost all of the games that Hufflepuff had won were won by Cedric catching the golden snitch worth 150 points before the opponent's score was pulled away to 150 points. But this tactic didn't work today, because every time Cedric tried to look for the golden snitch, Mike would hit a perfect home run in his direction, forcing Cedric to dodge. Looking at Mike, who was holding the bludger and ready to go, and the ever-widening score, Cedric showed a bitter smile on his face. He really couldn't lead the team. Even though he had a bitter smile, the game still had to go on. The word surrender did not exist in Cedric's dictionary. Cedric forced himself to perk up and scan the entire place, searching for the golden snitch. But it was too late. Boom! A brilliant magic firework exploded in the sky, and the game ended with cheers from the audience and the excited voice of commentator Lee Jordan. Cedric, somewhat dazed, looked below the fireworks, only to see his girlfriend Chu Jong cheering while holding up a golden snitch, symbolizing the end of the game. The score on the scoreboard was fixed at Ravenclaw 251 points, Hufflepuff 15 points. The members of the Hufflepuff team were dejected and lacked any of their usual energy. In sharp contrast to them is the Ravenclaw side. Flowers and applause overwhelmed the Ravenclaw crowd. Mike looked at Cedric, who was in the air, and shook his head with a chuckle. Rejecting his teammates' invitation to celebrate with him, Mike flew straight to the stands, where a girl was waiting for him. "You are amazing." As soon as Mike landed on the stands, he felt a fragrant breeze blowing towards him before he could stand firmly, and then Penelope threw herself into his arms. After taking 2 steps back to steady himself, Mike looked at the girl in his arms. His little nose was frozen red, and his hair was covered with a lot of snow. Reaching out to brush away the snow, Mike said loudly, "Of course." Before he could finish his words, 2 thin lips blocked what Mike wanted to say next. In the lively atmosphere of the audience seats, the 2 people hugging each other only felt that the surroundings had become inexplicably quiet, and the only thing they could hear was the other's heartbeat. However, just as Mike and Penelope were throwing the dogs and wolves around as if no one was around, a pair of eyes filled with hatred were staring at them in a corner of the arena. Chapter 150. Lockhart's novel. As if he had noticed something, Mike suddenly turned his head and looked towards a corner of the auditorium. However, there was nothing there except an empty seat. "What's wrong with you?" Penelope asked in surprise. "Nothing." Although he said it was nothing, Mike's eyes were fixed on the empty seat. He just clearly felt that there was someone staring at him viciously. Could that person be Mike? "What are you waiting for? Go back to the Ravenclaw lounge." Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw team, said excitedly, holding Mike's shoulders. "We are now number 1 in the standings. Senior Carol has prepared a celebration party for us." Roger's sudden appearance startled Mike, who was in deep thought. After hearing what he said, Mike instinctively wanted to refuse. Mike also has to go to the room of requirement for training. Quidditch training and competitions take up a lot of Mike's time. This forces Mike to squeeze out all his free time for spell training, because the quarterfinals of the duel competition will begin soon. However, before Mike could open his mouth, the other players of the Ravenclaw team landed on the stands, picked up Mike and rushed into Hogwarts Castle. Mike always disappears immediately after the game and never joins in their celebrations. They must not let him escape again this time. Mike struggled hard, but it was useless. With his current physical strength, he could not resist 5 big men. Penelope was a little surprised at first, but after Chu Jong bit her ear for a while, she let Roger and others carry Mike away. However, it turned out that Mike still couldn't attend their celebration party today. As soon as everyone carried Mike into Hogwarts Castle, Lockhart appeared on their path. "Oh, boys, I wonder if I can borrow your big star for a while." Lockhart saluted and said with a smile. Although Roger and others were somewhat reluctant, they did not dare to disobey the professor's order. They agreed and let Mike go. "Looking for me?" Mike, who was put down, tidied his Quidditch uniform, which was a little messy, and approached Lockhart and asked. "This is not the right place to talk. Let's go to my office." Seeing Lockhart's serious expression, Mike agreed. After saying goodbye to Roger and others, he followed Lockhart to the office of the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Lockhart's office is very Lockhart in style. The walls are covered with Lockhart's magical portraits and there is a pleasant fragrance in the air. "I've finished the outline of my novel, so please come and review it." Lockhart took out a set of exquisite porcelain teapots from the drawer, made a cup of black tea for Mike and said. "Outline? In other words, you haven't started writing the main text yet." Mike noticed that Lockhart emphasized the word review when he said this, and slammed the desk with his right hand, which was still wearing the Quidditch medal gauntlet. "What have you been doing all this time? Hiding in this office and swearing at the porn photos those stupid women sent you? Do you think I can't do this to you just because you signed the contract? Now you dare to talk to me in this tone? Hey! Don't get excited. Writing a novel is not as easy as you think, really. Plus, there are a lot of things going on with the duel competition recently, so it's been delayed." Seeing that Mike was angry, Lockhart hurriedly explained, "By the way, I have another piece of information here, you will definitely like it." After that, Lockhart hurriedly took out a roll of parchment from the drawer and placed it respectfully in front of Mike. After staring at Lockhart for a long time and seeing that he was still timid, Mike withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and picked up the parchment. At the beginning of the parchment, there were 4 names written in red, green, blue, and yellow, representing the 4 major colleges. Bruno Opa, Gryffindor, Willie Parker, Slytherin, Mike Townley, Ravenclaw, Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff. This is the list of the top 12 contestants of the duel tournament. The top 4 are the seeded players from the 4 major colleges. Seeing Mike's interested look, Lockhart hurried over to explain. Mike nodded slightly. He knew everyone here. Bruno from Gryffindor was the male student leader who was beaten by the female student union leader Carol and a group of Ravenclaw girls when he first started school. Willie is the recognized leader of Slytherin and is in the 7th grade this year. In addition to these 4 names written in special ink, there are another 8 names written on the parchment in ordinary black ink. As soon as Mike took the first glance, he was attracted by the first name at the front of the row. It was clearly written, Percy Weasley. Mike had a deep impression of Percy, not only because he was George and Fred's brother, but also because he had some unrealistic fantasies about his girlfriend Penelope. Mike was not surprised that Percy was able to advance to the top 12 of the duel tournament. After all, although Percy had some character flaws and was rather vain and power-loving, he still had talent and strength. Otherwise, he would not have become the president of the male student union in the original book, and he would not have become a subordinate of old Barty Crouch, who was the director of the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation at the time, after graduation. To be honest, if all goes well, with Percy's bloodline and talent, he might really become a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. Out of an instinctive dislike for his love rival, Mike still asked for information about Percy. "How's this Percy doing?" "Excellent. He is the strongest among the 8, and the only one who completed all the competitions without any injuries." Seeing Mike asking him, Lockhart approached him in a very servile manner, "If you need, I have detailed information about all the people mentioned above, including combat analysis, which can be provided to you." Mike raised his head and looked deeply at Lockhart. Seeing that his attitude was very upright and he did not have the secretly unconvinced look at all, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Give it all to me, along with your outline." "Yes. All for you. Are you leaving now? Why don't you sit for a while? This is premium Kenyan black tea." Halfway through his speech, Lockhart slapped his head as if he had thought of something, and said, "Look at my brain, you must be anxious to attend the celebration party, right? To be honest, your playing is really..." Mike was overwhelmed by his crazy flattery. He took a dozen documents from Lockhart's hand and left the office. However, unlike what Lockhart had guessed, after leaving, Mike did not go to the lounge to join Roger and the others' celebration party, but went straight to the room of requirement. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.